Kazuki, you've been ordered to return to Konoha. The words came from a messenger ninja, his breath still heavy from the long journey. Jiraiya, who had been in high spirits after their recent victory over Iwagakure's forces, immediately frowned upon hearing the order. What? His first instinct was to reject it. The tide of battle had finally started shifting in their favor, and Kazuki was the biggest reason for that. The enemy had begun feeling the pressure. Without Kazuki, their momentum would slow down significantly. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Why now? He didn't understand why his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would recall one of their strongest assets in the middle of a critical phase of the war. Still, he couldn't refuse an order from the Hokage. After a heavy sigh, he turned to Kazuki. I don't like it, but it's the third's order, Jiraiya said. You'll have to go back. Kazuki felt an immediate headache coming on. Sarutobi again. He could already guess why the Hokage had summoned him back. Politics. Sarutobi was too paranoid, always playing games to consolidate power. Kazuki had no interest in taking credit for victories, but Sarutobi refused to believe that. Still, ignoring a direct order would make him a rogue ninja. With a sigh, he gave a simple response. I'll leave tomorrow. That night, he informed Minato, Kakashi, and Obito about his departure. Then, before sunrise the next day, Kazuki left the camp, making his way back to Konoha. Hokage's office, political moves. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, his expression grim. A sealed scroll lay open before him, the contents of which had ruined his entire morning. A letter from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After a night of emergency delivery, it had finally arrived just 10 minutes ago. The information was concerning. A surprise attack by Kirigakure had caught their forces completely off guard. Konoha's defenses at the eastern border were now critically weak. Currently, only Shimura Danzo and his root operatives were stationed in the area. That alone was not enough to stop the impending invasion. Sarutobi's biggest headache was that Konoha simply didn't have the manpower to send reinforcements. They could send Chunin, but against Miss Elites, they would be slaughtered. Most of Konoha's Jonin were already deployed on the front lines. The Mizukichi, the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Kagaya clan. A force like that could wipe out an entire stronghold if left unchecked. Sarutobi rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Then he remembered. Kazuki was returning. A small, relieved smile crept onto his face. Not only would Kazuki provide the combat power they needed, but this was also an opportunity to keep him in check. Danzo can keep an eye on him, Sarutobi thought. Leaning back in his chair, he glanced out the window, waiting for Kazuki's return. The massacre, a town in ruins. 2 days into his journey back to Konoha, Kazuki moved swiftly through the dense forests, leaping from tree to tree. The village was already close. Then he suddenly stopped. His sharp instinct screamed at him something was wrong. His gaze shifted to the small town ahead, but what truly made him freeze was the iron-like scent in the air. Blood. His expression darkened. Stepping into the town, the scene before him was gruesome. Corpses were everywhere. Blood stained the streets, pooling under lifeless bodies. Civilians, men, women, children, all slaughtered. There were no animals in sight. They had already fled. Kazuki moved forward, carefully examining the bodies. Some had been beheaded. The clean cuts indicated a blade of exceptional sharpness. Others were mutilated, likely victims of explosive tags. The corpses were still warm. The attackers had only recently left. His fingers curled into a tight fist. This place was deep inside the Land of Fire's territory. This close to Konoha, enemy ninjas should not be operating so freely. Kazuki closed his eyes and activated his observation haki. A vast wave of awareness expanded outward, covering everything within a wide radius. Then he found them. 7 strong presences just ahead. Without hesitation, he vanished from his spot, heading toward the source. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. A short distance away from the ruined town, 7 figures stood gathered. The infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Juzo Biwa, wielder of the executioner's blade, sneered. Yagura sure is arrogant, he muttered, sending us straight into the heart of Fire Country for an attack like this. It's strategy, said Fugaku Suikazan, the massive swordsman carrying Samahata. Disrupt Konoha's supply lines. Cut off their reinforcements. He folded his arms. Then, when the main forces move in, Konoha will be helpless. At that moment, Ringo Amuri, the youngest among them, suddenly snapped to attention. Her keen senses picked up something approaching fast. "Shut up," she muttered. "Someone's coming." The group immediately tensed, gripping their legendary weapons. Then, a figure emerged from the treetops, landing gracefully in front of them. A boy no older than 15, clad in a black samurai robe, his chest partially exposed, a sheathed sword resting at his waist. His golden eyes were calm, yet beneath them lay an icy chill. "Oh," Kazuki murmured, scanning them. "The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." His tone carried no fear, only recognition. The swordsman stared at him. Juzo's pupils shrank as he recognized the boy's face. "TCH, it's him, the sword demon." Ringo spoke the words aloud, her voice edged with unease. Each of the great villages had intelligence reports on Kazuki Shiro. His exploits on the battlefield were not unknown to them. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. He was supposed to be fighting a Wagakure. Kazuki rolled his shoulders, exhaling slowly. "So, it was you lot who destroyed that town." His voice was calm, yet beneath it was an unmistakable anger. "That means it's time for you to pay." With that, he descended from the treetops, landing just a few meters from them. The 7 swordsmen tightened their grips, preparing for battle. Kazuki smirked. "Come, let's see if you live up to your name." The moment of realization. "We should retreat," Juzo muttered, gripping his executioner's blade tightly. His eyes flickered between Kazuki and his comrades, his voice carrying a rare trace of fear. "If we fight him, even if we win, some of us won't be leaving alive." The tension in the air thickened. Retreat? The idea of running away from a fight humiliated the 7 ninja swordsmen, but deep down, they all knew the truth. This was not a battle they could afford. Kazuki stood alone, yet his presence felt overwhelming, as if he were an unstoppable force of nature. But before Juzo could persuade them further, Kazuki's voice cut through the air like a blade. "There's no way I'm letting you leave." His tone was cold, merciless. His golden eyes gleamed with unshakable resolve. Kazuki wasn't just angry. He was furious at how these men had slaughtered innocent civilians like livestock. And now they wanted to walk away? Not a chance. Fugaku Suikazan, wielder of Samahata, scowled. His pride couldn't tolerate this one-man army looking down on them. "Don't be a fool," he snapped. "You may be strong, but you can't take all 7 of us at once." Kazuki tilted his head slightly. Then, with a soft chuckle, he uttered words that made their blood run cold. "Trash like you won't even touch my clothes." With one smooth motion, he drew Shisui from its blue scabbard. The moment the legendary black blade left its sheath, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. A red aura pulsed from Kazuki's body, an invisible weight pressing down on them. It seemed her determined to fight. Fugaku growled, gripping Samahata. The swordsmen exchanged silent glances. They had no choice but to fight. Slowly, they spread out, forming a semicircle, surrounding Kazuki from all sides. The first to act was Jinpachi Munashi, wielder of the blasting blade, Shibuki. His hatred for Kazuki had been boiling for too long. "Die!" He lunged forward, dragging out a long, explosive tag scroll, forming a large circle around Kazuki. Then, boom! A massive chain explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a furious inferno. An unstoppable monster. Jinpachi grinned as he watched the flames devour his enemy. That arrogant bastard didn't even dodge. To him, there was no way Kazuki could have survived that. However, a chill ran down his spine when he heard a voice emerge from the smoke. "I already told you, none of you will leave alive today." As the flames died down, Kazuki's figure became visible, completely unharmed. His black robe barely had a scratch. A heavy silence fell upon the remaining swordsmen. Then, Kazuki vanished. "The hunt begins." "What?" Jinpachi barely had time to react. In an instant, Kazuki reappeared behind him, his blade already back in its scabbard. A red streak of light shimmered in the air. The moment stretched into eternity. Then, blood sprayed into the sky. Jinpachi's body went rigid as a deep, lethal wound opened across his chest. His knees buckled, his grip on his sword loosening. With a final, disbelieving expression, he collapsed to the ground. Dead. The remaining 6 swordsmen were frozen in shock. He killed Jinpachi in a single move. How is that possible? Panic spread like wildfire. Then, in an instant, they turned and ran. The cowardice of the 7 swordsmen. To them, cooperation no longer mattered. Each man ran in a different direction, abandoning their fallen comrade. Fugaku gritted his teeth. Damn it, we're famous for our swords, but without them, we're just ordinary jonin. They didn't even think about fighting together. Survival was their only concern. Unfortunately for them, Kazuki wasn't going to let them escape. A deadly calm settled in his gaze. His observation haki expanded, instantly locking onto their locations. No one escapes my wrath today. His body flickered. Then, he disappeared into the trees. The first target, Kushimaru. Among the towering trees, Kushimaru, Kururare, wielder of Nuabari, sprinted at full speed. Damn it, that monster is going to kill us all. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, his mind racing with curses. Those traitorous bastards, they abandoned me. He leaped over a branch. Shing! A red sword aura sliced through the air, nearly cutting his head off. Kushimaru's eyes widened in horror. He turned, only to see Kazuki standing there, blade drawn. Kazuki's gaze was merciless. I told you, he said coldly. You're all going to pay for what you did. Kushimaru's body trembled. Why me? He screamed. There are 6 others. Why chase me first? Kazuki tilted his head slightly, smirking. Because you're the fastest. The swordsman froze. His blood ran cold. Kazuki slowly advanced, sword gleaming in the dim forest light. Now, he continued, you won't be able to run anymore. Desperate, Kushimaru lunged forward, thrusting Nuabari at Kazuki's chest. But, Shing! With a single, effortless slash, Kazuki severed the wires, slicing through Nuabari's deadly threads. Kushimaru's eyes widened in horror. A heartbeat later, Shisui pierced his heart. Guh! He coughed up blood, his body going limp. Kazuki pulled his sword out, letting the lifeless body fall. Even in death, Kushimaru gasped weakly. I cursed those bastards who abandoned me. With a final shudder, he died. Kazuki sheathed Shisui. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he picked up Nuabari, storing it in his system space. These swords will fetch a good price, he muttered. The next target, Jinin. At that moment, Jinin Akabino, wielder of Kabadori, the helm splitter, was sprinting through the woods, his breath ragged. His weapon was heavy, slowing him down significantly. After a long, exhausting run, he finally stopped. There's no way he followed me here. Panting, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as he started to relax, a shadow loomed over him. A voice, calm and terrifying, whispered from behind. Tired already? Jinin's heart dropped. Slowly, he turned around. There stood Kazuki Shiro, sword in hand, eyes glowing with cold amusement. Jinin's face turned pale. Hold on, let's talk. No need. A red streak flashed, and Kazuki struck.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Really leisurely. You are the most leisurely person among them all. At this time, Kazuki had already killed the users of Dual Sword Kiba, along with Nabari and Blasting Sword. After killing Ringo, Kazuki sensed the 4th target, but found out this guy was resting leisurely on a tree like in his own living room. Why is it me? Why me among so many people? Jinan, who had just sat down to rest, saw Kazuki appearing, couldn't help but roar for this injustice. Obviously, all of them ran away at the same time. With a 1/7 probability, why was he chosen? Kazuki felt very strange, because every member of the 7 ninja swordsmen who was chased by him would ask him this same question first. However, Jinan knew that there was no point in cursing his luck and immediately attacked Kazuki with his helmet smasher. The helmet smasher is made up of an axe and a hammer. Jinan used the huge axe and hit Kazuki's head fiercely. Obviously, he was very confident in his power. But Kazuki has never been afraid of anyone in terms of power. Kazuki went from the bottom to up and waved the Shisui in his hand. Clang! The swords collided, but due to huge force of Kazuki, Jinan was knocked up in the air. Jinan, flying in the air, could not even land as a red light drowned him, and he was equally divided into 2. But even before he died, he still said, "Why me? Why me?" Fourth one, Kazuki walked over and said softly, and at the same time picked up the knife and threw it in the system space. Using the observation haki, he moved towards the next target. Fugaku on the other side ran along the woods and finally found a small river at the end of the forest. Fugaku grew up in the land of water since childhood. He could run faster on the water than ground, so he immediately started running on the water towards the border. And it didn't take long for Kazuki to appear, where Fugaku just stood. When he got here, Kazuki immediately spread his observation haki, but in the range of 2000 m, that was his limit. He couldn't find him. It seems that he escaped by water. Kazuki looked at the small river in front of him, and the footprints left by Fugaku on the shore, and said softly. Then he again used his observation haki to look for other 2, but he couldn't find them also. Looks like they ran away. Kazuki was a bit disappointed, but immediately cheered up as he remembered that he had changed the fate of someone. Might Dai would have died while fighting the Mist Swordsmen, but he saved him by killing them himself. Kazuki has always been wondering whether he could change the fate of those tragic characters. But the event today gave him confidence that he could definitely change the trajectory of Ninja World. Minato's death, Uchiha annihilation, Jiraiya's death, Kazuki believed that he could change them all. Kazuki was in a good mood after thinking of this, so after burying those who died in the town, Kazuki once again marched towards Konoha. It was nearly midnight, and the night sky was picturesque. The pale crescent moon shone like a silvery claw in the night sky. In front of Konoha entrance, 2 Uchiha stood alert, as today they were assigned to watch the gate. Hey, did you hear that Patriarch Kawasaki was among those who defeated the Cloud? Uchiha Matsunari, who was getting sleepy, started a conversation with his brother to stay awake. Yeah, but the real hero is Sword Demon. He not only defeated Cloud, but also the stone lost their Jinchuriki in his hands. Uchiha Matsuhide beside spoke as his tone was a bit admiring. Our nephew is the same age as him, but the difference between the 2 is really big, sigh. Matsunari beside sighed, wondering in this war-torn era, how can ordinary people survive? Sword Demon, Matsuhide beside, suddenly spoke as he pointed in front, and his face had an unbelievable expression. What nonsense! How can he be here? A welcome, Master Kazuki. Matsunari beside rebuked angrily, but suddenly saw Kazuki in front of him and immediately got polite. You're doing good job. Kazuki smiled, looking at the 2 Uchiha, and praised them for doing the tough job. It's our duty, Master Kazuki. Please show your permit. You know, we can't let anyone go in without due to war. Both of them were over the moon by his praise, but didn't forget to complete their task. It's okay. Kazuki wasn't offended since it was necessary, and immediately showed them the pass and entered the village. The bright moonlight revealed the empty streets. The Kirigakure Shinobi frontline camp. Shimura Danzo is just a coward. He didn't even have the courage to fight and sent a few ninjas to die. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan, Haichi, said aloud. Patriarch Haichi, don't worry. When Juzo and other complete their mission, Konoha will be ours to plunder. Then Patriarch Haichi can do whatever he wants to that turtle Danzo. The patriarch of the Yuki clan, who are famous for their ice Kekai Genkai, spoke from the side. The Kagaya clan is the strongest clan of Mist. They can use bones, and all members of the clan like to fight and have a strong fighting force. That's why they are one of the best clan in Mist Village. At this time, their army has approached the territory of the Fireland and has already dealt with Shimura Danzo several times. But Shimura Danzo has never confronted them. He just kept sending assassins and created traps for them. This really annoyed the patriarch of Kagaya clan and wished to drink blood of the coward Danzo. But Shimura Danzo was also having a bad time. Mist came too suddenly. He had only few hundred root members under his hand, and they were his own private force. If something happened to them, he will have nothing to be proud of. Those 7 lunatics, they think they're the strongest in the village and put no one in the eye. Hopefully they won't die in Konoha this time. Hearing that Yuki clan patriarch mentioned the 7 ninja swordsmen, Haichi said with dissatisfaction. Due to the excessive arrogance of the 7 ninja swordsmen, even in the Mist Village, they are not liked by anyone. It was only because of their strong combat power that they always existed. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. At this time, a Mist ninja quickly ran in from outside the command tent. Mizuki-sama, Master Juzo, Master Fugaku, they are back. The Mist ninja who ran in quickly and walked to Yagura, who sat at the side with his eyes closed, meditating. Oh, then let our hero in. Yagura has never thought about the possibility of failure in the mission of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The top combat power of the Konoha is on 3 battlefields, and there is only 1 Sarutobi and 1 Ninetails Jinchuriki in the village. It was a surprise attack, and Konoha was not prepared. Even if they encounter Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they are completely able to defeat or even kill him. Yes, Lord Mizuki. After the ninja heard the words of Yagura, he immediately went out and welcomed the Juzo and other 2 outside the tent. If it was in normal times, they would not wait for someone to go in and report, and would have broken in directly. But now the dignified 7 swordsmen, and only 3 are left. They are usually too arrogant and have made countless enemies. Now they dare not anger Mizuki and stood outside well behaved like they were there for a job interview. After they entered the tent, Yagura immediately stood up and looked over. Hey, why just the 3 of you? Where are the others? Seeing that the 3 of them were here, Yagura asked in surprise. The mission failed. All 4 of them should be dead. Fugaku lowered his head and said, How is it possible? Who in Konoha can fight against you? Yagura said in surprise immediately. Konoha's sword demon Kazuki Shiro. He killed Jinpachi with a single slash. His blasting sword could not even damage his cloth. We were separated after fighting with him, but only the 3 of us returned. At the secret meeting location, we waited for a long time. They did not return. He should have killed all 4 of them. Fugaku hides the fact that they ran away, only saying that they separated after the battle. What blasting sword can't even break his defense? How could he be in Konoha? Isn't he at the border of the land of Earth? Yagura said in surprise. He couldn't believe it. He naturally knew the power of blasting knife. He had never seen anyone who was attacked by hundreds of explosive tags and stay uninjured. No matter how strong the flesh and hundreds of explosive tags, even if his body was as strong as a stone, he would have been blown to death. This is what we have seen with our own eyes. We still can't believe how he survived that attack. At this time, Juzo interjected. There was still a trace of fear in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was scared by Kazuki. Humph, this is your reason for failing the mission. I think you ran away when you saw that you couldn't beat him, and then were killed 1 by 1 inch. Haichi, who had been sitting next to Yagura, said provocatively at this time. Others are afraid of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he is not afraid. The Kagaya clan people are all lunatics in their eyes. Apart from fighting, there is nothing else. Do you think we will make fun of our reputation? You will know when you meet him on the battlefield. I hope that at that time, you won't be scared to run away. Fugaku said with bloodshot eyes and was a little crazy. He really felt today that he was the closest to death. Asshole, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Faced with the provocation of the Fugaku, Haichi said irritably, and at the same time a few long bone spurs appeared of his body, apparently preparing to fight him. Enough, don't quarrel. After the war you can go back and fight as much as you want, but first put your anger on Konoha ninja. Yagura saw Itachi and Fugaku were obviously going to fight in his command tent, so he immediately stopped them with a loud voice. Humph! Let you go today. I will kill you sooner or later. After hearing the words of Yagura, Itachi hesitated for a while. Although he was unwilling, considering that Yagura was a Mizukage after all, he put away the bone spurs on his body and threatened Fugaku. Had it novel been at? Well, Jizo, tell me your mission experience clearly and what happened. After solving the dispute, Yagura asked for details since he was really angry at this loss. Sarutobi, like usual, leaned on his chair, processing the documents. What should I do? Sarutobi didn't know what do, as from the last report he received 2 days earlier the troops of Mist Village are nearing their border. He couldn't go himself, as there would be no one back here to protect it, but with few thousands Chunin, Mist can't be defeated. Lord Hokage, Master Kazuki here. At this moment, an Umbu ninja opened the door and walked in, informing Sarutobi. Kazuki is back. Let him in quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed and thought Kazuki was really back in time. He was worried that who would he send him Mist. After hearing Sarutobi's words, Umbu immediately went out and brought Kazuki in. Lord Hokage. Kazuki greeted Sarutobi, who sat at the desk looking at him with benevolent eyes. Isn't this our little hero, Kazuki? I have heard all the contributions you made in the front line for the village. When you were at the ninja school, I knew you were an excellent kid. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Seeing Kazuki, Sarutobi immediately stood up on his own initiative, praising Kazuki as he was his own grandson. Lord Hokage, what I did is for the village. Kazuki's polite attitude towards Sarutobi is just a play. As long as Sarutobi doesn't bother him, he wouldn't mind giving him fake respect. But if he has any malicious intent towards him, Kazuki wouldn't mind killing him even if he becomes a rogue. After simple greetings, Sarutobi passed the information he had collected about Mist to Kazuki. Kazuki, look at this. Just 2 days ago, the army of Mist Village had reached near our border. Sarutobi frowned while smoking a cigarette. We have to deal with them before they invade our land, and I need someone strong to lead the ninja in the village to stop them. Sarutobi recounted the whole matter to Kazuki with a sad look, wanting Kazuki to know how difficult it is for him as the Hokage now. Lord Hokage, what do you mean? Kazuki understood that Sarutobi wanted him to lead the shinobi and fight with Kiri. But although he had deep feelings for the village, he was already very angry at him for to transfer him 2 times, and he had something he wanted to learn which needed a lot of time, so he pretended not to understand his words. Kazuki, I hope you can lead the ninjas of the village to support Danzo and defeat the Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen waited for a long time, but Kazuki didn't take the initiative for help as he had to request him himself. Lord Hokage, I'm afraid I can't help you in this matter, and I think there's no need for me to go. Elder Danzo would be able to handle the situation himself. Didn't I tell you that Danzo can't handle them alone? Suddenly, Sarutobi's tone was a bit harsh as he was angry at Kazuki for refusing him straightforward. Lord Hokage, Mist will retreat tomorrow, and the reason for it is this. Speaking of this, Kazuki pretended to take out a scroll and unsealed it, and 4 different strange-shaped blades fell on the floor. This is... Sarutobi looked at the blades on the ground and asked suspiciously. On my way back, I encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I killed 4 of them. The other 3 ran away. Kazuki looked at Sarutobi from a condescending position and said lightly, What? You killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen? After Sarutobi heard Kazuki's words, he was surprised beyond words. Lord Hokage knows at a glance that these of ninja swords aren't fake. Kazuki pointed towards the sword that were the proof of his killing. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. I watched you grow up, Kazuki. How could I not believe you? As you said, there's no need for you to go anymore. Danzo can handle the rest. Sarutobi was a bit emotional this time. He had completely lost sight of Kazuki's strength. 7 ninja swordsmen. Even he was not sure that he could deal with them. And as Kazuki said, after losing their 4 elite jonin and knowing that Kazuki was back, Mist would not even dare to invade Land of Fire. Lord Hokage, I have a small request. I hope you can agree to it. Kazuki, please tell me, if it's possible, I'll agree to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied immediately, as this was the chance to get his goodwill. Lord Hokage, I want to leave the village for a year or 2. I know that during the war I'm needed, but it's something important. Kazuki had something that he wanted to learn badly, and with his talent and chakra, at least this much time was needed. What? A year or 2, and where do you want to go? Sarutobi asked, a bit curious, as where would Kazuki go, and for such a long time? Lord Hokage, I want to hone my swordsmanship and try to learn some ninjutsu as well, so it would take some time. Kazuki lied straight, as he won't tell Sarutobi, even if he insists to death. Okay, I approve your leave. Sarutobi agreed to his request, and actually he was happy that Kazuki was leaving, as with his 2 years of absence, Minato would have enough time to increase his reputation. Then, I'll be leaving. It was a bright and cheerful morning. White, fluffy clouds drifted across the sky. Kazuki was ready for his journey, so after getting freshened up, he quietly left the village and arrived at a quiet place far from the village. Kazuki took out a scroll and spread it on the ground, and after biting his thumb, he placed his hands on it. Summoning Jutsu. White smoke enveloped the area and soon dissipated, revealing a small humanoid green toad. Ready, boy. Fukasaku, one of elders of Mount Miyaboku, asked, looking at Kazuki. Yes, Lord Fukasaku. Kazuki nodded in approval as Fukasaku placed his hands on the ground. Reverse summoning jutsu. Kazuki felt his head spinning for a second and saw a huge lotus appearing in front of him. Welcome to Mount Miyaboku, boy. A female toad around the same size as Fukasaku stood in front, holding a basket with insects jumping in it. Yes, Kazuki is in one of 3 sacred lands of Ninja World. During the war, when he was with Jiraiya, he asked for a contract scroll from him. Jiraiya happily agreed, as he believed that the stronger Kazuki would be, the better is it for Konoha. Kazuki after that signed a contract with Gamabunta, who was resistant at first, but he taught him a lesson with his strength, after which he surrendered. I'm grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to learn Senjutsu. Kazuki was looking forward to Sage Mode. He never used chakra. It doesn't mean that he looks down on it. Like Sage Mode, he always wanted to learn it as it would improve his strength in all aspects. To learn Sage Mode, a huge amount of chakra was one of the important factors. Due to his strong body, the amount of chakra he had was enough for him to learn Sage Mode. But his talent in chakra has always been average, so this was the reason he asked for a leave of around 2 years. Well, Ma, Kazuki boy is here for the first time. Shouldn't you prepare a delicious breakfast for him? You don't need to bother yourself. I have brought a lot of food with me. Kazuki hurriedly said as he remembered that terrible breakfast from the anime. Don't be too polite. Once you eat her cooking, you'll forget everything else. Fukasaku was trying to make Kazuki feel at home. Kazuki could only smile wryly at their insistence. Kazuki followed the 2 toads back to their place. At it novel been at. Kazuki boy, make yourself at home. Take a seat. Breakfast would be ready soon. Fukasaku offered Kazuki a normal cup of tea. After a little while, Shima brought in a large plate of worms and out it on the table. Come on, boy. No need be shy. Eat up. Shima looked at Kazuki, expecting his praise after eating. Kazuki closed his eyes, took the insects, and stuffed them in his mouth. And then he swallowed them whole. So, boy, you think they taste good, right? Fukasaku asked, looking at him. Best ever. Kazuki was enduring his urge to vomit as he praised the taste of those insects. This made Shima smile. After breakfast, Kazuki and Fukasaku went to a nearby oil pool. Kazuki boy, to practice Sage Mode, you first need to able to perceive and gather natural energy. You should let natural energy flow in and out of your body. This oil in the pool will help you perceive natural energy. Fukasaku explained about Sage Mode as Kazuki sat in the pool and started his practice of the Sage Mode. underscore 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 underscore. While Kazuki was learning the Sage Mode, on the other hand, as Kazuki had expected, Mist had retreated from their border due to his presence. Even if Yagura and the others were angry and wanted to take revenge, but 4 Kage rank powerhouses that were in Konoha stopped them from any foolishness. Whether it was Kazuki, Sarutobi, Kushina, or Danzo, the 4 of them could make things easily difficult for them. Especially Kazuki. He even killed the 5th-tailed Jinchuriki, and Yagura wasn't so arrogant to believe that he was better than Han. Yagura at this stage could not even control the 3 tails. The news of the retreat of Mist spread throughout the ninja world. Through their spies, the whole ninja world soon knew of the reason of the sudden retreat. It was the familiar name that once again was on the tongue of everyone. Killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This feat was also included in his list of records, making him the most fearful among all Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi was holding his head in his office as he had hidden this news for fear of Kazuki gaining any more reputation. But he didn't expect the system of Mist to be so weak that those bastards let the matter leak out. Sai, please stop for a while. Sarutobi sighed and hoped that Kazuki could stop making sensational events one after another. But he cheered up soon as he learned that Kazuki has left the village, which means Minato has a clear field in front. The large leaves of trees with toads everywhere on them presented a different kind of scenery. At a waterfall, the clear water fell on the body of a person who had jet black hair with some strands of red hair in front. He wore black pants with upper body bare as the water fell heavily on him, but his strong body didn't waver. The air around the person suddenly changed as threads of energy visible to the naked eyes poured into the young man's body, and red shades began to appear under his closed eyes. It's finally done. Kazuki opened his eyes, revealing dark toad-like pupils as he breathed a sigh of relief. It's been 2 years since he has been in Mount Mayaboku. Due to his average talent, it took him a whole full year to learn Sage Mode, but even then it took nearly half an hour to enter the Sage Mode. The next year he trained to perfect, and finally today he entered the Sage Mode in seconds. But it's worth spending so much time. Kazuki felt the unparalleled power in his body and didn't regret wasting so much time here. During these 2 years, Kazuki naturally hasn't been neglecting his template training since that was his main power. Kazuki mediated in his heart, and a property panel appeared. Host, Kazuki Shiro. Age, 12 at novel Benet at. Template, Shanks, 65%. Abilities, Observation Haki, Intermediate. Haushiku Haki, Advanced. Busashoka Haki, Intermediate. Swordsmanship Stage 3. Sage Mode. Props, Shisui, Pure Gold. The object which stops aging, but protagonist won't use it till he grows up. It's getting stronger and stronger. Kazuki nodded in satisfaction as he was happy that his strength has gotten a lot stronger than 2 years ago. It's been 2 years, I should leave as well. During his stay here, the war in Ninja World didn't stop but intensified even more. Just a little while ago, the 3rd Raikage died when he was besieged by 10,000 stone shinobi. He knew about every situation of war as he got the news from Elder Fugaku, who had eyeliner toads in Ninja World. It's been 2 years. I think it's time to go back to Konoha. Kazuki announced his departure to both Fugaku and Shima, who sat in front. Kazuki-chan, are you leaving? Shima was a bit sad since she has gotten used to his presence in these 2 years, and even started calling him Chan, expressing her care for him. Yeah, thank you for taking care of me over the course of past 2 years. Kazuki was really grateful to these two as they helped him a lot in his practice of Sage Mode and guided him with extreme care. Kazuki and toads of Mount Mayaboku bid farewell to each other. A toad who was near Konoha reverse summoned Kazuki. Konoha streets. It hasn't changed a bit. Kazuki quietly entered Konoha and now was walking on the streets looking around. During these 2 years, his height has increased quite a lot. Maybe it was due to pirate genes. Even though he was only 12, he was nearly 1,78 m high. wearing the dark purple samurai robe with his chest visible and with a blue scabbard keeping Shisui hung at his waist to the right hip. Even if he was famous in Konoha, after such a huge change, hardly anyone recognized him. Kazuki suddenly saw a shop with the signboard Ichiraku Ramen on his way. Finally, I can eat something good. Kazuki nearly shed tears as during the last 2 years, he was tortured by the food of toads. Boss, a large bowl of seafood ramen and 2 portions pork roast. Okay, newcomer, please wait a moment. Boss Tucci was fast, and in no time a bowl of steamed seafood ramen was placed in front of Kazuki. One more. Kazuki quickly finished one and ordered one after another and soon finished bowls. Thank you, boss, it was really delicious. After eating, Kazuki paid the bill and left the shop, praising Tucci, who was dumbfounded by his appetite. As Kazuki was in a good mood after a delicious meal, he sent someone following him, and soon an umbu appeared wearing a cat mask appeared in front. Kazuki-sama, Lord Hokage is waiting for you, the umbu said, respectfully conveying the order of Sarutobi. Even if he did enter Konoha quietly, during war times the village is patrolled several times a day, and even if his height increased, his face was still recognizable. Those in the duty recognized him and reported the situation to Sarutobi, who immediately summoned him. Well, lead the way. Kazuki actually wanted to go home and rest, but never expected to be recognized so early, so he decided to meet Sarutobi and see what does he want. Sarutobi sat on his seat, smoking heavily while reading the documents below. Over the past 2 years, Sarutobi's face has gathered quite a lot of wrinkles, with more and more of his hair turning white. He was already around 50 and was no longer in his prime. Lord Hokage, Master Kazuki is here. At this time, an umbu entered the room, reporting Sarutobi. Oh, he is here, quickly let him in. Sarutobi said quickly as his tone sounded a bit desperate. During the last 2 years, the resources of Konoha has long been squeezed out. Konoha, being the main target of every village, had to consume a lot of its resources. The only good news is that the 4th Hokage, after suffering a defeat from Minato, withdrew from the war. Now Minato is dealing with stone, while Tsunade and White Fang are fighting with the sand. This is not the matter that troubles Sarutobi. While even if both Minato and Tsunade are squeezing out a lot of resources of Konoha, but they are also giving results. The main problem is his old friend Danzo. After Mist retreated 2 years ago, they only kept silent for a year. After that, they launched a fierce attack once again. Danzo alone was not enough to deal with the Mist, so he made a decision that time. He decided to send the Uchiha clan, who were free after the war with Cloud, to Mist to support. But he never expected that his old friend Danzo rejected his help, saying he'd rather die than to fight along Uchiha. He then looked towards his disciple Orochimaru for help, but his talented disciple actually rejected him and said he was seriously injured from a battle and could not help him. Helpless, he could only send the remaining Chunin to support Danzo, who tried their hardest, but are still in a passive situation. While Sarutobi was lost in his thoughts, Kazuki entered the room and arrived near Sarutobi as he coughed to get his attention. Haha, welcome back, Kazuki. Sarutobi immediately put the benevolent expression and greeted Kazuki enthusiastically. Lord Hokage. Kazuki still had the same policy to be polite to the hypocritical Sarutobi as long as he doesn't bother him. Haha, look at you, in just 2 years you're already as tall as me. Sarutobi laughed and behaved like he had seen his son grown up. After simple greetings, Sarutobi finally put away the hypocritical expression and became serious. While you have been away, the situation in Land of Water has only got worse. I wanted to send you 2 years ago, but due to your request I decided not to, but now the village needs your strength to deal with this crisis. Sarutobi put a sad expression and played the emotional card, using village as a shield for solving the trouble that Danzo caused, and asked for his help. I'll leave tomorrow morning, then I'll excuse myself. Kazuki didn't want to stay here anymore, so after promising Sarutobi of his help, he left the room. Had it novel been at. Actually, the reason Kazuki agreed so quickly was that he wanted to test his strength, and Mist was the perfect target. After leaving the office, Kazuki went towards the forest near Uchiha clan to complete his daily template practice task. Underscore. At a forest near Uchiha clan, Kazuki stood in the woods, waving his sword continuously at the small flying leaves in front and cutting them perfectly. Huh. Kazuki suddenly frowned as his observation Haki sensed someone with extreme, depressed emotion at a cliff nearby. Kazuki could sense that that person had extremely chaotic and confused emotions, and he immediately understood why he would be there. Kazuki immediately disappeared, moving towards that direction. Here was a cliff beside a small river. On top of the cliff, a child who was around 4 years old with black hair and black eyes, but his eyes revealed matureness out of his age, and the clothes he wore had a fan emblem behind his back. What is life? Itachi was extremely confused, wondering what life was. His father took him to the battlefield, but all he saw was life being taken, everyone hungry to kill each other. Itachi looked down from the cliff, and as if deciding something, jumped down from the cliff. Itachi, who was halfway down in the air, suddenly felt him being embraced in the air, and the next moment he appeared on the ground held by a person. Hey, when did even kids started to commit suicide? Kazuki held the child in his hands and sighed that even kids today weren't afraid of death. Kazuki looked towards the child's face, and his expression immediately froze. Uchiha Itachi, Kazuki said subconsciously as he recognized the child in front from his memory. Itachi was looking at the person who saved him, but when he heard him calling out his name, he couldn't help but asking, "Do you know me, mister? I'm a friend of your father, Fugaku." Kazuki didn't have much deep friendship with Fugaku. It was just because he saved his life from that Fugaku was grateful, but they became normal friends. "My father, mister, can I know your name?" Itachi asked curiously as he wanted to know more about this friend of his father. "I'm Kazuki now. Listen, kid, I don't know why you jumped from that cliff, but don't throw away your life like this." Kazuki squatted down in front of Itachi and decided to throw those thoughts out of his mind that eventually led to annihilation. Itachi, from such a young age, after witnessing the war, completely became pacifist. With the cruel choice of choosing village or the clan, he to save more lives killed his own clan. It was these thoughts that led him to become what he was in the future. Itachi felt he had heard this name somewhere, but when he heard the latter part, he couldn't help but asking the question he has been confused of. "Mister, what is life?" Itachi looked at Kazuki, wanting to know the answer. "Life, huh?" Kazuki immediately started thinking of some impactful quote from his previous life, just to correct this kid. "Listen, kid, for me, life is just a moment. In that moment we talk, we laugh, we kill, we save. A moment has no future, no past. So just live the moment fully and don't think much about the future." Kazuki hoped that his words can change the mind of the young Itachi. Kazuki stood up after lecturing Itachi and went back to train once again. Itachi behind was confused by his words, as he was still too little to understand his words. But he remembered these lines firmly and went towards his home. He was already quite late outside, and his mom would get more and more angry if he didn't return soon. Uchiha Land, Patriarch Fugaku House. During the war, after Kazuki left the Cloud Village, Kawasaki paid for his arrogance and was killed by A. Kawasaki thought that since a kid like Kazuki can defeat him, then it might just be a big bluff. But who knew the moment he used lightning chakra mode, the next moment he felt the world around him spin and fell down, his head bleeding. His death led to the opening of Mangekyo for Fugaku, but he didn't reveal it and kept it hidden. Had it novel been at? After his death, Fugaku, without any trouble, became the next patriarch. The door of the house was pushed open as Itachi entered the house. Coming to his father's room, he saw him sitting on the ground, sipping tea calmly. "Oh, it's you, Itachi." Fugaku had a smile, seeing his son, as not only this kid was talented, he was also very thoughtful, making him proud to have such a son. "Father, I want to ask you something." Itachi ran towards his father and stood in front of him. Fugaku nodded in response. Father, do you have a friend called Kazuki Shiro? Itachi asked, as he wanted to know more about that person who saved him and told him about life. How do you know him, Itachi? Fugaku was surprised as he put down the tea in his hand on the table and looked at him curiously for an answer. Father, I fell down from cliff by mistake, and that person saved me. Itachi was a bit guilty, but he didn't dare tell the truth that he nearly committed suicide. How can you be so careless? But it looks like I owe him twice now. Fugaku sighed, as both father and son owed their lives to the same person. He is also known as Sword Demon in the ninja world. Remember Itachi, if you see him again, treat him respectfully, and if possible, try to make a good relationship with him. Fugaku told his son about Kazuki, but didn't forget to remind him to be polite to him. Fugaku wanted to have a good relationship with Kazuki, as with his talent, he could, maybe not the fourth, but the fifth or sixth would surely be Kazuki. Having a good relation with the future Hokage was extremely beneficial to the Uchiha, so he didn't want to let any chance for the rise of Uchiha go in vain. I understand, father. Itachi left the room of his father and was still surprised, as he never thought the person who saved him was so powerful. He went back to his room and wrote the words that Kazuki told him on a diary, afraid of forgetting them. After that, he went to meet a good friend of his Uchiha Shisui, who trained him every day. In front of Konoha Gate, Sarutobi was standing at the gate wearing the Hokage robe. Opposite him stood Kazuki, and behind him were more than 1,000 Konoha ninja. They were going with Kazuki to Mist to support Danzo. Where the leaf dances, the fire blazes. The blaze of fire will light the entire village. Also, let the new leaves bud. You are the hope of the village, and it is about time when you protect the village, protect your family, and everyone. Sarutobi is giving a passionate speech boosting the morale of ninja. His speech lasted for a long time. When Kazuki under the stage was about to fall asleep, he finally stopped. Kazuki, these 1,000 shinobi are left in your care. You must protect Konoha. Sarutobi decided to let Kazuki command these thousands ninja to get his favor. Actually, rather than dealing with Kazuki, Sarutobi thought he could act generous towards Kazuki to win his favor, and then he could be used by him. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. The result of the war will definitely end with Konoha's victory. How could Kazuki not understand Sarutobi's intention, but he didn't care much as long as he doesn't bother him, or those he cares, he will also play ignorant. Haha. Then I'm worry-free, but take this letter with you and show it to Danzo. Sarutobi clasped his hands and said earnestly and handed him a scroll. Let's go. Kazuki shouted vigorously to ninja behind as the whole squad set off towards Mist. Danzo's camp. At this time, Shimura Danzo was sitting in the main seat of the command tent, watching the information sent by the roots in the village. Even if he is not in the village, but if there is any major event in the village, it can't escape his ears. Sarutobi, you handed over the command to a child. You will regret it. Shimura Danzo looked gloomy, looking at the information in his hand. He had already made the mental preparations to retreat to Konoha, but he received a letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen saying that there would be a ninja come and help him soon and let him cooperate more. From Danzo's point of view, it will be good for both the upcoming Ninja Legion and Kazuki to obey his command. In this way, if the war is won, he will take the credit, but if they lost, the responsibility will be placed on Kazuki. Danzo-sama, the ninja of Kiri, destroyed one of our strongholds. At this moment, a root ninja suddenly broke in and reported to Danzo. Take a few ninjas to deal with them, and at the same time build a new stronghold. Danzo's face sank, and he said without hesitation, In the woods of the land of fire, countless figures are constantly shuttling in the dense forest. Master Kazuki, it is expected that we will be able to reach the designated camping site before tonight. Do you have any instructions? At this time, a Hyuga clan ninja quickly came to Kazuki's side and said to Kazuki, Well, we have been running non-stop for a while. Stop everyone, so they can rest. Kazuki replied, after thinking a little bit. Yes, Hyuga Ninja responded, and immediately delivered the order to whole legion. Time passed quickly, and after an hour of rest, they said of once again, Master Kazuki, the front line is only a mile away. At this time, Hyuga Ninja came again and notified Kazuki. Let everyone immediately organize themselves in formation. We need to show off the aura of ninja army. Yes, Master Kazuki. Underscore. Danzo's camp. Master Danzo, we have detected the reinforcements. They will be here in 10 minutes. A root ninja appeared beside Danzo and said to Danzo, Okay, I know. At it novel Benedette. Danzo nodded, and the ninja of the root disappeared from command tent. Danzo thought for a while, decided to see the legion, then walked out of the tent and walked towards the entrance of the camp. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw from the dense forest in the distance walked out a uniform army. Even if Danzo has never met Kazuki before, he recognized him from his portraits and his unique temperament. Kazuki led the ninja army to the front of the camp, raised his right hand, and made a gesture, and the ninja army behind him suddenly stopped moving. Elder Danzo, this is our first official meeting. I didn't expect it to be on the battlefield. Kazuki said to Danzo in front of the camp. Kazuki Shiro, I don't know why Sarutobi will hand over the army behind to you, but now that you are here, you will have to listen my command. After seeing Kazuki, Danzo said with a sullen face, Elder Danzo, this is a letter from Lord Hokage to you. Kazuki was a bit angry at his attitude, but he still held back and handed the letter of Sarutobi to him. After Danzo received the letter, he opened it and looked at it and saw it clearly stated that Kazuki had full command over this legion and Danzo can't interfere. Impossible, you forged this letter. It is impossible for Sarutobi to do this. Danzo angrily said to Kazuki, accusing him to lie in front of all the ninjas. After Kazuki heard Danzo's words, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold face, and at the same time a red light covered his body as he looked at Danzo. In an instant, Danzo felt his head spinning, nearly losing consciousness, but Danzo bit his tongue as to stay awake as he fell on the ground on one knee, panting heavily. Who? Danzo suddenly felt his neck tightened as Kazuki lifted him with one arm, looking at him. Who do you think you are? Kazuki looked at Danzo coldly, as the last thing he would bear was to be treated as a liar. Kazuki didn't even use his Haushika haki seriously, but Danzo nearly lost consciousness. Kazuki Shiro, wanted a good end if you do anything to me, Danzo said with difficulty as his neck was held by Kazuki tightly. Danzo wanted to fight back, but he didn't know why. In front of the aura of Kazuki, his hands were trembling, completely out of his control. So, he could only threaten Kazuki to let him go. Konoha frontline camp. At this moment, the whole camp had a strange silence. Every ninja present looked towards the entrance of camp with shocked faces. The hero of Konoha, Sword Demon, held Elder Danzo, who was trembling like a little lamb ready to be slaughtered. Kazuki, don't you understand? Let go of me. Danzo once again threatened Kazuki, as this was all he could do. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, numerous figures wearing animal masks on their face circled Kazuki. Kazuki, let go of Elder Danzo, otherwise we will take action. One of the root members spoke, trying to solve the matter peacefully, but also told the consequences. Kazuki looked at the roots who surrounded him, and a disdainful smile appeared. Just you lot, at it novel Benedette. All the root members suddenly felt their mind blank, and they all fell down, passed out. What happened? How did they fall? All the ninja around who saw the scene were horrified, as they were all nearly 100 root members and were all elites, but they passed out suddenly, just by a stare. Next time, you better be polite towards me, otherwise you'll lose your puny life. Boom! Kazuki hit Danzo in his stomach, who flew away, destroying several tents before clashing on a big tree. Danzo vomited a mouthful of blood and then lay motionless on the ground, passed out. All of you saw that Elder Danzo refused Lord Hokage's order and tried to ruin my reputation. I'll send a report to Lord Hokage, and now I'll be the commander since Elder Danzo won't be getting better anytime soon. Now go back to your camps and prepare for the war, and somebody treat Elder Danzo as well." Everyone obediently went back to their camps as they were afraid of Kazuki after his display of terrifying power. Some ninja around were actually happy after seeing Danzo beaten, as he really didn't give the ninja here a good time. Kazuki, on the other hand, for the first time felt so comfortable since he came to Ninja World. He felt satisfaction from the deepest part of his heart after beating Danzo. Kazuki wasn't afraid that Sarutobi would take action against him after what he did to Danzo. Sarutobi needs his strength to deal with Mist, so he will hold back until the war is over and then think of a way to deal with him. But at that time, he would be even more stronger, and Sarutobi will only dig his own grave if he attacked him. Kazuki's camp. Kazuki-sama. The main army of Mist is only 30 miles away from here, and they will reach here by tomorrow. A ninja of the Hyuga clan reported the situation of Mist to Kazuki. Who is leading them, and how many strong guys do they have? It's Mizuki Yagura along with 3 remaining swordsmen and the patriarch of Kagaya clan and Yuki clan. The Hyuga ninja reported the whole situation to Kazuki. "Order everyone to get ready. We will meet Yagura tomorrow and search for a person named Might Die. If he is here, then send him to me." Yes. Hyuga ninja left the camp executing his task as Kazuki sat back at the main seat thinking of Dai. The only person in the ninja world today who has the ability to kill him is Might Die. If Dai opens all 8 doors, even if he had the full strength of Shanks, he didn't have much confidence. He wanted Dai to deal with the patriarch of Kagaya and Yuki clan, while he will finish Yagura himself if he doesn't surrender after that. After a few minutes, a person wearing green tights with thick eyebrows and watermelon head entered the camp. "You summoned me, Lord Kazuki." Dai was a bit surprised since he who was known as Eternal Genin was called by the sword demon himself. "Just call me Kazuki. Please have a seat." Kazuki welcomed Dai politely and gestured him to sit down. Dai obediently sat aside, though he was surprised since this was the first time he was given such respect. "You're Guy's father, right?" Kazuki started the conversation with a friendly question. "Do you know Guy, Kazuki-sama?" Dai was surprised as he never expected someone as famous as Kazuki to know his son. "Haha, Guy is one of my best friends. We were together in ninja school. He always told everyone that he idolized his father and wanted to be like him." Kazuki praised Dai, who was in his tears after knowing that his son loved him so much. After some friendly chat, Kazuki finally came to the topic. "What? You want me to deal with the patriarch of 2 big clans?" Dai was surprised by his words, as he knew how strong those 2 were. "Dai-san, I know you have a jutsu that can increase your strength, and all I want you to do is to just keep them in check while I'll deal with Yagura." Kazuki didn't want Dai to open all 8 gates. Just by relying on 7 gates, he could defeat them both. Though Dai was curious that how Kazuki knew about his jutsu, but he didn't ask and just left after agreeing to deal with those 2. After breakfast, Kazuki ordered the Hyuga ninja to summon the ninja army. Kazuki stood in front of the camp, facing more than 2,000 ninjas in front of him. "Listen, many of you here are my elders, and many of them are children who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Everyone could have kept on living the peaceful life, but because of the invasion of other ninja villages, for their selfish desires, our village is under threat. Our relatives are under threat. Can we retreat? No, we can't. We only have one way to fight them and protect our village. Are you ready?" Kazuki stood in front of the camp and gave an impassioned pre-war speech. "Yes." After hearing everyone's passionate voice, Kazuki nodded in satisfaction. "Set off," Kazuki said loudly. The army of more than 2,000 ninjas followed Kazuki in an orderly manner. Kirigakure frontline camp. At this time, the 4th Mizuki Yagura was sitting on the main seat of the camp. "Lord Mizuki, that turtle Danzo has made so many fake strongholds to delay our marching speed so that Konoha's reinforcements can arrive. We should attack them immediately with our full power before their reinforcements arrive, and also kill that coward Danzo. The patriarch of the Yuki clan suggested to Yagura. Very well, what are your opinions? After listening to him, Yagura glanced at the shinobi who were sitting around, and then asked, I agree. I have endured it for a long time. I can't wait to attack them and catch that bastard Danzo. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan, Haichi, agreed with the suggestion. At this time, the Juzo who was sitting on the side was a bit hesitant to speak, but he was soon discovered Yagura. What's the matter, Juzo? Yagura looked at Juzo in doubt, and then asked, I think that we should first see where Sword Demon is. If he is still in the land of fire, I suggest that we should be more cautious. Juzo was obviously frightened by Kazuki, and he actually said such words on this occasion. Juzo really didn't expect that you would be scared like this by a 12-year-old child. Whenever you hear his name, you nearly pee your pants. Haichi had been dissatisfied with him for a long time, so he provoked him. Enough. Juzo, just sit down. You don't need to worry about Sword Demon. No one has seen him for nearly 2 years, so there's no need to worry. Yagura was also a little annoyed when he heard what Juzo said. He wondered why he chose him as the user of the executioner sword at the beginning. At this moment, suddenly a ninja of mist broke in. Lord Mizuki, we found the trail of Konoha ninja. There are about 2,000 people rushing towards our camp. Mist Ninja walked to the side of Yagura and said, 2,000 ninjas of Konoha? How far are they from here? After hearing this, Yagura asked rhetorically. They're about 10 miles away, and it is estimated that it will take less than 10 minutes to reach our camp. The ninja replied respectfully, Okay, then we will meet them head-on. Yagura stood up when he heard that Konoha's ninja are about attack, and said firmly. After hearing the words of Yagura, the mist ninjas in the room also showed a bloodthirsty smile. Yagura summoned the mist army after stepping out of the headquarters, and marched towards the direction of the Konoha army. Finally, the two armies met in a clear field near the border of Land of Fire. Kazuki walked to the forefront of the team and saw at a glance the ninja at the core of the opposing team, Yagura, a baby-faced small man. Just looking at his appearance compared with the ferocious mist ninjas next to him, he was completely a child. And just as Kazuki noticed Yagura, Yagura also saw Kazuki standing in front of Konoha army. Wearing a fit purple kimono, a little bit of the chest can be seen along with muscles and the exposed arms. You can see that it is full of explosive power. Short black hair with some strands of red hair in front. Handsome appearance, determined eyes. Yagura could feel the suffocating pressure from Kazuki even from far. Sword Demon. He is Sword Demon. At this time, Juzo exclaimed, obviously he will not forget the figure that appeared in his nightmares countless times. Sword Demon. After hearing Juzo's words, Yagura looked at Kazuki with amazement. No wonder he felt such suffocating pressure from him. His reputation was well-deserved. At this time, Kazuki also saw the Juzo on the opposite side, so he raised his left hand and waved at him with a smile on his face. Yagura, who had been paying attention to Kazuki, also saw this gesture, and his face suddenly became gloomy, thinking that he looked down on them. Juzo obviously took a step back after noticing Kazuki's gesture, and soon he reflected that he is now in the core area of the Mist Ninja Legion. Kazuki should not be able to rush over directly, so he stopped rushing back, but still dare not look at Kazuki directly. Are you Sword Demon? Do you think you can deal with all of us alone? And where's that turtle Danzo? Yagura was very angry at Kazuki's gesture, so he said sarcastically, At it novel been at. Haha, Elder Danzo is sick. I don't know how he got sick suddenly, but to deal with you guys I'm enough. Kazuki provoked Yagura, but was also helpless at Danzo, who had enemies everywhere. Facing Kazuki's provocation, Yagura obviously couldn't help it, so he waved his hand to signal the ninjas behind him to prepare for battle. Since you are here today, then don't even think of leaving, Yagura said to Kazuki, and at the same time waved the black iron rod in his hand to signal the ninjas behind him to release ninjutsu as the war against Mist began. Water style, water dragon jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu. The numerous shinobi who were behind Yagura immediately made several hand signs and sprouted out numerous water dragons. Those dragons all combined together, forming a big one, nearly 50 m high and equally wide, pouncing towards Konoha army. One sword style. Half moon. Kazuki held Shisui in his right hand and waved the sword towards the approaching water dragon. A crescent-shaped, huge red slash appeared as it flew towards the water dragon. The water dragon burst open immediately, and the sword aura, without weakening, drowned on the mist shinobi in its way. Damn, is this even swordsmanship? Run, move away. Boom. The red slash fell on the ground, killing every Kiri shinobi, and a long slash mark appeared on the ground. The ninja who survived the attack looked at the slash mark on the ground, their hands trembling from fear. Yagura looked at the sight in front, his face showing an ugly expression. I don't want the ninja of my village to lose their lives, so let me give you a gift, Kazuki said to Yagura, and Yagura immediately had a bad premonition. Kazuki stood in front, was facing the mist shinobi, his expression calm, but whether it was the mist shinobi in front or Konoha army behind, all of them even forgot to breathe and looked at Kazuki, wondering what would he do. Red light flashed in the black pupils of Kazuki. From a distance, one could see that with Kazuki as the center, a transparent red shock wave spread out, passing over the bodies of the mist ninja. The mist ninjas only felt a strong aura invading, and whether it was Jinin, Chunin, or Jonin, all of them suddenly fell down like puppets cut from their strings. Kazuki didn't use Haushika Haki against Yagura and the patriarch of two clans, so they stood there unharmed. It was also the first time Kazuki used this trick in a crowded place, and couldn't help but marvel at the power of it. How is this possible? Damn it! Is this the real strength of Sword Demon? How could he be so strong? Yagura looked around and saw from the nearly 8,000 ninja he brought, only him and the patriarch of Kagaya and Yuki clan were left standing. Had it novel been at? Only when I really face Kazuki can I understand the nightmare and the fear of Juzo. Is this guy a monster? Haichi looked at the unbelievable sight around, his heart beating fast from fear. Long live Kazuki-sama! Long live Kazuki-sama! Behind Kazuki, the ninja of Konoha started to cheer after watching the unheard sight that occurred in front. We don't need to fight anymore. The ninja behind all felt immense gratitude towards Kazuki as they knew that the war was almost over before it started. If they had fought, who knows how many of them would have died, but Kazuki saved the lives of everyone. Hearing the shouts behind, Kazuki felt immense satisfaction in his heart. He knew he had saved the lives of countless people and felt all the hardships he had to go through to gain the strength he had today was worth it. Kazuki stepped forward and said to Yagura, who stood in the center of numerous bodies, "Give up, Yagura. If you fight, then all these shinobi beside you will lose their lives." Kazuki wasn't joking, since even a kid could kill all the passed-out ninja in front easily. There's no way we will give up. At this time, Haichi shouted like a mad dog and immediately ran towards Kazuki to attack him. Stop! Yagura wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Seventh Gate of Shock. Open. At this moment, a person wearing green tights and watermelon head with chakra hovering around him appeared in front of Haichi, kicking him. Bone armor. Haichi saw the attack and immediately made a bone armor around him, but it was useless as the bone armor broke immediately and the kick fell on his chest. Boom! Haichi flew away, hitting the ground several meters away, coughing up blood, and passed out the next moment. Who's that? So powerful. It's the eternal Jinin Dai. How could he be so strong? Good job, Dai-san. Kazuki praised, looking at Dai, who roared in front of the whole Konoha army, announcing his youth. This is the last warning, Yagura. Accept defeat, otherwise none of you will leave alive. Kazuki didn't want to kill these all 8,000 shinobi, but if Yagura refused, he wouldn't mind being called a butcher. I accept defeat. Yagura fell on his knees, his eyes blank, completely giving up. You'll be in our custody until Mist retreats completely, and you also need to pay Konoha a huge price as a compensation. You have no right to refuse as losers, right? Yagura didn't resist. His eyes were still blank from what happened here, and wanted this nightmare to end as soon as possible. Find him and all of these missed shinobi as well. Kazuki looked at the army behind, who immediately started executing his orders. A legend took place against the battle with Mist. Konoha's sword demon defeated the Mist village alone, and catching Mizukage and all Mist shinobi alive was recorded in the history of Ninja World. The news of the defeat of the Mist spread throughout the ninja world. For a time, the fierce war in the entire ninja world suddenly calmed down a lot. The entire ninja world has been paying attention to the matter of Mist's invasion in the Land of Fire. They knew that the future trend of war depended on it. It can be said that as long as Mist succeeds, Konoha will be in a lot of trouble. The 4 big ninja villages would carve up Konoha, the big fat sheep, but no one thought that Sword Demon was already strong enough to fight the village on his own. Capture the Mizukage and all the opposite shinobi alive. It was a news that no one could believe, but the facts were in front. Mizukage was humiliated as he accepted the defeat himself in the sea of bodies beside him. It was a terrifying sight. Hiragakure paid a huge amount of compensation just to free their ninja and accepted their defeat, withdrawing from the war. Konoha got enough compensation to fight even more years. And the name Sword Demon is once again firmly remembered by the major shinobi villages. This is no longer a rising star. This strength is already nearly comparable to the first Hokage. Moreover, in the battle with Mist, along with Kazuki, there was also Might Dai, who entered the sight of the major shinobi villages. Everyone saw him using a powerful jutsu which shook the entire battlefield and defeated the patriarch of Kagaya clan with a single strike. And because of his powerful physical skills and violent aura he had after opening the 8 inner gates, he was given the name Konoha's Blue Tiger. He was also included in the list of S-rank ninjas by major ninja villages. But just as the war was won, some people in Konoha were dissatisfied with Kazuki. Konoha, Hokage office. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground, and with a bang, the fragments were scattered all over the floor. At it novel Benedette. Bastard! How dare he? Doesn't he know that Danzo is an elder? Sarutobi was very angry at Kazuki, who dared to attack Danzo, and to him, it was the same as attacking him. Sarutobi, you should think about dealing with Kazuki. He is developing too fast. Hamura Mitokado, who stood on the side, looked at the angry Sarutobi and said, "It was a mistake when you didn't give Kazuki to Danzo at the beginning. Danzo would have planted a curse seal on him, and no matter how talented he was, he could only obey." Kohyutatane on the side said, dissatisfied with Sarutobi, "Humph, what's the point of saying this now? Let's think of a way to limit him." Sarutobi said with a gloomy face. He knew that in Konoha there was no one who could deal with Kazuki alone, and a more thoughtful plan was needed. "Sarutobi, you know he's just won the war for us, and his reputation is too high now. We need to wait for some time and then think of a way to deal with him." Konoha Utatane was a bit angry at being helpless to deal with Kazuki, but she also, if they did something to Kazuki, the war that is about to end may erupt again. "Yes, Sarutobi, you need to think of a way to lower his reputation. Only then we could deal with him." Hamura also agreed with Koharu. "I already have a solution for this matter. After the war, I will convene the shinobi meeting. I'm going to make Minato the 4th Hokage. With him becoming the Hokage, it will automatically decrease the reputation of Kazuki a lot, and then we'll deal with him, and I already have a plan." "What are you going to do?" Koharu asked, a bit curious, wondering which method could succeed in dealing with a monster like Kazuki. "I plan to train Umbu and let him learn a jutsu, which, even if the first Hokage was here, would not be able to stop if it's successful," Sarutobi said, but his heart was shaken also as he knew he was about to kill someone who fought for the village. "Then leave it to you." Both Hamura and Koharu were happy, as they knew since Sarutobi said it. Then it means the end of Kazuki is near. Haha, but we still have to reward him now. After all, he is the hero of Konoha. Hamura laughed, as Koharu also had a laugh along with him, as no matter who it was, he can't escape their calculations. But is it really right this way? I mean, he really fought for Konoha, and in a matter with Danzo, it was Danzo's fault who first accused him in front of so many people. Sarutobi still had a shred of humanity left in him, as even his numb heart was a bit shaken hearing their laugh. Sarutobi, you can't back down now. It's already too late. If you don't do anything, Danzo will attack Kazuki himself, and you know he's not his opponent. Koharu and Hamura immediately persuaded Sarutobi, as they could sense this time his words were true, not deceiving them. Sigh. I'll retire completely after dealing with Kazuki, since I can't command other ninjas with a guilty heart. Sarutobi finally agreed to deal with Kazuki for the sake of his friend, as even some villains had limits which they didn't want to cross. And Sarutobi, who wanted to cross this limit, decided to punish himself this way. After Kazuki defeated the Mist, Stone Village also got devastated by Minato, who defeated 1,000 shinobi of Stone. This forced Inoki to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. The Sand Village also retreated after successive defeats by the hands of Tsunade and Tsukumo, along with other big clans of Konoha. The retreat of the three big nations announced that end of the vigorous Third Ninja World War. Of course, the result of the war ultimately ended in Konoha's victory. And in this Third Ninja World War, whether it was a victorious or a defeated nation, the painful price was paid. In this war, Stone lost their Five-Tails Jinchuriki along with the front-line commander Akatsuki. Cloud also lost their one of the strongest ninja, the Third Raikage. On the contrary, Sand Ninja Village has the most complete preservation of combat power. Originally, after the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, they were caught unprepared. But at the moment of crisis, their elite Jonin Raza stepped forward and took the position of Fourth Kazekage, and along with Chiyo and Ebizo, he took measures to solve the crisis. In addition, due to not being able to face Kazuki, they gave Konoha the most tough time and were able to preserve their combat power. The Fourth Mizukage, along with the whole army, was defeated by Kazuki, so he was called the weakest Mizukage ever. In addition, 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed. The whole Mist Village is in doubt about whether Yagura is really worthy to lead them. And the daimyo of the Land of Water is already thinking to replace him, which makes Yagura hate Kazuki now. And Konoha was besieged by 4 villages. Even with Kazuki's existence, war still killed hundreds of Jonin, several elite Jonin, and thousands of Chunin. So even if they won the war, but no one was happy on this victory, almost everyone had lost friends who knew each other, and even their relatives died on the battlefield. It can be said that the war has been won, but everyone still hopes that the war will not happen again, and this cycle of hatred can stop. In a dark cave, White Zetsu told all the information collected during this period to Uchiha Madara and Fukashi Uchiha. Kazuki Shiro. When I heard this familiar name this time, Fukashi Uchiha inevitably felt a little emotional in his heart. Uchiha Fukashi, in Ninja Academy, was in the same class of Kazuki. His talent has always been average, always in the middle ranks. Because of this reason, he was always ridiculed by his fellow Uchiha. He didn't blame anyone for this injustice, as he believed that this world was wrong. Some were talented, some were average. He wanted to change this world and make it completely fair for everyone. Had it novel been at it. But sadly, he didn't have the power to do so. During the war, he was seriously injured by a Kyumo shinobi, and when he thought he would die, he was saved by someone and brought to this underground cave and met an old man. Then, he learned that the sick old man in front was his ancestor Uchiha Madara. Madara told him that there was a way to create a world that was fair for everyone, and also started training him as his successor. Due to stimulus in the battle against Kyumo when he was about to die, he had already evolved his Sharingan to 3 Tomo. Under Madara's teaching, his strength grew rapidly, and he also learned that there was a higher state of Sharingan, which Madara had promised to help him to attain it. He worked so hard just to realize his dream and to create a beautiful world. But now when he learned that Kazuki defeated the whole Mist alone, he was a bit emotional and worried also. He had a hunch that Kazuki might be the biggest obstacle in his way to create a fair world. It seems that the biggest problem in the plan is Kazuki Shiro. After listening to Zetsu's information, Uchiha Madara was also little surprised at Kazuki's talent. The strength that Zetsu described was already quite close to his and Hashirama's peak strength. It seems that he will be your biggest opponent. Then Uchiha Madara said to Fukashi Uchiha, who was lost in his thoughts. Madara has been all this time, trying his best to teach Fukashi Uchiha. But even if Fukashi's learning speed is already quite fast, his current strength is still far from Madara's expectations. Especially now that there is Kazuki in the ninja world. He didn't want someone who he trained with so much care to die in the hands of Kazuki if they face each other in the future. Looks like I need to help him open Mangekyo after all. Madara's time was running out, and in order to face Kazuki, at least Mangekyo was required for Fukashi. After the ceremony ended, it was already evening. Kazuki walked towards his home. Kazuki heard that the troops at the Sand Village had returned in the morning. He knew both Kurenai and Shizun were in the sand battlefield, and according to their character, they would surely be in his home. As soon as he walked to the gate, Kazuki heard a mess in the yard. Looks like a lot of people were gathered. During this period in the war, Kurenai must have experienced a lot of things in the war, and she must have matured a lot. Thinking of this, Kazuki smiled and shook his head. This is also a good thing for Kurenai. The more strong she is, the more assured he will be. As soon as Kazuki opened the door, he saw the familiar figure in the courtyard. But before he could react, a tearful figure threw into his arms. This figure is Kurenai with crystal tears hanging in the corners of her eyes, holding Kazuki tightly, but due to his height, she hardly reached his chest. "Kazuki, welcome back," Kurenai said. Her voice was filled with relief and happiness. Throughout the Third Ninja World War, Kurenai has been in the sand front line. She knew with Kazuki's strength few people can hurt him, but even so, in these 2 years, she was always worried. Today, as soon as she arrived back to Konoha, she inquired about him, but was disappointed that he still wasn't back. But after learning that he would be back till noon, she had an idea. Kurenai proposed to her friends to wait for Kazuki at his home and give Kazuki a surprise, and infiltrating a house was easy for a ninja. At this moment, Kurenai just wanted to hold Kazuki tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment, for fear that Kazuki would disappear as soon as she let go. I knew this is a bit exaggerated, but it's fantasy. Don't judge it according to what happens in reality. After all, I can't write a long hot kiss between children out of nowhere. I am back. At this time, Kazuki also gently hugged Kurenai and stroked her hair, happy to see her again. After a long time, Kurenai suddenly reacted. There were still many people here watching them, and suddenly she broke away from Kazuki's arms with her face totally red. Kazuki gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her red eyes with his hands, and then looked at everyone in the yard. Compared with the classmates who filled the yard at the last gathering, there are fewer familiar figures this time, and even those figures that are still alive are obviously much more mature. "You didn't get hurt, right, Shizun?" Kazuki arrived near Shizun, rubbing her head, and looked at her, who also had matured a lot after the war. To Kazuki, she was like his little sister, and he didn't want anyone to hurt her. Of course, who could hurt me? After all, me and Kurenai are both the disciples of Lady Tsunade now. Kazuki was surprised that even Kurenai was accepted as a disciple, but it only made him happy, as she would be strong enough to protect herself if she trained under Tsunade. After greeting Shizun, Kazuki looked towards his other friends in the yard. Kazuki saw that Obito was standing there. Noera Rin was still alive, and Kakashi did not have the Sharingan, which also shows that his appearance has changed the destiny of many people. Kazuki knows Obito being alive means Madara must have found someone else who he was totally ignorant about. But even if he knew this, Kazuki didn't care. No matter who it is, he had the confidence to deal with him. Had it novel been at. After experiencing this war, Obito obviously matured a lot, and there was an obvious scar on his face. This scar also proved what danger he had experienced. If it was the old Obito, he would have already ran to him and started showing off his deeds in the war. But now Obito is standing quietly beside Kakashi, giving time to him to reminisce with Kurenai and Shizun. Kakashi was also obviously calmer, and his aura was peaceful, not cold or confused like shown in the original. This also makes Kazuki happy that one of his best friend could live happily, unlike the Kakashi who would read Aika Paradise every day, always lost in the past. As Kazuki looked at them, Obito also walked over, lightly hit Kazuki's chest with his fist, and said with a smile, "Welcome back, Kazuki. We have been waiting for you for a long time." Might Guy, Kakashi, and others also came forward, greeting each other happily as laughter echoed in the small house of Kazuki. The night lasted for a long time because these friends wanted too much to say on this reunion. Konoha, at a forest near Uchiha clan. Itachi, do you know? The only thing that can burn leaves is fire. Uchiha Itachi, who was only 4 years old, could not fully understand the meaning of this sentence. He just looked at one of the friends of his father and the famous sword demon, Kazuki Shiro. It's been a month since the end of the Third World War. Kazuki, who would train in the forest, found Itachi quite a few times training here also. Kazuki decided to let this kid join him, not because he just wanted to train him physically, but also mentally. Kazuki knows that Itachi thinks too much and was always confused between village and his clan. Sarutobi and Danzo used this confusion of his to let him do whatever they want. At that time, Itachi was only 12 or 13. How could he guess the thoughts of the old foxes like Sarutobi and Danzo? He killed his clan for the village's sake, rather than that if he had killed Danzo and few of those people from the clan who wanted to rebel, things would have been different. At it novel been at. Fugaku did told Itachi it wasn't his will to rebel, but the village and the clan members left him with no other option. Sarutobi, who was the biggest coward, would have immediately withdrawn the sanctions imposed on Uchiha, easing the conflict between them and village. Itachi, from the words leaf and fire, probably guessed what Kazuki wanted to express. Lord Kazuki, you mean to say, the leaf dances, the fire blazes, the shadow of the fire will continue to illuminate the village, and the new leaves will bud. This sentence is Konoha's classic inheritance discourse. It has been passed down from the first Hokage till the third Hokage. The starting point of this sentence is good, but time will eventually change anything. No, it shouldn't be time, but desire, greed, and even more, the human heart. Hearing Itachi's words, Kazuki smiled. Itachi, do you really think that the blaze of the fire will illuminate the village? No, the fire will only become more and more prosperous, and the village will be burned away. Some sentences above from another fiction. Kazuki didn't want to turn Itachi against the village since a few decades ago. The will of fire was true, but now it has been corrupted by Sarutobi. Uchiha Itachi had a black face with a question mark. Can this sentence be interpreted like this? Itachi didn't understand what Kazuki meant. He just stared blankly at Kazuki, who would tell him different and interesting things every day. Listen, Itachi, always be patient and don't make a decision hurriedly, because sometimes what seems right is utterly wrong. Don't try to shoulder everything yourself. Trust others and have faith in them. But you should also have the eye to judge whether someone is worthy of your trust or not. Now, go back. It's quite late. Ready. You should leave. Kazuki saw the setting sun and decided to end today's training. Lord Kazuki, can I bring my friend with me tomorrow? Itachi wanted his best friend to meet Kazuki so that even he could listen to interesting things that Kazuki would tell him every day. Of course, Kazuki guessed immediately who it would be and actually wanted to meet him also. Goodbye, Lord Kazuki. Itachi bowed politely to Kazuki and then ran back toward his home. I hope my words can change you. Kazuki looked at Itachi running toward his home and hoped that he could change his fate also. Uchiha Clanland. Patriarch Fugaku's residence. Mom, I'm back. Itachi entered his house and started to remove his shoes. Don't train too much, Itachi. Now go and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Uchiha Makoto was worried for her son, who, unlike other children, would never play with anyone and would train every day. Itachi, after washing his hands, came to his father, who like always had a stern expression on his face. Seeing his son, the eyes of Fugaku had a puzzling look, as Itachi nowadays was a bit different. He was a bit more cheerful and more easy to talk. How's your training going, Itachi? Fugaku asked since he wanted to know what changed his son. Father, Shisui trains with me every day, and even Lord Kazuki would guide me also. What? Kazuki, he trains you. Fugaku was surprised as his son never told him about this matter before. Lord Kazuki practices near the forest of our clan. I met him quite a few times, and suddenly he started to guide me. Fugaku was more and more happy to know that his son had established a good relationship with Kazuki. Kazuki was the strongest in Konoha, and no one ever denied it. 1 versus 1, no one was his opponent, and his words carried a lot of weight. If he could side with Uchiha, a lot of things that they want to achieve can be successful. Fugaku laughed thinking of this, and was satisfied by his son who never let him down. The noon sun shone on the woods as it revealed the scenery below of the quiet and the beautiful forest. I'm Shisui Uchiha. It's an honor to meet you, Kazuki Senpai. Among the woods of the forest stood 3 figures. Don't be so formal. Just call me Kazuki. Kazuki said, looking at the boy in front with short, unkempt black hair and black eyes and broad nose with a gray shirt having a broad collar covering his neck. Shisui, since you want to train under me, then you'll have to be punctual. Do you understand? Kazuki had already decided he will accept both Itachi and Shisui as his students. Yes, Kazuki Senpai. Shisui was excited since he idolized Kazuki, and his goal has always been to surpass him. Kazuki was only 4 years older than him, but he had such strength and reputation, making him admire Kazuki. Attack me, Shisui. I want to see your strength. Kazuki first wanted to know about his strength, and then formulate a plan for him. Please be careful, Kazuki Senpai. Shisui jumped back, creating some distance from Kazuki, and Itachi stood aside watching their fight. Shisui took out few shurikens from his ninja bag, throwing them towards Kazuki. With Uchiha clan's unique throwing technique, shurikens enclosed on Kazuki, blocking his retreat. Kazuki smiled, looking at the shurikens, and just narrowed his eyes slightly. The shurikens in the air seemed to be stuck by something immediately blown away. While Kazuki dealt with shurikens, Shisui quickly closed the distance between them, his sword slashing towards Kazuki. Too slow, commented Kazuki as he clamped the sword with his middle and index fingers and kicked Shisui in his stomach. Poof! Shisui turned into smoke, disappearing before Kazuki's eyes. Fire style. Fire dragon jutsu. Kazuki heard a voice from behind as a fire dragon roared towards him. Good, but not enough. The dragon, like the shurikens before, seemed to be stuck by something immediately dissipating in the air. Shisui jumped out from the woods as he stood in front of Kazuki. You're really strong, Kazuki Senpai. I couldn't even touch you, but I still have something I didn't show you yet. Shisui, with 2 tomos spinning in his red eyes, looked at Kazuki as he immediately folded several seals and shouted, Shunshin no Jutsu. 2 Shisui ran opposite to each other, enclosing Kazuki as they kept increasing, and one of them attacked Kazuki. Boom! Kazuki easily blocked his kick with his hands and pushed him back. After images, Kazuki immediately remembered that an anime Shisui was famous this for jutsu and had a nickname, Shisui of the Body Flicker. Really a good jutsu Shisui, but coincidentally I have the perfect way to counter it. Kazuki looked at numerous Shisui in front and said lightly. Shisui immediately got vigilant as his Sharingan spun, sharply focusing on Kazuki. Kazuki used his observation haki and immediately found the real Shisui, after which he exerted some force on his feet, disappearing immediately. Shisui felt a light tap on his shoulder from behind as he saw Kazuki looking at him with a smile. What horrifying speed! My Sharingan couldn't catch him at all. Shisui was horrified looking at Kazuki, shocked by his strength. You really are a genius, Shisui. With your current strength, even a Tokubetsu Jonin would have a hard time against you. Kazuki praised Shisui as in some ways Shisui was even better than Kakashi of the same age. I'm still far from you, Senpai. Shisui was depressed since he couldn't even touch Kazuki. Don't get impatient. Sometimes result doesn't matter. All you need to know is that you gave it your all, and that's enough. Kazuki tapped Shisui on his shoulders, encouraging him. I see, Kazuki Senpai. Shisui smiled, hearing his words, as he kind of felt relieved after listening to him. Now let's start training. Itachi, start your shuriken training, and you Shisui were these weights. You need to strengthen your body, don't just keep focusing on ninjutsu. Kazuki handed Shisui the weights that he had kept in the system space, who immediately put them on and started his training. Kazuki also unsheathed his sword, as no matter how strong he was, he still had to complete the daily sword-swinging task. Evening. The setting sun with its red glow dyed the whole sky. I can't anymore. Shisui fell down on the ground after completing a high-intensity workout with weights on, and even Itachi beside couldn't withstand the whole day of training. I wasn't expecting you both to last this long, so as a reward I'll treat you both to ramen. Kazuki was really satisfied with his near-future students, as they really had the will to endure any hardship. Thanks, sensei. Both Shisui and Itachi unknowingly started calling Kazuki sensei, who didn't mind and was happy he had two genius students. Let's go, I'm really hungry. Kazuki moved forward as both Shisui and Itachi stood up with difficulty and followed him, but both of them had a satisfied smile on their faces as they liked such peaceful times. Konoha. Night. The silvery moonlight sprinkled on Konoha, lighting up the whole village. The flow of the people didn't decrease as the streets were filled with families out for fun. Ichiraku ramen. Thanks for the food. Both Shisui and Itachi clasped their hands in front as they started digging in the ramen. Shisui, what is the village to you? Kazuki, who sat beside them, asked him, since he wanted to know whether he was completely brainwashed or was there a hope for recovery. Sensei, to me village is a family that I need to protect, no matter what happens. Shisui answered honestly, though a bit surprised why Kazuki would ask such a question suddenly. Then, for the village, can you kill your comrades, or even your own family? Kazuki didn't look at him, as he kept his head down, eating the ramen. Shisui was speechless, as no matter how he tried to answer, but words were stuck in his mouth. There is no need for you to answer it now. Kazuki stopped him from thinking too much and motioned him to eat. Kazuki hoped that under his guidance, the naive Shisui could be able to correct his thoughts. Shisui started eating once again, but his eyes were a bit lost, obviously thinking of his question. Kazuki. Kazuki heard the voice from behind and saw Kurinai with Shizun and a blonde-haired woman looking at him. Due to Kazuki becoming a jonin, he didn't need to perform tasks with his squad, and with his strength he was completely free to do whatever he wants. But Shizun and Kurinai were students of Tsunade, so they always trained under her strict guidance every day. Kurinai, Shizun, and Lady Tsunade. Kazuki was surprised to see them and immediately stood up and greeted them. Kid, my students told me you used to bully them. Tsunade asked, looking at Kazuki, and didn't care for much manners, as she was a carefree person, and moreover, no matter how strong Kazuki was, to her he was just a child. How could I bully them, Lady Tsunade? Kazuki laughed, explaining that he was innocent, as he really didn't want to feel her punch. Shizun and Kurinai laughed at Kazuki, happy that there was finally someone who could teach Kazuki a lesson for them. Why don't you join us, Lady Tsunade? Kazuki invited them to join them, and they agreed since they were hungry after the training. They sat beside them on the stool as Kazuki ordered ramen for them. I really wanted to thank you, Lady Tsunade, for taking care of them during the war. Kazuki was really grateful to her, since with her protection, nothing bad happened to them. Due to his appearance, Kazuki wasn't sure whether Kurinai and Shizun could survive the war like they did in the original. Kazuki didn't save Obito, but he was still alive, which clearly showed that even his slight action could change many things. I didn't do much, they are really talented and survived the war themselves. Tsunade waved her hands in a carefree manner, praising her students as both girls showed a proud expression. Who are these kids? Tsunade finally noticed Shisui and Itachi sitting on the right of Kazuki, and her brows wrinkled a bit since she also saw the flag emblem behind their back. They are my future students. Hey, introduce yourself. Kazuki urged both of them. I'm Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade. Both Shisui and Itachi stood up and introduced themselves, bowing slightly. Tsunade was surprised by their polite manners, as in her memory Uchiha were all arrogant, but these two kids were completely different. Kid, I think you already know, and I don't need to say this, that taking students from Uchiha could cause you trouble. Tsunade knew about her teacher that he would immediately become suspicious of Kazuki when he knows that he took students from Uchiha. Haha, there's nothing to worry, Lady Tsunade. Since I accepted them as my students, I naturally am confident to deal with any trouble. How could Kazuki not understand what she was talking about? But with his strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the village. Tsunade shrugged her shoulders and didn't say any more as she started to eat the ramen in front. Kazuki, I want to tell you something. Kurinai, who sat beside Tsunade, suddenly spoke, looking at him. What's the matter? Asked Kazuki. Lady Tsunade is going to leave the village tomorrow. Me and Shizen are going along with her at unveiled. Kurinai was a bit sad since she was going to separate from Kazuki, but she had to go with her to attain enough strength to fight side by side with him in the future. No need to be so sad. I will always come to meet you when I have time. Kazuki saw her sad and stood up, arriving near her, patting her head. Kazuki was actually happy that she was going with Tsunade. Not only will she become stronger under her guidance, but also with Tsunade her safety was guaranteed. Even if she has fear of blood, Tsunade wasn't so powerless that anyone could kill her. Then it's a promise. Kurinai immediately became happy hearing his words. It's a promise. Kazuki nodded, assuring Kurinai. After eating, Kazuki said goodbye to everyone, but he didn't know that many people in the village who recognized him has already seen him with the Uchiha, and rumors started brewing. Konoha. The next day, the sun hangs high in the sky, spreading its heat and light impartially to the ninja world. Hey, do you know what I saw at unveiled? What? Kazuki-sama training the kids of Uchiha clan. Really? There's a rumor that he took those kids as his students. Why those arrogant people? On the streets, people stood together, forming a circle, sharing their thoughts on the recent big news. Hokage office. These days, Sarutobi was in a good mood. He has already nominated Minato as the 4th Hokage, while his friend Danzo was against his decision, but the daimyo of the Land of Fire ultimately made decision in his favor. At this moment, Sarutobi had a perverted smile on his face, looking at the sight presented on the glass ball in front. Hee, new generation really didn't let me down. Looking at the figures of the young girls, Sarutobi really missed his youthful days, but now he was already an old man. Thoroughly. Knock. Sarutobi immediately put away the wretched expression and straightened up, putting the demeanor of the Hokage as the door was pushed open and his old friend Danzo strode in. What's the matter, Danzo? Sarutobi was curious, as he saw the expression on Danzo's face was irritable. Hiruzen, when are we going to deal with that kid? Danzo, after getting beaten by Kazuki last time, was left on the bed for a whole month. After waking up, he was about to gather his whole organization to attack Kazuki, but Sarutobi stopped him and told him his plan to deal with Kazuki, which he made together with 2 elders. When Danzo heard his plan, he agreed immediately and also gave the umbu that Sarutobi was teaching, something that would make sure he would succeed. Today, when he was discussing with Orochimaru about transplanting the first Hokage cells, the root ninja informed him of the rumor outside. Kazuki plus Uchiha. Hearing these 2 names together in succession, Danzo was riled up. He couldn't wait anymore and came straight to Sarutobi. Did something happen? Sarutobi guessed that something must have happened that made Danzo so angry. Danzo informed him about the rumor circulating in the village. Do you know the identity of those kids? After hearing the whole matter, Sarutobi asked him about the question he was more concerned about. If they were ordinary Uchiha, he won't care much, but if they were someone from the elders of Uchiha, then it might be a problem. One is the son of the patriarch, Uchiha Itachi, and other is the genius of Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. Danzo naturally received the fully investigated report from the root ninja. Sai, why can't you just stay quiet? Sarutobi held his head as his good mood from earlier was destroyed completely. Hiruzen, you know the ambitions of the Uchiha clan? If they cooperate with Kazuki, they would have enough power to fight us or even overthrow our rule. Danzo was someone who would think the worst from the start, and this was one of the reasons that he was a coward. 2 days later, Minato will take over the village as the Hokage. After that, I'll fully concentrate on training our trump card. Within a year or so, I'm confident he'll be ready for the fight. Sarutobi could only pin his hopes on the Umbu that he was training. Sarutobi doesn't know why, but whenever he thinks to fight against Kazuki, his hands tremble and his heart beats quickly. This kind of feeling he had once when he was on his first real mission as a ninja, and he knew perfectly what this feeling was. Fear was fear. You should know that Sarutobi had fought so many enemies, which even included Tail Beast, but even then he never had such feeling. Danzo, who heard that he still needed to wait a year to deal with Kazuki, was frustrated, but even he knew that numbers against Kazuki was useless. His feat of stunning the whole Mist Army is already famous throughout the ninja world, so he could only pin his hope on their trump card. Hurry up. Hiruzen, the more time we give him, the stronger he gets. Danzo left after reminding Sarutobi once more of the danger of Kazuki. I won't die. Sarutobi took a deep smoke, eliminating the fear of Kazuki from his heart. Sarutobi knew that if he wanted to keep his rule over Konoha, killing Kazuki was the only way. What I did is for Konoha. Sarutobi once again consoled himself, using Konoha as a shield. Uchiha clan land. Patriarch Fugaku residence. Shisui, is it true? Fugaku asked, looking at Shisui, who sat in front. Kazuki-sensei only talked about it with Lady Tsunade. He didn't inform us. Shisui naturally heard the conversation between Kazuki and Tsunade at the ramen shop. He was surprised and excited as well that his idol was going to accept him as a student. Haha, it seems that the rise of our Uchiha clan is near. Even the stern Fugaku laughed, loudly happy for the upcoming good days. Shisui, listen carefully to whatever he says. Currently, there is no one who is stronger him in the ninja world. With his teachings, your strength will have great leap. Fugaku still remembered the monster he fought and nearly died, but Kazuki defeated him. Even with his Mangekyo, Fugaku wasn't sure that he could deal with I understand. Shisui not only wanted to get strong, but also wanted to find the answer to the question that Kazuki asked him. He believed, under his guidance, he would be able to find a right answer one day. Konoha. The next day. Sensei, can I remove this weights? It's really difficult. Kazuki, along with Shisui and Itachi, walked on the streets of Konoha after a heavy morning training session. No excuses, Shisui. I could easily handle this much weight when I was only 7. Kazuki could only sigh with disappointment, as the physique of a ninja was really weak compared to the inhabitants of Pirate World. I really can't understand how you withstood this weight, Sensei. Shisui, who was already 9 years old, wondered how a child of 7 handled this much weight. Had it novel been at? Hey, move away, let me see. Don't cause trouble. Suddenly, the three of them stopped as they saw a huge crowd gathered in front. What happened? Asked Shisui, looking at the commotion. Itachi, go and see what's the matter, Kazuki said to Itachi, who was standing next to Shisui. Yes, Sensei. Itachi nodded as he quickly got mixed in the crowd in front and soon came back. Sensei, the third Hokage, nominated Namake's Minato as the 4th Hokage. Itachi quickly told what he saw written on the wooden board to Kazuki. It's this time already. Kazuki was a bit emotional as time passed so quickly. Even if he did change the fate of many people, but some things were destined to happen, and he could only face them. When is the inauguration ceremony? Kazuki asked, since as much as he remembered the Ninetail attack was in the 48th year of the foundation of Konoha. Currently, it is 47th year, so the ceremony shouldn't be held too late. It's tomorrow, Sensei. Itachi quickly answered. There's no training tomorrow. Go home and get ready for the event. Yes, Sensei. Both of them nodded and left quickly. underscore 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 Hokage office. Minato, I have nominated you as the Hokage. Will you take this heavy responsibility? Sarutobi sat on the tatami as Minato was on one knee in front, listening to him patiently. It's an honor for me to be worthy of your trust, Lord Third. Minato always had the dream to be the Hokage. In his view, anyone who is a Hokage would never try to harm the village. Minato himself has a good heart and has always wanted to serve the village wholeheartedly. But even someone as capable as him failed to see the true face of Sarutobi. If he knew what deeds Sarutobi did while being the Hokage, he would kill himself for ever kneeling in front of him. Haha, then I leave the village in your care. Sarutobi laughed as he could see that Minato really respected him and would never be able to defy him. He got himself a good puppet who he can easily manipulate and be the boss behind the scenes. The news of the inauguration of the new Hokage soon spread throughout the village. The somewhat remaining effect of the war was also washed away by this news. Underscore, 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 underscore. The next day, Konoha. Today the sun, hanging in the sky, was exceptionally bright. The streets were filled with people, as all of them marched towards the Hokage building. After the war, it's the first time I saw smiles on everyone's faces. Kazuki, along with Kakashi, Guy, and Obito walked towards the Hokage office. Obito commented looking at the cheerful crowd around, as it has been a long time since he saw such a warm atmosphere. That's right, the youthful days of the village are back once again. Guy nodded, agreeing with Obito, but didn't forget to give his iconic smile with his teeth glistering. Kazuki, I heard you took student from the Uchiha clan. Is it true? Kakashi ignored the two idiots beside him and asked Kazuki about the rumor that he heard. Yes, and they are both different from the other Uchiha. Maybe one day they'll be your subordinates, so take care of them. Kazuki knew that even if Obito and Rin were still alive, with Kakashi's skill, it was a matter of time before he joined Zanbu. Soon, during their conversation, they finally reached the Hokage building. On the rooftop, Sarutobi stood along with Konoha elders and some Konoha jonin behind. Soon, the protagonist of the day, Minato, arrived as well, as he stood in front of Sarutobi. I'm counting on you, fourth Hokage. Sarutobi handed the Hokage hat to Minato, who took it respectfully. I shall dedicate my life for Konoha. Minato wore the hat as he moved towards the end of the roof and looked at the crowd that was gathered below. I, Namikaze Minato, as the fourth Hokage, hereby swear that to protect the village, even if I had to give my life, I won't back down. Minato gave a long speech, and after uttering his last lines, he removed the hat and waved his hands towards the crowd below. The whole crowd below detonated with thunderous cheers as they all shouted the name of Minato in his respect. You look quite happy, Itachi. What happened? It's been 9 months since the inauguration of Minato as the fourth Hokage. After Minato took office, he invited everyone he had good relationship to the yakiniku restaurant. He presented Kazuki the position of the head of the Umbu. Leader of Umbu, but overall control is still under Hokage. With Kazuki's strength and reputation, there was no one else better than him for this position. Kazuki rejected the position under the surprised eyes of Minato and everyone else, and said he has no desire for any status. He just wants to live a peaceful life. Sarutobi, who was present at the gathering also, saw him rejecting such a position, knew immediately that he had misunderstood Kazuki. He had no desire to hold the power of the village in his hands, but sadly, it was too late. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't, because the only reason Danzo hasn't attacked Kazuki yet is because Danzo is counting on him. If he told Danzo that he doesn't want to attack Kazuki anymore, Danzo would definitely do something on his own. Danzo isn't Kazuki's opponent, and he will die definitely. So, for the sake of his friend, he had to do it. During these 9 months, one event occurred which shook the whole Konoha. Orochimaru defected after his cruel experiments were found by Minato. Had it novel been at. As Orochimaru was about to be arrested, Sarutobi arrived as he held back his strength and let Orochimaru leave. During this time, Kazuki also has declared officially that both Shisui and Itachi are his students. Uchiha are now treated a lot better in the village. At least people won't just run away after spotting them. Sensei, I have a younger brother now. Itachi was in a very good mood today due to his newborn brother. Itachi always wanted to have a younger brother who he can protect, and his wish was finally granted yesterday. Haha, looks like you got your wish, Itachi. Let's go. I should congratulate Patriarch Fugaku myself. Kazuki did wanted to congratulate Fugaku, but there was another important thing he wanted to know, and only Fugaku can tell him. Kazuki hasn't forgotten about the forces hidden in the dark. The birth of Sasuke means that the birth of Naruto isn't far also. In original, Obito acquired the news of the labor of Kushina through Kakashi, who unknowingly leaked it at the cemetery. But Kazuki believed that with the intelligence quality of White Zetsu, it was only a matter of time before he would have known it. Konoha was too strong now, whether it is Kazuki, Minato, Jiraiya, Tsukumo, Sarutobi. Together they all have the strength to disrupt the plan of Akatsuki. But when the seal of Kyuubi weakens, it is the greatest opportunity for the enemy to weaken Konoha. Kazuki wanted to know that who was the new pawn of Madara. Kazuki alongside Shisui and Itachi strode into the Uchiha clan land. The Uchiha around all greeted Kazuki respectfully, since all of them knew about his strength, and no one dared to be arrogant. Patriarch Fugaku residence. Sorry for troubling you. Chief Fugaku. Kazuki entered the house and met Fugaku, who he hasn't seen for years since the war. How can it be? It's an honor. Please come in. Fugaku greeted Kazuki enthusiastically as he welcomed him in. Please enjoy. Mikoto placed a cup of tea in front of Kazuki as he and Fugaku sat in front facing each other. I heard from Itachi about his newborn brother. It seems that Chief Fugaku has another genius son. Kazuki took a sip of tea as he took the initiative to start the conversation. How can it be? It's all because of your training that Itachi got this much better. Fugaku replied modestly as it was somewhat true. Kazuki didn't train Itachi and Shisui in ninjutsu since his own talent and it was far worse than them. He just focused on their physical strength and honed it to the level far beyond their age. Chief Fugaku, there is something that I want to know. After some formal greetings, Kazuki finally came to the main topic. Please continue. Fugaku knew that Kazuki would not just come here to congratulate or reminisce the old time together. There must be something else, and it should be fairly important that even made Kazuki come here. During the war, many Uchiha died, but what I want to know is about those Uchiha who went missing or even those whose corpse wasn't found. Kazuki wanted to find the pawn of Madara, and with the names provided by Fugaku, it could be a lot easier. Lord Kazuki, there are too many people like that. It will take a lot of time to gather information. Fugaku wasn't joking. Many Uchiha in the war were orphans who did not have anyone to identify them, so it wasn't easy to know all the names. Then I can limit the scope of search for you. Search only for those who are around my age or even younger. Madara wanted someone to be his pawn, and a kid was the easiest to manipulate. Kazuki knows that someone older, and especially when it's a ninja, is not easy to brainwash. So he was sure that it must be someone around his age or even younger. Give me a month's time. I'll send the names to you. Although Fugaku wanted to know why Kazuki asked this, but he knows that Kazuki was not someone who would use deceitful means or would try to harm Uchiha. So he felt that there was no problem in giving information, and it can also make the relationship of Uchiha with Kazuki even better. In an underground cave, I have taught you all that you could learn, and those eyes, you can only master them yourself. An old man sat on the stone seat as the shell of the 10 tails. Geto statue was behind him. As expected of you, Lord Madara, you even opened his Mangekyo. Black Zetsu, like a loyal dog, praised Madara, whose expression didn't waver and kept looking at the person in front. During this year, Fukashi from a naive, weak person has completely changed. Madara taught him, carefully imparting all of his jutsu and battle experience to Fukashi, which benefited him a lot. Madara didn't want the pawn he left to die before even resurrecting him. ruining his future plan. There's an aura of extreme confidence around him, which reveals that his strength has taken a huge leap under the constant guidance of Madara. I can feel the power of these eyes. Whether it's Konoha or anyone else, they won't be able to resist me. Fukashi put his hand around his eyes, feeling the power that Madara granted him. Mangekyo required extreme emotional disturbance to unlock it. During this year, Madara would use illusion on Fukashi from time to time to stimulate him. Madara was helpless, as this was the only way to open the Mangekyo of Fukashi. Unlike Obito, Fukashi didn't have anyone who he cared for, so using illusion to show him again and again his failure make a fair world, he finally managed to unlock his Mangekyo. I leave the rest to you know. Madara didn't care much after hearing the arrogant words of Fukashi. When he resurrects one day, he will show Fukashi what real strength is, and a simple Mangekyo wasn't worth mentioning in front of him. Madara stood up and moved forward as the tube attached to him was unplugged, and Madara soon lay on the ground, his breathing stopped. Black Zetsu immediately took the corpse of Madara with him, disappearing. Black Zetsu didn't completely trust Fukashi, so he hid Madara's corpse for the resurrection in the future. Fukashi put a black cape with its hood covering his head and put on a spiral orange mask with 2 red eyes visible from it. From now on, I'm Madara. The power of Rinnegan is needed for our plan. We have to think of a way to change the thoughts of Nagato. Hanzo would definitely not let such an organization prosper in his village. That will be the perfect time to awaken his Rinnegan. Black Zetsu has always been monitoring the Rain Village, so he knows what kind of person Hanzo is. Let's go, it's time to meet Nagato. Fukashi disappeared from the cave, along with Black Zetsu, moving towards the Rain Village. Kazuki-sensei, Chief sent this for you. Shisui handed the scroll that he received from Fugaku to Kazuki. Kazuki took the scroll as he opened it with a seal and started reading the content. At it novel Benedette. Only 10. Kazuki looked at the scroll and saw only 10 names of those Uchiha who were around his age and died or were missing. Shisui, give my thanks to Chief Fugaku. This was extremely helpful to me. Kazuki only knew about one person from these names in the scroll, and he was Uchiha Fukashi. He remembered the aura of Fukashi from Academy days, and with his observation haki, he could easily differentiate between people due to their different aura. If in the future he meets the pawn of Madara, he could easily tell whether it was Fukashi or not. Kazuki actually hoped that it would be Fukashi, because if it is someone else, he won't be able to exactly identify him even if he knows these names. Route headquarters. How is it? Have you learned it? Sarutobi alongside Danzo stood together as he looked at the umbu with the cat-shaped mask in front of him. Yes, Lord Third, I'm ready to give my life whenever you want me to. The umbu replied immediately with no hesitation in his voice. Hiruzen, everything is ready now. Let's deal with that kid. In the dark atmosphere, the expression on Danzo's face looked even more hideous as his eyes were red from rage towards Kazuki. Whenever he remembers that time when he was humiliated by Kazuki in front of all the Konoha army, his eyes turn red from anger, wishing to kill him immediately. Around 1 or 2 months are left before Kushina gives birth. If something bad happens, we need every ounce of power to deal with the Ninetails. Just wait a bit more. Then he's yours. Sarutobi was distressed, as whenever they are about to deal with Kazuki, something happens that stops them from doing so. He doesn't know whether it is Kazuki who is lucky, or it's a warning from the god of death to them. Danzo felt utter frustration once again, but he had to bear it, as this was all he could do, and could only wait for another month. Just 2 months? You only have 2 more months, Kazuki. Danzo imagined the scene when Kazuki would be dying in front of him, and he with his own hands will cut his head and complete his revenge. Rain Village. The dark clouds covered the sky as rain constantly poured down, the atmosphere being gloomy. At novel Benedette. Rain Village, just like described in anime, was a small village where it rained all year. Due to war, the village sandwiched by 3 big nations of Konoha, stone, and sand, even with the presence of Hanzo, still suffered huge damage. Boom! In a building at the center of the village, 6 figures stood together. They all wore the same black robe with red clouds printed on it, and on their body they had black rods embedded. Cough. Regret not killing you earlier. In front of these figures, there was a pit in which lay a person with blonde hair and wore a broken mask. He had wounds all over his body, and his breathing was a bit difficult as blood dripped down from the broken part of the mask. But if someone from the Rain Village was here, they would have recognized him immediately. Hanzo, a man feared as the demigod in Ninja World, was helpless at this moment as he was taking his last breaths. As expected of Rinnegan, even the famous demigod couldn't do much against it. At this moment, a person wearing a dark robe and orange spiral mask covering his face suddenly appeared beside the figure who had orange hair. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? Nagato, who controlled the puppets from behind the scenes, spoke through Yahiko as he looked at the visitor. After the death of Yahiko, you have changed a lot, Nagato. It seems you're now able to see the dark side of Ninja World. Fukashi saw that his words cannot change the naive thinking of Nagato. Just like Obito in the original, he made a plan to awaken the Rinnegan of Nagato. He stopped the reinforcements of Akatsuki while Hanzo and Danzo both prepared a trap for Konan, Yahiko, Nagato. Konan was taken hostage as Yahiko killed himself to save her, which led to the awakening of Nagato. Yahiko was naive. Simple talk can never change this war-sickened world. Only after experiencing the same pain as us will the world understand the worth of peace. Yahiko's death did awaken his Rinnegan, but it also resulted in the change of heart. The peace-loving Nagato disappeared as the current Nagato took over and vowed to make the world experience pain. After killing Hanzo, take over the Rain Village. We need enough manpower and money to support our plan. White Zetsu will be responsible for intelligence and will also invite strong, capable shinobi. Don't be hasty. The plan will take time, but we will succeed eventually. Fukashi looked forward to that day when he would create the fair world with no hatred and no conflict. Fukashi disappeared after reminding Nagato, and the 10 Pain cut off the head of Hanzo as the legendary demigod died silently in the Rain Village. At an underground cave, a kunai was placed on the ground as it disappeared suddenly, and the figure of Fukashi appeared in its place. Really convenient jutsu, Fukashi. Black Zetsu welcomed Fukashi back, who took off his mask and sat down on the stone bed beside. Any interesting news? Fukashi held the gun by, the weapon of Madara in his hands, fiddling it as he asked Black Zetsu. There is one, and it's a God-given opportunity. Black Zetsu, in his unique tone, replied to Fukashi. What is it? Fukashi immediately got alert as he looked at Black intensely. Uzumaki Kushina, the Jinchuriki of Ninetails and the wife of 4th Hokage, is going to give birth soon, and you know what it means. Black, with his infiltrating ability, which even Madara in his 6th form wasn't able to detect, easily infiltrated Konoha and got the news. The seal will weaken, and it's a perfect opportunity to weaken Konoha. Fukashi stood up as his red eyes shone even more brightly. Don't take Konoha lightly. If you're careless, you might not be able to leave alive, especially the sword demon. You have to be careful if you meet him. Black Zetsu is actually very afraid from Kazuki. In his memory that he received from his mother, once there was a person with same absurd swordsmanship like Kazuki. Though Kazuki was nowhere close his level yet, but the ability to make other unconscious or the slash that could cut by Jidama was just like that person. Black had a guess maybe Kazuki was a descendant of that person. Worry not, it's not like Chinese cultivation inheritance. Everything has logic behind it. Nothing is out of Naruto world. Don't worry, with my jutsu, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Fukashi was very confident due to the ability he got after awakening his Mangekyo. Every person from the Uchiha clan, after awakening Mangekyo, would get different abilities according to their personalities. The ability he awakened gave him enough confidence to escape even if he couldn't defeat his opponent. Fukashi immediately started preparing for the attack, as he would soon give a big present to Konoha. Minato teleported in with Kushina to do some tests and determine her health status. Being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the strongest war weapon that Konoha had, giving birth was not something trivial. It was necessary to confirm the exact date in advance, so that the site of birth could be secretly prepared. In the end, the approximate date was guessed around 2 days later. Hokage office. The seat of the Hokage had new owner. Minato, wearing the Hokage Haori and the official hat on his head, sat on the main seat by the desk. In front of him stood Sarutobi, Tsukumo, and Kazuki. At this moment, Sarutobi spoke first, breaking the silence in the room. With a serious expression on his face, he said to everyone, as Minato told earlier, the matter of the birth of a Jinchuriki isn't small. If there is a slight mistake, it can cause a disaster for the village. Taking precautions early is never wrong. I have decided that on the night of birth, Kazuki-kun and Tsukumo-san would be stationed outside the birth area, and if something happens, we all together would be enough to deal with it. I understand. Kazuki agreed, as he would never let anything bad happen. At it novel been at. What's the point of gaining so much strength if he can't even change the destiny of those close to him? This would be Kazuki's first big challenge, that whether he could really defeat destiny and change others' fate. I will stay with Kushina, and if something happens, I'll notify you guys immediately. Minato never wanted the person he loved to have an accident, so he did everything in his power to prevent any problem to occur. We should also have Umbu stationed around the designated birth area. Tsukumo also expressed his opinion, as a complete plan was formed soon. Soon the meeting ended as Kazuki left the room and strode towards his home. On his way home, walking on the streets, Kazuki had a worried expression on his face. Kazuki wasn't worried about the birth of Naruto, since he had absolute confidence to save Minato. He was concerned about his temple extraction progress. It's been more than a year since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Despite his inhuman training this year, his template reached 70%, increasing only 5%, and it was getting even more difficult to make it progress further. At this rate, it might take more than 10 or 12 years for the completion of first template. While Shanks was strong and with his Sage mode, he could fight Madara, but that was the Madara without 10 tails. He wouldn't be able to fight the Six Paths Madara much longer, and he needed the power of another template. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't guess the reason for the slow progress. There was no problem in his training, as most of his time was always spent practicing. Kazuki decided to deal with this matter after the birth of Naruto, and threw these thoughts out of his mind and prepared himself for the possible fight. Soon, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was dusk, and the afterglow of setting sun fell on Konoha. In a remote place outside Konoha, a person suddenly appeared. He was dressed in black, with an orange spiral mask hiding all of his face except for his red eyes. Is everything ready, Black? Black Zetsu drilled out from the ground as Fukashi spoke, confirming the situation. Hee, I have scattered all of your chakra-infused shurikens near the birth site. Now all that is left for us is to wait for the star of the show. Tonight will be a memorable night for Konoha and our first step towards the completion of plan. Fukashi spoke as the Sharingan in his eyes kept spinning, and all three Tomo suddenly connected, forming a complete different pattern. Kazuki, along with Tsukumo, stood outside the designated birthplace as his observation haki was at its full swing. Kazuki actually sensed a strange aura earlier, but it soon disappeared. Kazuki had to guess who it was, as there was only one person who could easily infiltrate Konoha without being detected. Kazuki didn't chase after Black Zetsu, as it wasn't easy to catch someone who was hiding for thousands of years, and he also couldn't afford to leave this place. But it made him more cautious as he knew that as expected by him something would happen tonight. Kushina, you can do it. Minato's encouragement gave power to Kushina, and a baby's loud cries echoed in the chamber. Naruto was born. Fugaku, the wife of Sarutobi, held Naruto and approached Kushina to let her see her newborn son. After letting Kushina take a look at her son, Fugaku was about to leave the room with Naruto. "Thank you, Kushina. Now let me fix the seal." Minato immediately prepared to strengthen the QB's seal as he couldn't be careless. At this moment, they heard a scream as they looked over and saw Fugaku lying on the ground bloody all over, and a person stood beside holding Naruto in his hands. Kazuki, who was outside, sensed a new aura appearing inside suddenly and was surprised. Damn, space jutsu. The only thing that could evade his observation haki was space jutsu, but he never expected the enemy to have it. Obito was alive, but the new enemy will also awaken the space jutsu. It was something that Kazuki could never guess. There was no point in cursing anymore, as Kazuki alerted Tsukumo beside and rushed towards the delivery chamber. In the delivery chamber, "Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki, otherwise your son won't live more than a minute." Fukashi, with Naruto in his hands, threatened Minato. Minato's face became gloomy and tense immediately. He had no idea how this masked man went through the barriers without making a sound. "I told you to move away from the Jinchuriki. Don't you care for your son's life?" Fukashi threatened Minato as he was getting a bit impatient. He knew he needed to leave with the Jinchuriki as soon as possible, otherwise the reinforcements might arrive, ruining his plan. Minato was in a dilemma. He had to choose between his wife and son, as Minato was having a hard time making a choice. Fukashi on the side lost his patience. He threw Naruto in the air, who was wrapped in a cloth filled with explosive tags. Minato immediately flickered, catching Naruto in midair, as expected from a yellow flash. "But what will you do next?" Fukashi immediately printed a seal, detonating the tags. Noticing the explosive tags, he had no choice but to remove the clothes wrapping Naruto and disappeared with him. Fukashi wasted no time as he immediately arrived beside Kushina. Boom! At this moment, the wall of the room burst open as Kazuki strode in, his eyes full of anger. "You're a step late, sword demon." Fukashi sneered as he immediately put a hand on the shoulder of the weak Kushina. "Don't even think of leaving." Kazuki exploded with horrifying speed, his sword sheathed out as he was already in front of Fukashi, slashing down. Boom! The whole chamber was destroyed by the slash, but the anger of Kazuki did not lower as he noticed the aura of both of them had disappeared. Kazuki took a deep breath, calming himself, as he knows anger won't solve anything. "What happened, Kazuki?" At this, Tsukumo also arrived with the umbu as he questioned, looking at the destroyed room. "An enemy intruded. He is a space jutsu user, and he took away Kushina-san. Notify the village immediately and evacuate the civilians to a safe place." "Yes." The umbu around flashed, disappearing as they quickly moved towards the Hokage building. "Where's Minato?" Tsukumo noticed the absence of Minato and couldn't help but asking. "The enemy is a space jutsu user. Only he can handle him. Maybe he is fighting him already. Let's go, Tsukumo-senpai. We need to evacuate the civilians." Kazuki knew that even if he found the enemy with his observation haki, it would take a lot of time to reach there. Kazuki decided to stay in the village and fight Kyubi if it appeared. He would never let Minato die, so he will make Kyubi submit or injure him to the point where it will be easy to seal him. Kazuki had full confidence that he could deal with Kyubi, as even if his template didn't progress much, but his control over it and strength has increased a lot. Had it novel been at, Kazuki, along with Tsukumo, immediately disappeared as the whole village was soon alert and ready to deal with any upcoming situation. In the original, the village was caught unprepared, which resulted in the loss of numerous lives. But due to Kazuki notifying the village, the civilians were already being escorted out by ninja, which also included the Uchiha. underscore 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 underscore. At the same in a valley far away from Konoha, Kushina with her arms chained was helpless at this moment as Fukashi stood in front of her. Why are you doing this? Kushina asked weakly, looking at the masked man. I'm going to extract the Ninetails out of your body and destroy Konoha. The fourth Hokage seems to have placed a marking of flying Raijin on you. I should hurry up. Fukashi immediately activated his Mangekyo as he started to pull Kyuubi out. After Fukashi destroyed the seal, Kyuubi gradually flowed out of Kushina's body as its whole body soon appeared outside, but his eyes had the pattern like the Mangekyo of Fukashi. Now it's time to destroy Konoha. Fukashi had a crazy look in his eyes as he could already see the devastation of Konoha. Wait, Kushina tried to stop Fukashi. As expected from the Uzumaki clan, you're still alive, but now there is no need for you. Fukashi ordered Kyuubi to stomp Kushina immediately. As Kushina, though she was going to die, yellow light flashed as Minato appeared, saving her in time. Minato, how's Naruto? Kushina immediately asked about the situation of Naruto. Don't worry, he's fine. Minato immediately encouraged Kushina, who was worried about her son. Minato, stop him. He is going to destroy Konoha. Kushina also notified him about the plans of Fukashi. Minato had a gloomy look on his face, but he knew that saving the life of Kushina was important. So he disappeared along with her. Fukashi saw Minato disappearing, so he looked towards the direction of Konoha and disappeared also. Konoha, this way please. Don't panic. Hokage-sama will deal with the enemy. The whole Konoha was in an emergency situation at the moment. Ninjas evacuated the civilians, forming queue as they tried their best to maintain order. Fugaku-san, the situation is urgent. The enemy is an Uchiha, and some people can use this in their favor to target you. Please try as much as you can to participate in the fight. Kazuki at this time stood with Fugaku, and Shisui was also beside him. Kazuki knew that Danzo would stop Uchiha from fighting, so he quickly advised Fugaku before Danzo makes his move. And he believed that Fugaku was smart enough to understand the meaning of his words. At it novel Benedet. What? Uchiha, are you sure? Fugaku was surprised as he quickly thought who in the clan was capable enough to kidnap the Jinchuriki guarded by so many people. Yes, he had Sharingan, but it had a totally different pattern, and he could use space jutsu. That's the reason he sneaked in so easily. Kazuki didn't say Mangekyo as it would only cause unnecessary doubt of Fugaku for him. Fugaku immediately understood that the enemy had the Mangekyo and quickly left with Shisui to gather his clansmen to fight for the village. Kazuki closed his eyes as his observation Haki fully covered the village to detect any anomaly. At the center of Konoha, a shuriken placed at the corner of the empty streets suddenly disappeared as Fukashi appeared in its place. They moved faster than I thought. Looking at the vacant street, Fukashi commented, but he wasn't frustrated since Kyuubi was powerful to destroy whole Konoha, and they couldn't run away from its might. Fukashi immediately bit his thumb as he placed his hands on the ground, and several black markings covered the surface around his hand. Summoning Jutsu, a huge white cloud of smoke enveloped the area around, as it soon disappeared, revealing the angry Ninetails. Haha, now go and destroy Konoha. Fukashi laughed like a madman as he ordered the Ninetails and disappeared from the streets. Roar! Ninetails immediately started to destroy the buildings around, and many houses were uprooted from the wind pressure of its roar. Kazuki, who had his eyes closed, immediately noticed the huge aura as he opened his eyes and looked towards its direction. It's the Ninetails. Monster! The ninja around shouted as they looked at the huge monster with fear in their eyes. I'll never let you destroy my home. Kazuki looked towards Kyuubi as red aura surrounded him, and his arms were imbued with armament haki. Kazuki knew that he couldn't fight Ninetails in the village as it will cause damage to the surroundings. He needed to take the fight outside the village. Kazuki put force under his feet as he immediately ejected towards Kyubi with red aura in the air around him, leaving a red trail in the air. Kyubi noticed someone coming straight towards him as it looked over, but its reaction was a bit late. Boom! Kazuki's punch, imbued with haki, fell on the stomach of Ninetails as its huge body flew away and shot towards the mountains at the back of Konoha. Kyubi broke several hills on its way due to its size before it finally stopped. The whole Konoha was suddenly silent as they were all shocked by this scene. They couldn't understand how someone was able to throw someone as huge as that monster so far away. It's Kazuki-sama. Finally, someone recognized Kazuki as he shouted his name immediately. The whole village started cheering as they shouted his name excitedly. Kazuki didn't care much for the applause as he knew the fight has just started. What tyrannical strength! Fukashi, standing above the Hokage faces, saw Kazuki and couldn't help but take a deep breath. You should worry for yourself. A voice fell in Fukashi's ears as he saw Minato appearing behind him, his eyes full of anger. Let me see the strength of the famous yellow flash. Fukashi wasn't surprised as he noticed him already as he suddenly turned around, and when his fingertips just touched his robe, Minato moved away, but this was enough for Fukashi as he disappeared along with him. Roar. Ninetails immediately stood up as it looked towards Kazuki, eyes burning from anger. It opened its mouth as chakra began to gather, and soon a huge purple ball was in front of its mouth. Oh, no you won't. Kazuki, with his top speed, immediately appeared under the Ninetails, hitting a punch at its shin. Kazuki didn't use his sword as he never intended to kill Kyubi. Boom! The power of the punch changed the trajectory of Baijidama, which exploded far away from the Konoha. Ninetails got even more riled up as it attacked Kazuki with its fast-moving tails, who dodged it, easily moving around. On the other side, are you Uchiha Madara? Minato looked at the masked man in front of him, who easily bypassed the high-class barriers and could control Ninetails. Such deeds can only be performed by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Maybe not. And rather than asking such questions, you should worry about yourself. Fukashi took out several shurikens, and his Mangekyo spun sharply as today he was going to kill the fourth Hokage. Fukashi rushed towards Minato as shurikens enclosed Minato from every angle. Taking out several of his unique kunai, Minato scattered them around and held one in his hand, preparing to deflect the shurikens. Boom! Minato flew upside down, hitting the tree trunk nearby, because he was hit by Fukashi, who appeared behind him suddenly. What was that? Minato stood up, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth as he looked towards Fukashi in front. Your death will be the first step towards my plan. Fukashi once again threw several shurikens towards which enclosed on him, blocking his retreat. Clang! Clang! Minato deflected them with his kunai, but his eyes suddenly shrank as Fukashi once again suddenly appeared in front, his kunai slashing towards his neck. Whoosh! At the last moment, Minato managed to teleport to the side, saving himself from the deadly attack. Flying Raijin? No, it's a bit different, Minato thought, because earlier with his keen observation, he noticed one of the shurikens disappearing suddenly as Fukashi appeared in its place. As expected from famous yellow flash, it seems you have figured it out, but sadly it won't change the result. Fukashi had absolute confidence in his Mangekyo as he couldn't see any reason for his defeat. His left eye granted him the ability to exchange places with non-living objects which had his chakra infused in it. This ability was a bit similar to Sasuke's Rinnegan, except that it required a medium to teleport while Sasuke didn't. Sasuke could also exchange places with living objects. But his Mangekyo also had its perks. He could teleport long distances, and all he needed to do was consume more chakra. With Hashirama cells in his body, chakra was the last thing he was worried about. Along with the eternal black fire in his right, he believed he could defeat any opponent. It seems I have to go all out. Minato took a deep breath, his eyes, as orange shade began to appear around his eyes, and his pupils turned horizontal, just like Toad. With the sensing ability of Sage Mode, Minato believed he could fight more easily and defeat Fugaku quickly, so he can go back and save the village. Underscore. Boom! Roar! Kyuubi roared in anger as it was once again punched by Kazuki and fell heavily on the ground. Tsukumo-san, where's Lord Hokage? We need his help to seal Kyuubi. Kazuki was having a headache dealing with Kyuubi. Armament Haki did hurt Kyuubi, but his recovery ability was making him frustrated. And he couldn't kill Kyuubi also, as it was required to save the life of Kushina. He's fighting the enemy who intruded Konoha. Tsukumo, along with Sarutobi and some Umbu, has already arrived at the fighting site, helping Kazuki deal with Kyuubi. They had received the news about Minato from the messenger toad of Mount Myaboku. Should I try that? Kazuki suddenly thought of one of the moves that he hasn't completely mastered yet, but only that move could really hurt Kyuubi, or may even make him immobile. Tsukumo moved back with the others. I want to try something. Tsukumo immediately ordered the Umbu around as they retreated to a distance quite far from Kazuki. Kazuki rushed towards Kyuubi, who had stood up already as the red aura around him intensified and the phantom of a huge red hair man appeared behind him. Tsukumo and others, being far away, couldn't see the phantom clearly, and only a huge fuzzy shadow could be seen. Seeing the phantom, Kyuubi seemed to remember something, but being controlled, it couldn't stop, and once again opened its mouth as chakra began to gather, and a complete Baijidama was formed as Kyuubi ejected it towards Kazuki. The air around Kazuki began to condense, and the red aura around Kazuki disappeared and was centered on his right hand. Kazuki's hair blew up from the pressure and shockwaves that were emitting from his hand. Crackling red lightning flash around Kazuki's hand as he clenched his fist. Kazuki jumped towards the upcoming Baijidama and punched with all of his might as red light blinded the whole village. Boom! A shadow of a huge red fist appeared, and the Baijidama was immediately scattered into fragments, and the red fist drowned the stunned Kyuubi. The entire world was quiet as it lost its color, leaving a black and white shade. Boom! The whole Konoha was shaken as fierce shock waves from the mountains enveloped the whole Konoha. Clouds of dust rolled up, and fast wind also uprooted several houses of Konoha. At the attack point, the dust covered the whole area as it soon started to dissipate, and it revealed the destruction caused by Kazuki. The hills around had been pulverized as all the mountains around the area of 1000 m disappeared, leaving a leveled charred field with pits everywhere. If someone sees from above, a hundreds of meters of wide fist mark was printed on the ground. At the core of explosion in a deep pit, Kyuubi was lying on the ground, motionless, as its size seemed to have decreased a lot with 5 of its tails vanished, and its eyes were back to their original shape. Kyuubi, who recovered his consciousness, wanted to move, but his spirit seemed to have taken a huge damage as it couldn't move even a bit. Damn Uchiha! Kyuubi cursed Fugaku, who made him fight this monster, who totally incapacitated him. Kazuki sat on the ground on one knee near the pit as his breathing was a little short. Smoke was still emitting from his fists due to the attack earlier. It looks like it worked. Kazuki used Haushika Haki to imbue his hands, not only to increase the attack power, but also because it also had the ability to damage the spirit of the opponent. Since Haushiku can affect others, well then, this should be possible, but we can argue. In Pirate World, few people could infuse Conqueror's Haki like Armament Haki, but today, he finally managed to do it. It still wasn't perfect, but he believed he could master it in the future. Now all that is left is for Minato to return. Kazuki stood up with difficulty as he moved forward and looked at the Kyuubi, who lay motionless in the pit, and felt immense satisfaction. He was already so strong that he could defeat one of the strongest creatures in Ninja World. Who are you, human? Why do you have his power? Kyuubi lay motionless in the pit as it looked at Kazuki with fear and some confusion in his eyes. What are you talking about? Kazuki, who heard his words, was shaken as he suddenly remembered what Koku had said about his swordsmanship long ago. Due to war and him being busy, he forgot about that matter, but after hearing the words of Kyubi, he suddenly remembered it. It seems you don't know him, but you are definitely his descendant. Kyubi, even if it was injured, could easily see the confusion in the eyes of Kazuki. As Kazuki was about to ask further, he noticed several aura approaching, so he stopped and didn't ask any further. This is Ninetails. Tsukumo, along with Sarutobi, arrived and saw the condition of Kyubi in the pit and couldn't help but be shocked. Ninetails, a monster which even the first Hokage had to seal due to its massive power, was lying motionless less on the ground with its size nearly half as before. Kazuki, you. Tsukumo didn't know what to say as words were stuck in his mouth as he kept looking at Kazuki with shock and admiration. Damn, Danzo, what mess have you gotten me into? Sarutobi behind cursed Danzo and was sweating profusely as his fear for Kazuki increased several points more. The Kyubi is no longer under control, and it won't be able to move anymore. All that left is for Lord Hokage to return. Kazuki didn't care for the shocked expression of everyone and told the current situation of Kyubi to everyone. He was already having a headache thinking of who that person was which Kyubi talked about. Underscore. Damn. Boom. Fugaku disappeared from his place as a Rasengan appeared where he just stood bombarding the ground. Minato looked at Fugaku, who once again escaped his attack, and his eyes showed worry. Damn, how is he so strong? Fugaku was annoyed as he never expected Minato to know Sage Mode. With the perception of Sage Mode and his own reaction ability, Minato had the upper hand in the fight. If only I could use Susanoo. Fugaku hasn't mastered his eyes to the point where he could use Susanoo, otherwise with its defense he didn't need to be so wary of Minato. Though frustrated, Fugaku throwed these thoughts out of his mind as he knew he couldn't afford to be careless and focused on Minato in front. Aren't you worried for the village? Kyubi might have destroyed it already. Fugaku decided to use this method to provoke Minato so that he would make a mistake. You don't need to provoke me. Kazuki-kun and the rest are enough to deal with Kyubi. Minato knew that the person controlling Kyubi was in front of him, so to save the village he had to defeat him. Fugaku, who was about to attack, once again suddenly stiffened as his face under the mask had a shocked expression. His connection with Ninetails was suddenly broken. You let your guard down? A voice fell in Fugaku's ears, who was distracted and wanted to move away, but it was already too late. A kunai suddenly penetrated his abdomen and a hand touched his stomach as black markings covered him completely. With this, Kyubi is no longer yours. Minato didn't know that Kyubi was already free and his sealing jutsu had no effect at all. Damn, Hokage! Fugaku jumped back, keeping a distance from Minato as he held his stomach from where blood was constantly pouring down. I'll be back one day. Fugaku knew that his plan had failed, so he immediately disappeared, planning to take revenge in the future. It's time to go back. Minato at this time was already quite exhausted and didn't care for Fugaku, who ran away and immediately disappeared, returning to the village. Minato, who appeared on the Great Stone Faces, immediately noticed the clouds of dust at the back of the village, and he rushed towards that place. At the battlefield, Kazuki stood along with Tsukumo and Sarutobi as they waited patiently for the return of Minato. He's here. Kazuki noticed some movement immediately as the next moment yellow light flashed and Minato appeared in front. Where's Ninetails? Minato, arriving, only saw the destroyed area but saw no shadow of Kyubi, so he asked Kazuki and others who stood in front. Tsukumo didn't say anything, but he pointed towards the deep pit. Minato looked in and saw Ninetails, which had shrunken a lot. Minato didn't know what to comment on the sight in front. I think it's time to seal Kyubi. Lord Hokage, Kushina-sen might not last long. Kazuki reminded the stunned Minato about Kushina, who was still in a situation of life and death. Ah yes. Minato suppressed the doubt out in his mind and immediately disappeared and soon returned with the tired Kushina in his hands. Due to Kyubi being injured, there was no problem in sealing it back, as Kushina also preserved her life and immediately hugged Minato after waking up. At it novel Benedet. I finally changed something. Looking at the happy couple in front, Kazuki smiled also as he knew that he had changed the destiny of one of his close friends. Thank you, Kazuki-kun. Minato and Kushina were really grateful to Kazuki, otherwise, without his help, even if they subdued Kyubi, they won't be able to seal it back. Kushina was too weak at that moment, and she wouldn't have been able to handle that much power of Kyubi. But due to Kazuki injuring Kyubi, its power had weakened a lot, and they were able to seal it easily. Please don't embarrass me. As a ninja of the village, it was my duty. Kazuki still wasn't used to such praise, so he was a bit embarrassed. After sealing Kyubi, the long night finally came to an end, as with Kazuki's power, Konoha evaded a disaster. Konoha. After the eventful night, the repair of the damaged area of the village started. It has been 3 days since the attack of Ninetails. Everyone in the village forgot about the terror of Kyubi. The Villagers talked with each other about how they saw Kazuki throwing the huge Ninetails out of the village with a punch. Yakiniku restaurant. Kazuki, you really have left us all far behind. Kazuki, along with Kakashi, Obito, and Guy, sat together beside the table as they held a little gathering. Obito commented on Kazuki's strength, as he still remembered the scene of Kazuki abusing Kyubi. Yeah, especially that last punch. My youth explodes whenever I remember it. Guy was really shocked by the power of that punch, which even vaporized the Baijidama. Its power surpassed any jutsu in the world by far. You look worried. Did something happen? Kakashi noticed Kazuki, who was a bit absent-minded and couldn't help but asking. It's nothing important. Let's eat. It's getting cold. Kazuki these days was always thinking of the person mentioned by Kyubi. In his memory, there shouldn't be such a person which Kyubi mentioned. There was no need for the tailed beast to lie, so what they said shouldn't be wrong, and there was definitely someone who even he didn't know about. Aside from this, he was also thinking about the future. With his involvement, the plot has changed beyond his recognition. Tsukumo, Obito, and Minato are all still alive. Naruto, the son of prophecy, didn't become a Jinchuriki, and with his presence, the future will only keep changing more and more. But he didn't regret it, since he was ready for such a situation already. Kakashi and the others could easily tell that there was definitely something that was worrying Kazuki, but they didn't ask further and started to eat the food in front. After eating, Kazuki said goodbye to his friends as he strode towards the Hokage office, since there was something he needed to know and only Minato could tell him. Hokage office. Minato sat on the Hokage's seat with bundles of documents placed on the desk in front of him. These days, the mood of Minato was a bit unexplainable, as on one hand, he was happy of becoming a father, and on the other hand, he was worried about the enemy he faced. Being able to tame Kyubi, he could only think of Madara, but there was something that made him unable to confirm his guess. During the fight, he could easily tell that the opponent didn't have much fighting experience, as some of his movements were full of flaws. Minato wasn't a fool to believe that the legendary Madara could lack experience in fighting. Knock. Come in. Minato looked towards the door and saw Kazuki entering the room. Kazuki-kun. Lord Hokage. Minato stood up as he moved forward and welcomed Kazuki enthusiastically. Kazuki spoke politely as he bowed slightly, which he never did to Sarutobi. You want to know about the enemy at it novel Benedet. After some formal greetings, Kazuki finally asked about the matter he was most concerned about. Minato was surprised by his question, but he didn't hide anything and immediately told all the information about Fugaku he knew. Ability similar to Flying Raijin along with Amaterasu, Kazuki finally sighed in relief after knowing that the enemy didn't have any perverted ability like Shisui in the future. If the enemy had an ability like Kodo Amatsukami, he wasn't sure he could deal with it, but fortunately luck was on his side. While Space Jutsu and Amaterasu was also terrifying, it was still something that he could handle. Lord Hokage, I think you should know it already that Uchiha didn't have any part in this incident, so they should be treated fairly. Kazuki believed that Minato would not treat Uchiha badly. You don't need to worry, Kazuki-kun. During my meeting with Lord Third and elders yesterday, Elder Danzo suggested to relocate the Uchiha clan, but I rejected it. During the attack, everyone saw them helping the civilians, so I have already judged them innocent. As expected by Kazuki, Minato did not disappoint him and treated the Uchiha clan fairly. Minato was already showing signs of becoming a true Hokage, as this action of his was totally against the will of Sarutobi. Kazuki left the Hokage office in a good mood, as he believed that with Minato being alive, things would be a lot different when dealing with Uchiha. But what Kazuki didn't know was that enemies hidden in the dark were already ready to deal with him. Do we really need to do this? Sarutobi, holding the smoke pipe, looked towards his old friends as his face had a worried expression. What do you mean, Hiruzen? Are you going to back down at the last minute? Danzo has been waiting for his revenge, counting every day. Every time, he remembers the humiliation that Kazuki inflicted on him. Only he knows how he stopped himself from attacking Kazuki. And now, when the long-awaited moment arrives, hearing Sarutobi's words, he couldn't help but speak loudly towards him in an angry tone. Calm down, Danzo. Koharu and Hamura both spoke together, advising Danzo to be calm. How can I calm down? Hiruzen, didn't we train him all this time just for this day? Danzo spoke as he hoped that his words could awake the inner demon of Sarutobi. But didn't you saw his strength? What happened to Ninetails? I believe you are not oblivious to it. Whenever Sarutobi remembers the sight of devastated Ninetails, he can't help but feel a bit scared. If Kazuki attacks him with that last punch of his, even his bones may not be found. Hiruzen, from the first day, we both knew that we never were his opponents. All of our hopes were always on the trump card. Danzo persuaded Sarutobi, as without his help, he would never be able to get his revenge. What if our trump card fails? Sarutobi looked towards Danzo and asked the question he was most worried about. Sarutobi, with what I gave to that Umbu, Kazuki will definitely be caught unprepared. There's no way we can fail. Danzo had absolute confidence that with the ability that he gave to that Umbu, Kazuki will surely be taken down. After hearing his words, Sarutobi didn't say anything more as he closed his eyes. Seeing the quiet Sarutobi, the other three knew immediately that Sarutobi had agreed, and smiles bloomed on their faces. Forgive me, Kazuki, what I did is for Konoha, thought Sarutobi, as he knew that what he was about to do was something that would chill the hearts of every shinobi if they ever learned it. Even if 100 years may pass, if the people of Ninja World learns the truth, they might even pull him out of his grave and feed his remains to dogs. Night. The whole Konoha was brightly lit. The streets were filled with laughters of people who were out to have fun with their loved ones. After the attack of Kyubi, it was the first time the villagers had such smiles on their faces. Yakiniku restaurant. Isn't this rare? You holding a gathering, Kazuki? Obito said, looking at Kazuki with surprise. Beside the big table, there were also Kakashi, Guy, Rin, Minato, and Kushina, who was holding the newly born Naruto. Shisui and Itachi also sat on the left and right of Kazuki. I don't know why, but I suddenly wanted to meet you all. Kazuki didn't know how to express his mood at the moment. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a feeling that something big was going to happen, which deeply worried him. You live alone, Kazuki-kun. It isn't surprising that you'll feel lonely, said Minato with the same sunny smile on his face, looking towards Kazuki. Yeah, Kazuki-kun, if you feel lonely, you can come and play with Naruto. Kushina was really grateful to Kazuki and didn't want to see him depressed. By the way, Kazuki-kun, since you are here, then take this with you. Lord Third gave it for you. Minato took out a scroll from his ninja bag as he handed it to Kazuki. Kazuki took the scroll, but didn't open it now and put it away. Kazuki suddenly had a guess as to why he was feeling uneasy after he heard the name of Sarutobi. Kakashi, it seems you have improved a lot this year. Kazuki could easily sense that the aura of Kakashi was increasing every day. Kakashi didn't have Sharingan, but it only worked in his favor. Kakashi in original could never close the Sharingan, and it always exhausted his chakra, which resulted him in wasting his talent. But now, with his talent and the teachings of his father, he was improving more and more, and it won't him long to surpass his father. I can't afford to be overthrown by you too much. Kazuki has always been his rival from the ninja school, and one of his best friends. He never wanted the gap between them to just keep increasing. Haha, then you have to work hard even more, Kakashi. Kazuki laughed, enjoying the warm atmosphere with his friends. Shisui and Itachi looked at Kakashi curiously, as they could sense that their sensei really treated him differently from his other friends. It was a kind of friendship mixed with rivalry and competition. Take care, Kazuki. Take care, sensei. After the dinner, everyone said goodbye to Kazuki as they all went towards their home with smiles on their faces. Kazuki waved his hands towards everyone in response and stopped after they disappeared from his sight. Now, let's see what you're planning, Sarutobi. Arriving home, Kazuki immediately went to his room and was ready to unseal the scroll. A task. Kazuki saw that he was ordered to investigate the recent explosions near the border of Land of Fire. Sarutobi guessed that it might be a strong summoned beast and decided to send him to investigate. It seems you couldn't wait anymore. Kazuki closed the scroll and put it in the system space as he fell into deep thinking. He was sure that this was a trap to lure him away from Konoha. Kazuki thought of exposing their conspiracy, but it would only make Sarutobi and Danzo alert. Even if Sarutobi had given this scroll, he only needed to refuse that it was changed, and more importantly, Minato would never believe that Sarutobi can do such a thing. So, he decided that soon he would remove the tumors eroding Konoha once and for all. Next day noon. Today the sky above Konoha was covered with dark clouds, which completely blocked the shining sun. The atmosphere of the village was a bit gloomy, as dark clouds above were like the sign of an upcoming disaster. Kazuki today wore a black samurai robe with his sword slung at his waist. Nearly 1.8 m high, with short black hair, along with some red hair in front that blew up continuously due to strong wind. Arriving at the Konoha main gate, Kazuki suddenly turned around, looked at the village below, which he had lived for 14 years. Kazuki didn't know how long he would need to wait to see the village again. Kazuki wanted to leave the village since he wanted to find any clues about the person mentioned by Koku and Kyubi. He had already decided that he would look for any legend or story left about that person. It's time to go. After looking at the village for a while, Kazuki took a deep breath and flashed, disappearing from the place. At a forest near the border of the Land of Fire. It's been 2 days since Kazuki left the village for the border. In the dark forest, Kazuki flashed, continuously moving forward, jumping from tree to tree. Rumble. The rain was continuously pouring down as lightning would flash from time to time. Suddenly Kazuki stopped as he arrived at a clear field, but this wasn't the reason for his sudden stop. His observation haki detected some aura around. As Kazuki moved forward to check the surroundings, he suddenly sensed an aura rising from below the surface. Boom, boom. The ground was destroyed as countless explosive sounds rang throughout the clear field. Did we get him? Sarutobi stood along with Danzo as they looked towards the explosion site. Danzo had already buried a lot of explosive tags, hoping to catch Kazuki off guard. It isn't that easy. Sarutobi shook his head as he knew Kazuki was not someone who could be so easily dealt with. As expected by Sarutobi, the smoke caused by the explosion soon started to dissipate as it revealed the intact Kazuki below. Wasn't expecting such a good welcome, Lord Third, said Kazuki, looking towards Sarutobi and Danzo, who stood together. Kazuki, covering his body with armament haki, easily saved himself from the explosion. Today is the day when you pay for what you did to me, Kazuki. Danzo roared, looking towards Kazuki as his eyes had a crazy look in them. Forgive me, Kazuki, I had to do this, but worry not, you will always be remembered as a hero. Sarutobi didn't want to talk anymore as he waved his hands, and a person wearing a cat mask suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi and Danzo. Umbu. Kazuki was curious as to what gave Sarutobi and Danzo the confidence to face him alone. He could sense that there was no other Umbu or a root member anywhere near them. So, this Umbu in front must be the trump card of Sarutobi, which gave him and Danzo the confidence to fight him alone. But he wasn't afraid since, in front of crushing strength, any conspiracy is useless. It seems there's nothing left to talk about anymore. Kazuki put his hands on the hilt the sword hung at his waist as he was ready for the upcoming fight. Sarutobi and Danzo immediately got vigilant as Sarutobi made seals and put his hands on the ground. Poof! White smoke covered the area in front of Sarutobi and Danzo. A white ape appeared after the smoke dissipated. "What's the matter, Sarutobi?" asked Enma as he looked towards Sarutobi for an answer to why he summoned me. "The enemy is strong. I need your help." Sarutobi looked at Kazuki in front, who had no intention to make a move, and revealed a strong aura of confidence around him, and just stood there waiting for them to attack. "Transform." The white ape disappeared as a long black stick with golden ends on both sides appeared in its place. Sarutobi held the Enma stick and looked towards Kazuki, ready for the fight. The Umbu immediately flashed as it appeared on the side of the field, standing motionless, having no intention to fight. Kazuki didn't care much for the Umbu and looked towards Sarutobi and Danzo in front, hoping that they would entertain him well and won't disappoint him. "Let's go," Sarutobi said to Danzo as he moved forward, rushing towards attacking him with the stick. Moving aside, Kazuki dodged it easily but heard a whizzing sound from behind and jumped up and saw wind bullets destroying the area where he stood before. Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. Sarutobi took out a shuriken with his left hand as he threw it towards Kazuki and made several hand signs. The number of shurikens in the air increased as countless shurikens moved towards Kazuki in the air and closing on him. Wind style. Wind wave. Kazuki took out his sword as he started to deflect the shurikens in the air, but suddenly sensed an aura behind him, and his whole body suddenly turned dark red. The wind wave fell on Kazuki's back, but it couldn't cause any damage, as Kazuki, with the dark red matter on his body, landed on the ground. "What's that?" Danzo asked, looking at the dark red matter, which covered Kazuki. "During the Kyuubi attack, I did see him use this jutsu, but I never thought it could also be used to defend." Sarutobi's expression was ugly as he knew the fight was even tougher than they had expected. Whoosh! Sarutobi once again rushed towards Kazuki as Enma was slashed towards Kazuki. Moving aside, Kazuki dodged, but one of its ends suddenly stretched, moving towards his face. Clang! Taking out the sword, Kazuki stopped the stick, but Sarutobi didn't give him a chance to breathe as he spun around, attacking him once again. Danzo, on the other, took out a few shurikens as he injected the wind-style chakra into them. The sharp wind appeared around shurikens as he threw them towards Kazuki. Sensing the shurikens, Kazuki applied some force as his sword collided with Enma. Boom! What powerful force! Even if he blocked the sword, Sarutobi flew back 5 or 6 meters by the force of Kazuki's slash. Noticing the wind shurikens enclosing on him, Kazuki brought his sword in front of him and began to spin quickly. Numerous short, thick, red energy slashes were ejected from the spinning Kazuki. The shurikens hit by the slashes were divided into 2 immediately. Damn! Cursed both Sarutobi and Danzo, but they had to fight, otherwise they might be the ones to be killed. Both of them ran towards as they printed several hand signs. Wind style, Great Vacuum Barrage. Fire style, Flaming Missile. Both the elements complemented each other as the power of the jutsu increased, entering the category of S-rank jutsu. One sword style, Angry Tiger. Not affected by the jutsu roaring towards him, Kazuki swung his sword towards the sea of flames. Roar! The phantom of a red tiger appeared as it collided with the flames in front. The flames were divided into 2 as the tiger rushed towards Sarutobi and Danzo. How do we defeat him? Seeing their attack useless, Danzo cursed, but he knew it was not the point to curse. Danzo wanted to move away from the range of attack, but his mind suddenly began to spin, and when he came back to his senses, it was already too late. Hokage. The attack drowned Danzo as he was immediately divided into two. Sarutobi was lucky as he hadn't wasted his time cursing before and moved away from the range of the attack a lot earlier. But soon, the corpse of Danzo on the ground disappeared, and a totally fine Danzo appeared beside Sarutobi, his hand on his right eye. Damn, my Sharingan. At this stage, Danzo only had one Sharingan, and he didn't expect it to be wasted here. Oh, is this the best you both can do? Honestly, I'm disappointed. Kazuki shook his head in annoyance, as he didn't expect them to be so weak. Getting too strong is also a kind of frustration since you can't find good opponents easily. Be careful, he's about to get serious. Sarutobi was angry when he saw Kazuki looking down on him, but he knew this wasn't the time to get angry and focused on Kazuki and reminded Danzo as well. One sword style. Wailing Doom. Kazuki swung his sword at a speed invisible to the naked eye as he slashed towards the direction of Sarutobi and Danzo. The ground beneath Kazuki was destroyed immediately as the air around him seemed to have stopped moving. Red aura blinded the eyes of Danzo and Sarutobi, but they quickly opened their eyes, focusing on the sight in front. Both Danzo and Sarutobi suddenly lost the will to fight as they saw the huge slash in front. They naturally knew that he could make exaggerated slashes, but the one in front of them was too unbelievable. The red slash, nearly 500 m long vertically and 100 m wide horizontally, simply blocked their escape, as no matter how fast they run, there was no way they could outrun it. Damn, cursed both Danzo and Sarutobi, but they quickly calmed themselves as they knew crying over it won't stop this slash that was about to drown them. Wind style, Great Vacuum Barrage. Fire style, Flaming Missile. Summoning Jutsu. Baku. Summoning Jutsu. Triple Rashman. The wind and fire together increased the power of the jutsu, which moved towards the huge slash. Danzo summoned his ninja beast, and Sarutobi summoned the three huge gates with scary faces printed on them just to defend against the slash. The wind and fire jutsu were immediately extinguished as they came in contact with the slash. Roar! The huge elephant in front roared as it released wind waves towards the slash, but in front of the huge attack, it looked even smaller than the ant. Without any hindrance, it vanished instantly after being hit by the slash as the attack moved towards the three huge gates. In the unbelievable eyes of Sarutobi and Danzo, the three gates without even a shard left were also destroyed as the slash kept moving towards them. But this much obstruction gave them some time to move away from the attack range, but even so they couldn't outrun it completely. Boom! The slash fell on the ground, destroying everything in its way, as even the rainy dark clouds above the sky moved away by the pressure caused by its shock waves that even reached the heavens. The whole forest near the border of the Land of Fire was shaken by the momentum of the attack. After the attack disappeared, it revealed an area around 1,000 m, which was completely destroyed. Every tree or any rock that was in this area before disappeared, completely revealing small, deep slash marks everywhere. But what was the most frightening was the long and smooth, deep, divided area on the ground. A slash mark hundreds of meters long appeared, and it was tens of meters deep as well. Anyone would be stunned beyond words looking at the scene in front. Cough, cough. Sarutobi, along with Danzo, sat on the ground as they were coughing fiercely, and blood also fell on the ground from their mouth. This is cough too much. Only the first Hokage could ever release such large-scale attacks. Sarutobi had numerous wounds on his body as blood was constantly oozing from it, but all of his attention was on the destroyed area around. This is all your fault, Hiruzen. You gave him too much time. Danzo was no better than Sarutobi, as wounds were present at every part of his body. Sure enough, evil won't die easily. Kazuki looked at the two in front and couldn't help but sigh. Wailing Doom was his strongest move aside from imbuing the blade with Conqueror's Haki or using Sage Mode, but they were still alive. Now it's time to deal with you. Kazuki didn't care much for both Sarutobi and Danzo, as they were already injured seriously, would not be able to do much. Kazuki looked towards the Umbu, who didn't participate in the fight from start. The Umbu in front immediately took out several kunai as he threw them towards Kazuki. Clang clang. Kazuki deflected the kunai easily as he kept moving towards the Umbu step by step. Kazuki suddenly felt the heat from behind and saw Sarutobi, even when injured, had unleashed a fire-style jutsu towards him. Kazuki turned around and casually waved his sword, extinguishing the sea of fire. The Umbu, taking the opportunity, immediately arrived behind Kazuki as his hands made several seals and finally clapped his hands together. Huh! Kazuki immediately sensed the Umbu behind, but what made him frown was the gloomy aura behind the Umbu. He couldn't see it, but he could sense it with his observation haki. So this is your trump card. Kazuki was disappointed once more by the members of F4. The Umbu didn't seem to notice the disappointment of Kazuki as a pale arm drilled out from his stomach as it tried to grab Kazuki. Kazuki shook his head in disappointment and just waved his sword forward. The huge red slash immediately divided the Umbu into two as Kazuki sensed his aura disappearing completely. Any last words? Kazuki arrived in front of Danzo and Sarutobi, who had fallen down from exhaustion and had too much blood lost. Danzo suddenly looked up and said with a cruel look in his eyes, "Your death." The time seemed to stop at this moment as the pupils of Kazuki shrank suddenly. His observation haki exploded suddenly as his eyes seemed to have seen something terrifying. Kazuki with extreme difficulty moved aside, but Sarutobi and Danzo kneeling in front also stood up suddenly as they attacked him with sharp kunai and a wind-style blade. Puff! Blood splashed around as an arm flew up and fell on the ground far away. Kazuki sat on one knee, his head down, as his only hand clutched the place where blood poured down constantly. Damn, how did he escape? Sarutobi and Danzo looked towards Kazuki in front and said desperately. They expected this sneak attack to kill Kazuki completely, but it only took one arm. Had it novel been at? Danzo had given the Umbu a Sharingan so that he could use Izanagi and catch Kazuki off guard. Izanagi had different duration according to the strength of their wielder. The Izanagi of this Umbu only had the duration of 30 seconds, but this was enough, as even Kazuki wasn't able to sense him despite having observation haki. He's injured, let's run away. We squeezed out all we had in the last attack, Sarutobi said desperately, as he was even having a hard time standing. Danzo, although a bit unwilling, but revenge wasn't more important than his life, as he knew even if Kazuki lost an arm, he may still have some strength left to fight back. And the Umbu was already dead, lying on the ground in front, as Reaper took away his soul since his sneak attack failed and couldn't resist much against the Shinigami, Death Reaper seal. As both Sarutobi and Danzo were about to leave, a huge pressure suddenly enveloped them as they were pressed to the ground, and an unknown force made them unable to move. Both Sarutobi and Danzo looked towards Kazuki and saw huge red pressure was constantly emitting from him, and some changes to his body were occurring also. Rumble. Lightning sound. Rain constantly poured down from the dark clouds as the whole Konoha was covered in darkness. Lightning would flash from time to time, adding a touch of fear in the hearts of everyone. What's with this sad feeling? Kakashi, who sat by the window of his house, looked at the dark sky above and didn't know why he suddenly felt sad. Minato, Shisui, and Itachi all had a bad premonition in their hearts, and they hoped nothing bad happens. At a casino in the grass village. Damn, Fat Sheep actually won the bet. All the gamblers in the casino looked towards the woman with blonde hair and the biggest weapons of Ninja World. Let's go. Tsunade immediately took Kurenai and Shizun with her as she left the casino in a hurry. What's the matter, sensei? Shizun, who has matured a lot while training this whole year, asked Tsunade while running along with her. Whenever I win, something bad happens. Let's quickly leave this village. Tsunade quickly explained the reason as she kept running forward. Sensei, I don't know why, but I'm also feeling sad since this morning like something bad is going to happen. Kurinai had a worried expression on her beautiful face as she told Tsunade about her premonition and hoped that nothing bad occurs. Rumble. In the destroyed field that was filled with numerous deep slash marks, both Sarutobi and Danzo were pressed to the ground. Lightning illuminated the whole area as it also revealed the fearful expressions on their faces. Both Sarutobi and Danzo could hardly move, but at this time their fearful eyes were fully focused on Kazuki. The red aura around Kazuki kept increasing as his black hair started turning red and his upper body clothes burst open. Kazuki's body size at a speed visible to the naked eye began to increase. Soon, the aura around Kazuki began to dissipate as Kazuki, who had his head down the whole time, stood up as his indifferent eyes looked towards Sarutobi and Danzo. What happened to him? Danzo asked as he nearly exhausted all of his strength speaking. Sarutobi didn't know how to answer as he was also stunned by the changes that occurred to Kazuki. Kazuki's height suddenly increased to nearly 1.9 m as his red hair blew up constantly by the strong wind. The blood that was pouring down before seemed to have stopped completely. I was careless. Kazuki looked at his wound and couldn't help but sigh that he really underestimated the means of a ninja. Kazuki knew he would have died for sure by that sneak attack if it wasn't for the evolution of his observation haki. At that time, he saw the future due to observation haki through which he escaped the deadly attack. But even so, he still lost an arm. Kazuki shook his head as he knew there was no point in thinking about it anymore. He lost an arm, but it didn't affect his strength much since his main slashing hand was right. And his template also suddenly increased to 90%. He didn't know whether it was because Shanks also had one arm, but it benefited him a lot. His haki successfully reached the advanced stage while Conqueror's haki reached the perfect stage, and his swordsmanship also reached grade 4, the highest it could be. Using the Izanagi to attack me by surprise, really good strategy, I nearly died. Kazuki arrived in front of Sarutobi and Danzo, who were pressed to the ground by his Conqueror's haki and couldn't help but praise their strategy. Even he, a traverser, was nearly taken down by them. Who are you? Sarutobi looked at Kazuki, who suddenly changed so much and couldn't help but ask. He was thinking whether he was in a Jinjutsu. Do you regret it? Kazuki didn't answer Sarutobi's question, but looked at both of them and asked back. He could sense that both Sarutobi and Danzo didn't have even an ounce of strength left, so he wasn't worried about another sneak attack. Yes, I regret it. I regret listening to Hiruzen and not killing you before. Danzo roared, looking at Kazuki as he began to release his inner frustration. Sigh. When I decided to attack you, I was naturally ready for such a result. Maybe this is the punishment for every sin I committed. Sarutobi didn't regret his decision to attack Kazuki, but looking back at his sinful life, dying under the hands of a Konoha shinobi wasn't a bad ending after all. Your sins like destroying the Senju clan, letting Danzo experiment with innocent villagers, and for your Hokage seat, ruining the reputation of Tsukumo. Kazuki announced the deeds of Sarutobi, whose expression became more and more horrified. That day, outside Tsukumo House, Sarutobi asked with a look of disbelief on his face. At that time, Kazuki was only around 7, and if he was able to figure out the true purpose behind those rumors, then he had underestimated him too much. It's all because of you, Hiruzen. If you had listened to me, there shouldn't be such a day. Hearing Kazuki's words, Danzo became angrier and roared towards Sarutobi like a mad dog. You shouldn't have messed with me. All I wanted was a peaceful life, but you didn't understand this. Looking at the mad Danzo and remorseful Sarutobi, Kazuki took a deep breath and raised his sword high, facing Danzo and Sarutobi. Farewell. Puff. Kazuki's sword fell as it immediately cut off the head of Danzo as it rolled aside his feet. Puff. The blade penetrated the heart of Sarutobi as his body began to twitch, and soon he lay motionless on the ground with blood everywhere. It's finally over. Kazuki sat on the ground as he looked at the two corpses in front. He didn't behead Sarutobi, since even if Sarutobi was hypocritical, he was still a Hokage. In respect for that exalted position, he left him intact. At novel Benedat. And for Danzo, even if he was fed to dogs, it could not wash away his sins. After resting for a few minutes, Kazuki stood up as he closed his eyes for a second, and a body that was similar to Kazuki, or to the Kazuki an hour earlier, appeared on the ground. It was a perfect duplicate of Kazuki with no difference from the real body. Kazuki got this body when his template had reached 70%. He always thought that this thing was useless to him, but it finally came in handy. Kazuki had many reasons for him to feign death. First, Sarutobi and Danzo dying and him disappearing at the same won't be considered a coincidence. Second, his unique long slash marks everywhere around would make him a prime suspect. Also due to his presence, Konoha evaded every disaster, but the future was too dark. They need a stimulus, and his death can perfectly do this job. He was a bit guilty of deceiving everyone, but what he was doing was ultimately in their favor. And lastly, there was something he wanted to confirm, and only with his death, it was possible. Kazuki made a wound on the heart of his duplicate body as blood began to pour down from it. After engraving a few words on a rock nearby with his sword, Kazuki left the along with the head of Danzo. In the dense forest near the border of the land of fire, Tsunade, along with Kurinai and Shizen, jumped from tree to tree, moving forward quickly. "Sensei, is there a town nearby?" Kurinai was annoyed by the weather today and couldn't wait to leave this ghostly forest. And there was also this bad feeling that has been worrying her since the morning. "Don't worry. Just a few miles from here, there is a town." The border of the land of fire was quite near the grass village, so they entered the Fire Nation. They had been visiting every casino of the ninja world, so they decided that the casino of the whole land of fire would be their next destination. Due to Tsunade losing every bet, they can't stay at a place for long since debt collectors are always looking for her. The three of them suddenly stopped as they reached a clear field, but were left stunned by the sight in front. The area around 1,000 m in front was completely razed, as uprooted trees, destroyed rocks, and numerous deep slash marks were everywhere. There were numerous potholes everywhere around, as the ground in front was destroyed. But what caused them to be stunned was the long divided terrain, which was hundreds of meters long and equally deep as well. "What happened here?" Kurinai broke the silence, as she couldn't help but ask. "It seems that a fight occurred here," Tsunade said while looking at the battlefield. "Who is so strong to cause such devastation?" Shizen couldn't help but ask as she looked towards Tsunade for an answer. "Look carefully, there are sharp cutting marks everywhere, and even that long divided area seemed to be cut by a sharp weapon, most likely a sword or a strong wind-style user." Tsunade looked at the small slash marks everywhere and analyzed the situation. "As far as I know, there's only one person who can cause such destruction by a sword." Shizen looked towards Kurinai, who also looked back as they both seemed to guess something. Whoosh! Both of them suddenly disappeared from their place as they ran forward with their faces full of worry. "Wait!" Tsunade tried to stop them, but seeing them running in worry, she quickly caught up with her disciples, as she also had guessed that who was the person who caused this destruction. After running for a minute, they finally arrived at the core area of the fight as they spotted 4 bodies lying on the ground. The 3 of them quickly arrived near them. "This is Sensei." Tsunade endured the fear caused by the blood and spoke with a shocking tone as she recognized the corpse lying nearest to them. "Lord Third." Both Shizun and Kurinai exclaimed in horror, as well as they were terrified. Kurinai extinguished the fear in her heart as she moved forward to look at the other corpses, since she suddenly remembered the reason why she ran till here. At it novel Benedat. Soon, she saw a beheaded corpse and a dead body wearing a cat mask. As she looked at the last corpse, time seemed to stop at this moment. A black robe, tainted with blood and black hair, and with some red hair falling on the forehead. The figure, even with his breathing stopped, had a smile on his face like he died regretless. "No, no, no!" Kurinai screamed in her heart, hoping the sight in front to be an illusion, but as she kept moving forward, the face of the figure became clearer and clearer. "Ah, Kurenai screamed with all her might as she fell beside the corpse, and she touched its face with trembling hands. "Wake up! Please wake up, Kazuki! Don't leave me alone, please!" Kurenai, with tears falling continuously from her eyes, shook the lifeless body in front, but there was no response. Tsunade and Shizun, who were sad after seeing the corpse of Sarutobi, heard the wailing of Kurenai and immediately arrived near her. "No! How is this possible?" Shizun, who arrived near Kurenai, saw the corpse in front and recognized it immediately. She also fell beside the corpse and shook it violently, but like before, no response came. Who did this?" Tsunade roared in anger after seeing the corpse of Kazuki in front. "Please wake up, Kazuki." Kurenai and Shizun didn't care for her anger as they cried in agony and despair. Hearing them cry, Tsunade calmed herself as she sat beside her disciples and hugged them both. Soon, both Kurenai and Shizun passed out by the shock as they lay quiet and exhausted in the embrace of Tsunade. Tsunade placed them both carefully on the side as she made several seals and placed her hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, a small green slug appeared as Tsunade immediately ordered the slug to report the situation here to Konoha through reverse summoning. Minato sat on the Hokage's seat as he processed the documents on the table in front. Phew! It's finally done. After placing the last document to the side, Minato finally sighed in relief. Since the day he became Hokage, he has always been busy with little time for his family. But today he finally managed to complete his work in time and was expecting to have dinner along with his family. But the continuous rain outside and the gloomy atmosphere enveloping the village somewhat ruined his happy mood. Knock! At this moment the door of the room was knocked heavily. "Come in." Minato, who was about to pack up and leave, sat again on the Hokage's seat with a serious expression on his face. Nara Shikaku, with a face full of worry, entered the room as arrived near Minato. "Adet novel Beneda." "Welcome, Shikaku," Minato said while looking towards him. "It's not good, Lord Fourth. The psychic beast of Lady Tsunade just delivered terrible news." The breathing of Shikaku was a bit uneven, clearly explaining that he ran straight to the Hokage office after learning the news. "What happened, Shikaku?" The expression on the face of Minato turned serious as he looked toward Shikaku for an answer. There's been a bad premonition in his heart since the morning, and he hoped that it was wrong. But seeing the worried face of Shikaku, he knew that his premonition was about to become true. Shikaku quickly narrated the whole matter to Minato, whose facial expressions kept changing, and finally terrifying killing aura broke out, enveloping the whole room. Who is it who dared to do this? Even the calm and sunny Minato couldn't control himself after learning the news of the death of Kazuki and others. Kazuki was someone whom he owed too much. Not only did Kazuki save his life, but he was also the main reason why his family was still together. Hearing the news of his death, he felt immense sadness in his heart, and the sadness turned into anger, causing him to roar just now. He couldn't wait to find the killer and kill him with his own hands. "We need to investigate before we can find out who did it." Shikaku has only just received the news, so how could he know about the killer? "Where are they?" Minato calmed himself as he asked the most important question. "Near the border." Shikaku quickly reported the location to Minato. "Gather the umbu. We have no time to waste." Minato immediately ordered Shikaku to prepare to leave as he was going himself to the battlefield. Minato, along with the umbu, quickly left the village. With them moving at their fastest speed, it only took them half a day before they reached their destination. Minato and others also saw the devastated area, but they had no time to waste on this, as they quickly looked around searching for Tsunade. Soon, they found Tsunade sitting on the ground with Kurenai and Shizun amid the corpses of Sarutobi and Kazuki. Kurenai and Shizun also had woken up, but their eyes were red as they sat near the corpse of Kazuki, tears falling continuously. Minato, along with Shikaku, quickly arrived beside them, as their gaze also fell on the lifeless body. A sad expression appeared on the face of Minato as he squatted down and took a look at them. "Is this your end?" thought Minato, looking at the corpse of Kazuki. He still remembered that just a few days ago they were eating and drinking together, but now all that is left is just a memory. "Lord Fourth, we have found the identity of the killer." At this time, Shikaku arrived near Minato, telling the news. Whether it was Tsunade, Kurenai Shizen, or Minato, all of them suddenly looked up, their eyes full of anger. "Who is it?" Kurenai asked as her voice was filled with grief, anger, and pain. "Please follow me." Shikaku moved in a direction as they all stood up and followed him. Arriving near a big boulder, Shikaku stepped aside as Kurenai and others saw words engraved on the boulder. "I hope Konoha can bear this shock. Akagami Shanks." The eyes of Kurenai and others were fixed on the words engraved on the boulder as killing intent broke out. Boom! Kurenai immediately destroyed the big boulder, reducing it to small pebbles with just a punch. "Akagami Shanks, one day I will avenge Kazuki and kill you with my own hands." Kurenai had infinite anger in her eyes, and her fists were covered with blood, but she didn't care about it. The anger blinded the eyes of everyone present as they failed to see the concern hidden in the words. Minato quickly ordered the Umbu around to investigate the area as he teleported everyone else back to the village along with the corpses of Kazuki and others. "Hey Kakashi, do you know what happened?" The dark clouds covered the whole Konoha. Obito, along with Kakashi, Guy, Itachi, and Shisui walked toward the Hokage since they were just notified by the Umbu to report to Hokage. "How would I know? I'm as clueless as you." Kakashi, with the usual dead expression on his, walked forward with others walking a little behind him. "What's happening to me?" Kakashi doesn't know why, but the more he is reaching closer to Hokage building, the more is his heart beating faster. Shisui and Itachi behind also seemed to have the same sensation, as no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out what was the reason behind this bad feeling. Soon, they arrived outside the Hokage building, but saw a lot of Umbu and other ninja gathered outside. What happened? Looking at the gathering, Obito couldn't help but ask curiously and wanted to go and see. "Let's go. Sensei is waiting." Kakashi stopped Obito and took him together with everyone else, forcefully to the Hokage office. Soon they arrived outside the door of the Hokage office. As Kakashi was about to knock on the door, he heard some sobbing sounds from inside. Quickly opening the door, all of them looked inside and saw Minato, Kushina, Tsukumo, Tsunade, and the long-seen Kurenai and Shizen standing together forming a circle. But all of them had sad expressions on their faces. "What's the mat __?" Arriving near them, Kakashi wanted to ask the reason, but his words were stuck in his mouth as his gaze fell on the corpses in the middle. Obito and others also seemed to be struck by lightning as they stood motionless looking at the body below. "Sensei." Both Shisui and Itachi looked at the corpse of Kazuki and suddenly felt a huge pain in their hearts. Unknown to them, their eyes suddenly turned red as some changes took place in them. Kakashi kept looking at the corpse of Kazuki, his whole mind seemed to be blank. "Kakashi." Looking at the lifeless Kakashi, Minato wanted to encourage him, but before he could finish his words, he saw Kakashi suddenly turning back and moving towards the exit with his head down. Minato wanted to go after him, but Tsukumo stopped him as he knew Kakashi needed some time alone to digest this news. Obito and Guy were also sad looking at the corpse, as they never expected their best friend to leave so suddenly. "Let's go, it's time to announce the news." Minato, along with others, arrived at the roof of the Hokage building as he looked at the shinobi gathered below. "Everyone, I'm deeply saddened to inform you that Konoha's hero Kazuki Shiro and Lord Third are no longer with us." Minato announced the news of their death as his voice empowered with chakra spread all around. "What? How could this happen? How could Kazuki-sama die? Lord Third?" The whole crowd below was in a mess as they couldn't believe what they were hearing. "I know it's hard to accept, but they gave their lives fighting the enemy. They are our heroes and they're not dead. Their teachings will always be with us." All the shinobi below had sad expressions on their faces. Many of them were crying, calling the name of Kazuki. They only survived in the war because of him, so they were hit deeply by his sudden death. Minato soon announced the date of their funeral, as this huge news quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Land of Earth. Stone Village. Suchikage office. Ah, finally some good news. Inoki laughed loudly after reading the news brought by their spy in Konoha. Konoha was too strong, so Kazuki, Sarutobi, and Danzo dying affected the strength of Konoha a lot. But who could kill them? Added novel Benedet. Rashi, who was standing beside, couldn't help but ask. He with his own eyes has seen how strong Kazuki was. He couldn't think, how can someone kill that monster? Does that matter? All that is important is that Konoha has been hit deeply. I'm going to drink a lot today. Inoki hated Kazuki deeply since he had killed their Jinchuriki and now is happy after learning of his death. Similar scenes occurred in the other Kage offices as well, except Reikage, who was a bit sad hearing that someone who could fight and defeat him died suddenly. He wanted to defeat Kazuki himself and wash the shame of that year, but it seems that he can't do it anymore. Rain Village. In a secret hideout. Is the news true? Nagato, who was controlling Yahiko, looked towards the masked man, who claimed to be Uchida Madara. At it, novel Benedet. On his right, a girl with purple hair was also looking at him. Yes, Zetsu himself has confirmed it. Fukashi was in a good mood today. The biggest obstacle in his plan, Kazuki, was solved so easily. And Konoha was also weakened a lot, making it easy for them to invade it in the future. Who did it? Tendo Pain asked the most important question, whose answer the whole world wanted to know. There's no news yet, but it won't take long for Zetsu to find out. If you find out, invite him to the organization. We need a strong shinobi. Akatsuki was still in its early stage, so they were looking for strong guys all over the world. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fukashi assured Nagato as he disappeared from the seat, leaving the thoughtful Konan and Nagato. Orochimaru's hideout. Even you couldn't escape death. Orochimaru, who heard the news of the death of his sensei, and Kazuki, was somewhat saddened. On one side was his teacher, and the other was someone whom he was looking forward to what wonders he will do in the future. I won't die, I'll live and unearth all the secrets of Ninja World. The death of Kazuki and Sarutobi only made Orochimaru crazier for eternal life. Konoha Cemetery. The whole village was gathered as everyone wore black shirts and trousers with white flowers in their hands. Sleep well, Kazuki. I will avenge you one day. Kurinai, with a sad expression on her face, placed the flower on the monument on which the words Kazuki Shiro, hero of Konoha, were engraved. He was a hero. Don't be sad, Kurinai. He will always live in the hearts of everyone. Kakashi spoke the longest sentence in his life as he encouraged Kurinai. Kakashi was sad about losing his best friend, but he soon understood being sad over it won't bring Kazuki back. He will live and avenge Kazuki. Soon, the funeral ceremony ended as everyone went towards their home. But right after the funeral, an important meeting was held at the Hokage office. Hokage office. Who was the killer, Minato? Tell us. Koharu and Mitokado had worried expressions on their faces as looked towards Minato, as they couldn't wait to know what went wrong. They were hoping for the news of the death of Kazuki, but things went beyond their expectations. Sarutobi died, and Danzo had his head cut off. Without Sarutobi's support, there was no way they could continue to dominate Konoha anymore as they did before. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sakumo, and Shikaku were also present in the room at the moment. Jiraiya, who learned the news, immediately returned to Konoha. Before I announce the name of the killer, I would like to know that why Lord Third, Elder Danzo, and Kazuki-kun happened to be in the same place. Minato looked towards the elders as he hoped for an answer that could satisfy him. How can we know? We're also thinking that how did this happen? A panicked expression appeared on their faces, but they quickly covered it up. There was no way that they could tell that they made a trap for Kazuki, so they feigned ignorance. Minato and others could tell, just by looking at their face, that there was something wrong, but as elders of Konoha, they couldn't force them. The Umbu will investigate this matter, and about the killer, we already know it. Who is it? Jiraiya asked with anger mixed in his voice. Akagami Shanks. He left his name after killing them. We searched through the memories of Lord Third and others, but we couldn't read the memory of Kazuki-kun and the Umbu, but the memory Lord Third was still somewhat readable. We were only able to see a fuzzy figure of a tall man with red hair, and there was nothing more. Minato quickly explained the identity of the killer as well as the results they have got after a thorough investigation. What? Akagami Shanks. Tsukumo, who heard the name, was shocked as he couldn't help but ask loudly. Do you know something about him, Tsukumo-senpai? Minato and all others present in the room looked toward Tsukumo as they waited eagerly for his answer. Tsukumo had a sad expression on his face, as he never expected the person he has been looking for so many years would turn out to be such a person. The one who saved his life turned out to be the enemy of Konoha. Tsukumo immediately explained the incident that occurred years ago completely without hiding a word. How can a cold-blooded killer say such words? Minato, who listened to the whole matter, couldn't help but ask. Those who abandon their companions are considered worse than scums. Minato couldn't bring himself to believe that a crazy killer could utter such profound words. But he knew Tsukumo won't lie, so he could only investigate more. After the meeting, Minato, after discussing with everyone, decided to release a bounty for the killer. Akagami Shanks. Bounty. 3 billion ryo. The bounty released by Konoha was soon known by the entire ninja world, as everyone guessed immediately that who was behind the killing of Kazuki and third Hokage. Rain Village. So the killer was this guy Akagami Shanks? Standing at the top of a ruined building with rain pouring down constantly, Fugaku asked while looking towards White Zetsu. Konoha really hates this guy. They released such a high bounty for him. Why don't we send Kakuzu to catch him? You know we are in dire need of money, said White Zetsu while looking at Fugaku. Are you stupid? That guy can kill 3 Kage-rank powerhouses alone. We will be sending Kakuzu to his death, and there's no need to fight him. We will recruit him. Now go and find him. Fugaku looked contemptuously at White Zetsu and waved his hands, motioning him to go. What's the matter with you, Black? You are surprisingly quiet today. Fugaku looked towards Black Zetsu, who was in the Akatsuki uniform, and couldn't help but ask. No, it's nothing. Just thinking would Master Madara's plan would be completed or not. Black Zetsu was very depressed today and was somewhat scared as well. Had it novel been at? When he heard the name Akagami Shanks, he couldn't help but be scared because it triggered a long-forgotten memory, making him worried. Fugaku wasn't surprised by the answer of Zetsu, since lately things are developed in a direction contrary to his expectations. The emergence of this mysterious powerhouse only made things more confused. But no matter who it is, he can't stop him from making a fair world. Black Market. This was the biggest black market of the Land of Fire. It was established underground under the disguise of a simple inn. Today, a never-seen-before guest entered the black market. He was around 1:9 m, with short red hair, wearing a gray cape, which was black from the inside. Underneath the cape, he wore a dark purple shirt with top buttons, open, revealing his bare chest and strong abdominal muscles. He also wore black pants with white stripes on the left thigh, and a big sword with a green hilt, griffin, was slung on his waist right beside the right hip. He had a white mask covering his face. As expected in the black market, so much evil aura. Kazuki, or Akagami Shanks, that the whole world was talking about, couldn't help but sigh after sensing the environment. On a wall had the lists of various rewards. The rewards were both old and new, and some were even yellowed out due to the long time they remain here. Kazuki, on the top of the wall, noticed his own bounty. There was no photo of only his record or his hair color, which could be guessed by his name easily. The in charge here was a bald man with a single eye, with the other eye damaged by a sword attack, forming a slash mark. Noticing Kazuki looking at his own bounty, he came near him. The whole world is looking for him. This is the first time someone had such a high bounty. The bald man commented while looking towards the bounty that every bounty hunter wanted to get. Yeah, Kazuki replied while changing his voice. Kazuki even wanted to present his own head after looking at the enormous bounty. But this huge bounty also proved to Kazuki that how much Konoha hates him now. But he also had reasons to take the blame on him. Hokage trying to kill a Konoha hero would shake the will of every Konoha shinobi. 3 Konoha Kage powerhouses dying along with a disappointed Konoha shinobi could instantly cause panic in the whole village. But after some time passes and the world forgets about this incident, he would think of a way to deal with the remaining 2 members of F4. One day after dealing with all the dangers of Ninja World, he will return to his beloved village. You look new. You can take these low-danger tasks. The boss here was very welcoming despite his fierce looks. No, I'm here to redeem a person's bounty. Who? Asked the boss as he was curious who had this newcomer killed. The pupils of the boss suddenly shrank after he saw the head that suddenly appeared in the hands of Kazuki. The sudden emergence of the head wasn't the cause of his surprise. A cross mark on the chin, and with his strong memory, he immediately recognized whose head this was, and as if thinking of something, his whole body began to sweat as he looked towards Kazuki with fear. You are. The other bounty hunters around were also paying attention to Kazuki, since they had their eyes sight on him since the moment he entered. No way, newcomers were the easiest to rob, and they wouldn't let go of such a chance. But when they saw the head, they all suddenly once again looked at Kazuki from up to down as the fear in their eyes kept increasing. Noticing his red hair along with the head of Danzo, they immediately recognized the person in front, Akagami Shanks. Finally, someone spoke as he broke the silence, as every person in the black market got alert. Everyone in the black market surrounded Kazuki, making a circle with Kazuki in the middle. According to them, even if Kazuki was strong, there was no way he could deal with everyone here. He will be tired soon, and then one of them would be able to take his head. Sigh. Why cause trouble? Looking at the bounty hunters around, Kazuki sighed in annoyance as trouble would always follow him. Land of Fire. Black Market. How's this possible? The boss of the black market looked at the scene in front of his eyes, full of fear. In front, there was a sea of bodies lying motionless on the ground, and in the middle of it stood a person with red hair and a mask covering his face. He, with his own eyes, saw that the person in front just glanced at all the people around, and they all suddenly fell down like puppets cut from its strings. You should know that every bounty hunter here at least has a Jonin-level strength, but all of them were knocked out with a single glance. Hey, I'm in a hurry. Bring the bounty? A voice interrupted his thoughts as he saw the terrifying monster didn't know when it suddenly appeared in front of him. I'll notify the publisher. Please wait. The boss immediately ran away to notify the publisher as he didn't want to stay around this monster anymore. After a few minutes, the boss returned with quite a few scrolls. Here it is complete, 100 million Rio, you can count it, honorable sir. The bald man was like a newly admitted employee, speaking politely to Kazuki like he was his boss. Kazuki brought his right hand forward as he took the scrolls from him, putting them away. A surprised expression appeared on the boss's face when he noticed the left arm of Kazuki missing. But he didn't say anything as he respectfully sent Kazuki away. But when Kazuki was about to leave, he stopped and looked in a specific direction. Still, after taking a look, he once again started walking towards the exit and left soon. Just a minute after Kazuki left, a person with a dark robe printed with red clouds and a scary face with green eyes stood up from the direction that Kazuki had looked towards. Phew! Finally, that monster is gone. Kakuzu had fear in his eyes, as before he never felt that death so near. Actually, he was here from the start, and when he saw the 3 billion bounty head appearing, he wasn't as reckless as others. He knew that someone with such a high bounty was definitely someone he couldn't handle. He wanted to wait for him to get tired after fighting everyone around. Still, he was stunned the next moment after seeing all of them suddenly falling down. At that moment, he felt a terrifying aura enveloping the whole area around. After squeezing out all of his strength and biting his tongue forcefully, he was able to keep himself conscious. This terrifying aura, even the first Hokage, was far from it. And when Kazuki looked towards him at the end, he was sweating all over, but fortunately, luck was on his side as he survived. Kakuzu decided that after today, he would send a clone to redeem the bounty. Who knows? One day that monster gets angry and kills him to just vent his anger. There were a lot of ninja from every nation stationed around the black market, so they also saw the scene here and reported it back to the village. Underscore. Konoha. Hokage office. Bang. How dare that bastard appear so blatantly in our land? Tsunade immediately destroyed the wall with her punch after she learned what happened at the black market. It is worth mentioning that during this time, Tsunade has gotten rid of her blood phobia. When she saw the determination in her students' eyes and remembered her sensei and Kazuki in a pool of blood, she couldn't keep herself weak anymore. She recklessly made a wound on her hand for her precious students, and with her determination, she was able to cure herself. She decided to stay in the village, take charge of the medical department, and teach her students. How could we forget this? Since he took Elder Danzo's head, it was natural he wanted to get his bounty. Tsukumo, standing beside, pointed out their blunder. But we also got precious information from the in-charge of the black market about Akagami Shanks. Minato knew that there was no point in regretting something that had already happened and had to move forward. According to what that in-charge said, he wears a mask and could stun a lot of people with just a glance and has a huge green hilt sword. But this wasn't the most important information. According to him, he only had one arm. Minato quickly explained the whole information that he had received from the bald man to Tsukumo and Tsunade, as well as the two elders sitting beside him. Someone with one hand can defeat all three of them. At it novel Benedette. Tsukumo couldn't help but ask back after he heard what Minato told. It's most likely that he got injured during the fight. There was no way he could have gotten away without a wound fighting them. Especially Kazuki, whose strength was off the charts. It is most likely Kazuki who cut his arm. Minato quickly told his guess to everyone as they all nodded, as this was the most likely situation. After the meeting, Minato notified every ninja of the looks of Akagami Shanks, as the whole world started to look for him. But Kazuki, at this time, had started a long journey to look for the person mentioned by the tail beasts. Land of Waves. The mist shrouded the whole village, as one wasn't even able to see his own hands clearly. In the deserted streets, the lanterns light of it and made it the only point to walk towards. In one of the rooms on the second floor of the inn, the room was brightly lit as a person with short red hair and relatively tall sat in the middle of the room with his eyes closed. A long sword with a green hilt was placed in front, and a white mask was also lying around. It's finally done. Kazuki sighed in relief as he heard the prompt from the system, making him happy. It's been 5 years since the day he killed Sarutobi and others. During this time, he has been visiting every place in the ninja world to search for any news about the person mentioned by the tail beasts. Land of Tea, Land of Snow, Land of Iron. He has visited nearly every tiny and the big nation just to find any news. But despite his search all these years, he couldn't find a single clue, legend, or a story left by that person. He already thought whether he was really fooled by the tail beasts or not. But remembering that the tail beasts are all mad with brains not enough to overthink, they shouldn't be fooling him after all. During these 5 years, the ninja world has been calm except for a big event in Konoha, which nearly started the war once again. Cloud wanted to form an alliance with Konoha, but this was just an excuse for them to steal the Byakugan. But their plan didn't work, and a messenger of the Cloud was killed in the land of Hyuga. Reikage tried to blackmail Konoha and wanted them to hand over the murderer. Otherwise, he would start the war. Reikage has complete confidence that Konoha would agree to his conditions, even if they had to bear the humiliation. Minato wasn't Sarutobi. Though Minato didn't like bloodshed, it didn't mean that if someone wanted to eat Konoha, he'd let them do it. Minato immediately replied to Reikage that Konoha isn't afraid of them if he wants to fight. Even if Konoha had lost a few Kaga-level powerhouses, they still had a lot of firepowers left. At it novel Benedette, Tsunade, Tsukumo, Jiraiya, and all the big clans of Konoha, and he and his wife Kushina, Konoha was still the strongest. So after threatening Konoha for a while, Reikage had to step back as he knew that one-on-one, he wasn't the opponent of Konoha. It had only been a few years since the war ended, so the other villages were in no state to fight. Ding! The template Akagami Shanks has been extracted till 100%. Hint. New template from BL. The reward Ultimate Haki and has been distributed. The new template will be unlocked 3 years later. Host, Kazuki Shiro. Age, 19. Templates, Shanks completed. Abilities, Busashoko Haki, Ultimate. Kinbunshiko Haki, Ultimate. Haushiko Haki, Ultimate. Grade 4 Swordsmanship. Sage Mode. Props, Pure Gold. Shisui, Griffin. Kazuki closed the property panel as he closed his eyes once again, feeling the evolution of his haki. Only the Conqueror's Haki of Shanks had reached the ultimate stage. The rest of the two weren't to its ultimate stage. With the reward of the system, his haki has reached the highest state that it could. In the future, only increased physical strength could increase the attack power of his haki. He didn't need to swing his sword every day during these 5 years to increase his template extraction. Since he reached 90%, he only needed to mediate, control, and absorb Shanks' combat experience. Though it took 5 years, it was a lot better than that time when he had thought it would take more than a decade or so. Tomorrow, it's time to leave for the Land of Water. Land of Water, or the Mist Village, was one of the last destinations of Kazuki since he has visited nearly every place. Except for one more. What's worth mentioning is that there were a lot of ninja from every big shinobi village looking for him during this time. But using his observation haki, he detected them quickly and evaded them. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but it will only cause trouble. And you should know that even though he is powerful now, there's still some people hiding in the ninja world who could defeat him, like Ishiki Otsutsuki. Kazuki knows that this guy is hiding in another dimension, and honestly, he doesn't want to meet him, at least not now. Maybe that guy's out for a vacation and just happens to meet him. Wouldn't be a disaster, so it's always necessary to be cautious. After sleeping the whole night peacefully, Kazuki left for the Mist Village in a boat the following day. The Land of Waves was quite near the Land of Water, so he decided to visit it since he had no place else left to go. Hidden Mist Village. As expected of the Blood Mist, such murderous aura. Kazuki, or Akagami Shanks, looked around at the deserted streets and couldn't help but sigh. Under the rule of Yagura, the Mist Village adopted ruthless policies. Students at the ninja school had to kill their comrades to pass the exam and become genin. Boom! As Kazuki was looking around, he suddenly heard a big sound from a distance. Interesting. Kazuki immediately released his observation haki and soon knew the cause of the recent explosion, and he went in its direction. Roar. At sea, near the rear of the Mist Village. A massive turtle with 3 tails constantly swinging around, splashing water and causing monstrous waves. Numerous mist shinobi tried their best to contain 3 tails as they constantly released the ninjutsu. Among the shinobi, a girl wore a blue dress and brown hair and a beautiful face. She sprouted lava from her mouth as it rushed towards the giant turtle, but couldn't cause much damage to it as water waves blocked her attack, making it useless. We need to find the one who's controlling Lord Mizuki's. Terumi turned around and said to the person with a Byakugan on his left eye beside her, "I have scanned the area, but there is no sign of him." Ao tried his best, but he still couldn't find the person who controlled Yagura. During these years, everyone was dissatisfied with the rule of Yagura as he implemented cruel policies. Even the big clans like Kagaya or Yuki clan are on the brink of extinction, with some survivors running away. But soon, they began to doubt that something was wrong. Yagura would hardly appear in public, and many people had barely seen his face in recent years. Mei Terumi, one of the elite jonin of the village, was the first to doubt. She asked the most experienced mist ninja Ao, who had Byakugan, to look at Yagura when possible. Had it novel been at, and their doubts soon turned into facts as Ao, with his Byakugan, was able to see that Yagura was under a Jinjutsu. Terumi was angry that someone dared to control their Mizukage and didn't know how long it had been this way. But she knew they needed to act now, so they launched a rebellion, gathering nearly all the shinobi in the village. After clearing the forces on the side with Yagura, they finally were able to see him. But they didn't expect him to transform completely, going on a rampage, and now they were trying to stop him with all of their might. Hearing the answer of Ao, Terumi was a bit annoyed, but she knew this wasn't the time to get depressed. The three tails in front suddenly opened its mouth as chakra began to gather, and a complete Baijidama was formed soon as it was shot towards them. Move away! Noticing the Baijidama, a terrifying expression appeared on the face of Terumi as she ordered everyone to retreat and also ran ghastly towards her left. The Baijidama flew from right above her head as it moved towards the village below. Terumi knew that if this Baijidama hit the village, it could cause many deaths, but she was helpless as there was nothing she could do. Underscore. Now, let's see what's happening here. Kazuki arrived near the battle point, as he wanted to see what was going on. But as soon as he looked over, a dumb expression appeared on his face under the mask. What kind of welcome is this? Noticing the Baijidama moving right towards him, Kazuki was left speechless as he didn't know who to blame. Am I really the protagonist? Why trouble always follows me? Kazuki actually thought of living quietly in the Mist Village for a few years and gathering information about the person he was looking for. But now it seems it can't go the way he wanted it to. The right, or the only hand of Kazuki, was immediately imbued with haki as it turned fully dark. This was the ultimate state of armament haki, with every punch capable of destroying a mountain. Kazuki disappeared from his place as he appeared in front of the Baijidama as his punch fell on it. The Baijidama seemed like a big ball immediately bouncing back towards the direction where it came from. The three tails, proud of his attack, was suddenly dumbfounded as it saw its own attack moving right back towards him. The three tails wanted to move away, but it was already too late. Boom! A massive explosion was set up in the lake as vast waves of water were formed immediately by the pressure of the attack. Terumi and others who were ready to see the village's destruction saw the tides, turning in seconds, couldn't help but look towards the direction of town. They wanted to know who was so strong that he could even bounce the Baijidama back. Soon, a figure appeared in their sights around 1:9 with short red hair and a mask covering his face. A high-collar long gray cape covered him from shoulder to feet, with a dark purple shirt inside, his chest and abdominal muscles revealed. With dark pants and a sword with a green hilt slung at his waist, he appeared to be someone out of this world. Land of Water. Hidden Mist Village. Who is he? Looking at the figure who appeared in her sight, Terumi couldn't help but look towards Ao, but was surprised when she saw the shock on his face. That hair! That sword, he's Akagami Shanks. Ao said with fear in his eyes, as his whole body was shaking with fear. What? That person who killed Konoha Sword Demon and third Hokage. Terumi was shocked as she looked towards Kazuki with fear. She still remembers the terrifying strength of Kazuki even after so many years. And during the Third World War, she was among those shinobi who was just stunned by his aura. Honestly, despite being from other villages, Terumi never really hated Kazuki since she knew he could have killed her during the Chunin exam. But he let them go. And even after defeating the entire Mist alone, he chose the easy path and didn't cause too much bloodshed, which made her admire him even more. They were obviously the same age, but the difference was so much. Kazuki was someone she had set up as a target to surpass, but she was saddened when she heard about his death. Now seeing the person who can even kill someone as strong as Kazuki, the fear in her heart kept increasing. What's he doing here? Ignoring the fear in her heart, Terumi asked the scared Ao beside her. He's a mysterious person. During these several years, no one could find him, and no one knows what his purpose is. Ao could only hope that Kazuki wasn't here to cause trouble. Otherwise, it might be a problem. Konoha reinforcements might be here soon. They could help us deal with him if he wants to fight. Before they started the rebellion, Terumi had set off a messenger towards Konoha requesting to help them, as after dealing with Yagura, Mist will form an official alliance with Konoha. Terumi knew that only capable of controlling a Kage-level powerhouse was someone from the Uchiha possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. She knew that some years ago, Konoha was attacked by a person who could control Ninetails. She wrote her concern in the message delivered to Konoha that the person who controlled Mizukage and attacked Konoha might be the same person. In case if the person who controls Yagura attacks them and his strength is too strong for them to deal with, Konoha reinforcements can help them. She had complete confidence. After reading her messages, Minato will send someone to support her. Roar. At this moment, Three Tails, bombarded by his attack, finally appeared in sight again after the mist and smoke caused by the attack dissipated. The shell of the Three Tails broke, and the pain made it roar in anger. Three Tails soon spotted Kazuki but couldn't see him clearly, but since he was the reason for its injury, in anger, it opened its mouth wide again, trying to attack once again. Looking at the angry Three Tails, Kazuki shook his head as he knew that the situation was already beyond words. Clink! Kazuki put his hand on the hilt of his sword as Kazuki half pulled the blade out. Three Tails finally completed another Baijidama and wanted to fire it towards Kazuki, but at this moment, whether it was the Three Tails or everyone else on the battlefield, they all felt their body out of control as they started to shake in fear. What's this terrifying aura? The quivering Terumi looked towards Kazuki and couldn't help but say in a despairing voice. In the unbelievable eyes of everyone present, Kazuki pulled out his sword completely, and dark matter enveloped his sword completely. Swish, swish. An air-cutting sound spread throughout the battlefield as everyone else saw the most unbelievable scene they had ever seen. How's this possible? Had that novel been at? Terumi fell on her knees as she looked at the sight in front with despair. Whether it was AO or every shinobi present, they were utterly bewildered by sight in front. The Three Tails seemed to have remembered something as its eyes were full of fear. 1,000-meter-long and nearly half-wide red slash that reached the heavens blinded the eyes of everyone. The mist around swept away as even the clouds were scattered away by the pressure of the slash. The slash suddenly fell as the Baijidama and Three Tails seemed like an ant in front of it. Boom! Without any hindrance, the Baijidama and the Three Tails vanished immediately as the intensity of the attack did not increase. The slash fell on the big lake at the rear of the village. The water was split into two sides by the slash as two towering waves appeared on both sides, leaving a massive gap between as even the ground below was visible. The sea was divided. The eyes of everyone were fixed on the sight in front as despair was easily visible could be seen in them. Soon, the pressure caused by the attack disappeared as the lake returned to its original appearance. But the eyes of everyone at the moment were stuck on the figure who caused this unbelievable scene just now. Hidden Mist Village. Mist covered the whole sea as it was hard to see a thing. A small wooden boat floated on the water as it was propelled forward by the three figures sitting in it. All of them wore masks with faces of animals printed on them. Two figures were sitting in front as they held the paddles, moving the little raft forward. In the dark atmosphere, two pairs of red eyes were particularly eye-catching. They had three tadpoles-like marks in them, and they had a strange beauty in them, mesmerizing everyone who looked at them. As they kept moving forward, the mist started to weaken as an outline of a giant island began to appear in their sights. We are about to reach our destination, Captain Kakashi. One red-eye person who was a bit taller than the other one and had unkempt black hair spoke. Good, we'll walk from here. The person who spoke had white hair with a mask covering his face. He had a sword fixed on his back, wearing a Konoha headband on his forehead. This is your first S-rank mission. Itachi, don't be careless. Shisui said, while looking towards his best friend, since the mission this time can also be their last. After reading the message brought by the Mist Messenger, Minato had sent Kakashi along with his two Umbu teammates, Shisui and Itachi. Since Shisui and Itachi were the students of the late Kazuki, so Minato paid particular attention to them. He soon found out that these two were different from the other Uchiha. They didn't have a unique arrogance of Uchiha, and were really humble. Kakashi also agreed with Minato when he learned that he had the thought of absorbing them to Umbu. Kakashi still remembered clearly that once Kazuki had said to take care of his students in the future, he would always fulfill the only request that Kazuki has made to him. I'll be careful, Shisui. Itachi has turned 10 this year, and compared to 5 years ago, he has matured a lot. His strength has also taken a massive leap, as he could easily defeat Jonin now. 5 years ago, when he saw the corpse of Kazuki, he awakened his Sharingan, and it was also 2 Tomo from start. Water splashed around as the three ran on the water, moving towards the mist village quickly. Soon, they entered the village, and with their capabilities, they quickly infiltrated the village. Suddenly, the three stopped as they felt intense wind pressure, but the frowning under the mask soon turned into a shocked one. A vast, long red light reaching the heavens appeared in their sights. As they were stunned by sight in the sky, the vast red light fell down as strong shock waves spread all around, mixed with fast water vapors in it. After the shock waves receded, the three of them immediately moved towards the direction of the attack earlier. It seems I can't stay here anymore. Looking at the vigilant and fearful Terumi and other shinobi, Kazuki knew it wasn't possible to stay here at all. What do you want, Shanks? Terumi extinguished the fear in her heart as she came forward and said to Kazuki, I was just here for an outing. Who knew that I would be welcomed by a tailed beast bomb? Kazuki laughed loudly as he tried to ease the tense atmosphere around him. Everyone present, including Terumi, was surprised as they never expected him to be like this. They expected him to be more domineering and a person who never talks and kills at every turn. But it seems they were wrong. Our village doesn't seem to be a good outing place. The fear in the heart of Terumi decreased a lot, but that massive, exaggerated slash was still fresh in her memory. Even the sword demon couldn't ever make such slashes as it was done by Akagami Shanks. It's no wonder that he died in his hands. Terumi was also trying to buy time, as she knew that Konoha reinforcements might be here anytime soon. As Kazuki was about to say something, his observation haki picked a few familiar auras. Kazuki looked towards his right as his face, under the mask, had a surprised expression. Terumi and others saw Kazuki looking towards his right, so they also glanced there subconsciously. Soon, 3 figures wearing masks and Konoha headbands on their foreheads appeared in their sights, moving quickly towards them. At novel Benedet. What's with this gathering ___? As soon as Kakashi and others arrived, spotting a large amount of mist shinobi, they couldn't help asking, but their words were stuck in their mouth as they spotted a silhouette. Red hair, along with the unique dress described in the bingo book, they immediately knew the person's identity. Akagami Shanks. Kakashi yelled with infinite anger in his voice. Hidden Mist Village. Akagami Shanks. With anger in his voice and eyes blood red with rage, Kakashi roared, and for the first time in his life, he showed such outrage. He's the one who killed Sensei. Itachi and Shisui both looked at the killer of their sensei, and their eyes uncontrollably turned red with anger and hate. Looking at his angry friend and disciples, Kazuki desperately wanted to remove his mask and meet with them and tell the truth. But he knew this wasn't the time to do, and there was something he wanted to confirm. Not only did Konoha need to grow without his presence, but he wanted to test them. If one day they learned the truth, would they choose to hide it or not? He wanted to know what Minato's decision would be at that time. Would he stick to his morals, or, for the sake of the village, he would hide this matter completely? If it is the latter, it won't take long for Minato to turn into someone like Sarutobi, who is numb to sacrifices. But he believed that Minato wouldn't disappoint him. Oh, shinobi from Konoha, it's been a long time since I saw them. How long it has been? Yeah, it was 5 years ago. Kazuki, with a causal and frivolous tone, responded. What hatred do you have with Konoha? Why did you do that? Had it novel been at? Kakashi didn't let anger affect his mind too much as he wanted to know why Shanks did that. Haha, I don't have any hatred towards Konoha. I actually sympathize with you, Konoha Shinobi. Kazuki laughed loudly and gave a slight hint with his words, as he believed Kakashi would be smart enough to guess that something was wrong. What do you mean? A confused expression appeared on the face of Kakashi under the mask, as Shisui and Itachi were equally confused as well. Well, time for me to go. You can think as much as you like. Kazuki spoke in a joking tone as he turned to leave and waved his hand as a goodbye. Today, I'll capture you. You will tell us everything you know. Kakashi spoke confidently as he took the sword out from his back, ready for the fight. Shisui and Itachi also took out their kunai and shurikens, ready to deal with Kazuki. We'll help you. Terumi and Ao arrived beside them, as she was the one who called for the reinforcements, and it was necessary to help them. All the other hundreds of mist shinobi also looked ready to attack Kazuki anytime. I advise you to stop. It won't end well. Kazuki suddenly stopped as he looked back and said to all of them who were ready to fight, Today, you'll pay for every sin you have committed. Blue thunder appeared around Kakashi, enveloping his whole body nearly the same as the fourth Raikage. Not gaining Sharingan only benefited Kakashi. With his own talent and the constant guidance of his father, Kakashi has fully evolved, becoming a true Kage-rank powerhouse. Terumi, Shisui, Itachi, and Ao were prepared as chakra erupted from them, cracking the ground underneath. It seems I'm still too kind after all. From Kazuki as the center, a vast red aura erupted from Kazuki, spread around as the mist shinobi felt the same sensation again for the second time in their life. All of them except the five in front, who Kazuki let go on purpose, suddenly fell down, lying motionless on the ground. Since they wanted to fight, Kazuki wanted to see how much they had improved. A solemn expression appeared on the five faces as they looked at the hundreds of mist shinobi lying motionless on the ground. They knew from his intelligence that he could do this, but hearing and seeing were two different matters. But they also knew they had to fight, even if it was hopeless, as shinobi needed to fight, even if it meant death. All five of them suddenly disappeared in front of their place, as the next moment they were right in front of their kunai, or blades coated with chakra slashing at Kazuki from all directions. Boom! As their weapons were only a few centimeters from Kazuki's mask, pressure erupted from Kazuki as all of them suddenly seemed to be hit by something. Bang! All five of them flew away with extreme speed as they hit the ground forcefully. What was that? Kakashi got up from the pit with difficulty as he said, a bit confused. He wasn't injured much physically, but his spirit seemed to be hit by something before nearly making him lose consciousness before. Only by sheer willpower was he able to stay awake. Are you all right, Captain Kakashi? Shisui and Itachi staggeringly arrived near as they were walloped also. I'm fine. This time, the enemy is too strong. Be careful. Kakashi now could understand that this guy really had the power to kill Kazuki and Hokage together. He didn't even lift his hand, and all of them were already injured. Terumi also arrived near them, but Ao wasn't as spirited as them as he lay in the pit passed out. Do you want to continue? You can still stop and give up. You still have time. Kazuki really didn't want to hurt them much, so he decided to give them a way out. Shisui, Itachi, buy me some time. I want to try a jutsu. Kakashi didn't seem to have heard the warning of Kazuki as he looked towards two of his teammates. You can rest assured, Captain. Both of them suddenly rushed towards Kazuki as Terumi also joined them. Fire style, great fireball, jutsu. Lava style, slaying dragon jutsu. Shisui and Terumi nearly added all of their chakras in this jutsu as its power turned massive, ultimately into an S-rank jutsu. A vast sea of fire and a giant red magma dragon moved towards Kazuki. At this time, Itachi also appeared beside Kazuki, as his red eyes under the mask spun sharply as Kazuki, who stood motionless, suddenly felt the world around him turn red. This should stop him from blocking the attack. Itachi moved away from Kazuki as he saw him motionless and the powerful jutsu about to devour him. This isn't enough. A voice fell in the ears of Itachi, whose pupils suddenly shrank as he wanted to look back, but only a fist came into his vision. Boom! Itachi flew away, hitting the ground, destroying the ground underneath as blood leaked down from his mask. Itachi! Shisui cried, seeing Itachi being hit. He never expected Kazuki to dodge their attacks so quickly, and with a Sharingan, he couldn't even notice when Kazuki appeared behind Itachi. Shisui arrived near Itachi in the pit, but saw him motionless, checking his breathing. He learned he had passed out, making him angry that someone injured his friend so much. You should sleep as well. Terumi, panting, was exhausted by the fight earlier, and using this big jutsu, suddenly heard the voice that she least wanted to. The next moment she felt her head spin as her vision darkened, and she fell down, also lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, Kazuki sensed a huge aura from behind as he saw Kakashi didn't know when he appeared behind him, his hands covered with purple lightning. Raikiri, Kakashi, without wasting any moment, thrust it towards Kazuki's chest. But at this moment, a dark hand suddenly grasped the hand covered with purple lightning as the eyes of Kakashi showed an unbelievable look. How is this possible? Raikiri was an S-rank jutsu that could pulverize anything, but he never expected the enemy to stop it with just a hand. Hatake Kakashi, you are strong, but if you want to beat me, then this is far from enough. Kakashi looked at his hand, stopped by the enemy, and couldn't help but remember that time years ago in the Chunin exam. At that time, he used Chidori, but it was stopped quickly by Kazuki, and today, the situation was no different from it. It seems I'm coming to meet you, Kazuki. A weak smile appeared on the face of Kakashi under the mask. He knew that he was about to die. Raikiri was his decisive attack. If the enemy could stop it with such ease, he didn't know what else could work. Thump! A chop fell on the neck of Kakashi as his vision darkened, and he fell lying on the ground passed out. Captain Kakashi! Cried Shisui when he saw Kazuki taking down Kakashi as well. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Kazuki stopping Raikiri with just a hand. Honestly, I'm disappointed. Is this all you Konoha shinobi can do? The person 5 years ago was far better than you lot. Kazuki spoke, while shaking his head like he was really disappointed. He never expected Kakashi and the others to grow so much. But even so, it wasn't enough to fight the powerful enemies in the future. Why? You bastard! Shisui spoke with an angry tone as the Sharingan in his eyes quickly spun, and the three Tomo connected together to form a 4-pinpointed wheel pattern. Oh man, Gekyo! Looking at the pattern in Shisui's eyes, a surprised expression on the face of Kazuki. But thinking of Shisui's talent, this much can be expected from him. Chakra erupted from Shisui as he disappeared from his place, rushing towards Kazuki. Shisui's speed kept increasing as numerous afterimages appeared around Kazuki, and Shisui attacked Kazuki continuously. Clang! Kazuki deflected another sword attack of Shisui with his hands imbued with haki, making steel colliding. Sounds like the expression on the face of Shisui became more and more serious. Die, you bastard! Shisui roared in anger as he once again swung his sword towards Kazuki's face. Tilting his head to evade the attack, Kazuki immediately delivered a punch on the stomach of Shisui, who squatted down on his knees in front of Kazuki, holding his stomach in pain. Boom! Kazuki kicked the Shisui in front, who flew away, hitting the ground. At it novel Benedat. This should be enough. Looking at the motionless Shisui, Kazuki finally sighed in relief. It was tough for him to control his attack's power to not hurt his friends and students. But even a fraction of his attack power still injured them seriously. Kazuki turned around to leave, as he knew staying here for too long could cause more trouble. Wait, you won't get away. Kazuki, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly heard a voice from behind. As he turned around, saw Shisui standing with blood oozing from all over his body. But his eyes were determinate without the slightest fear of death. Sai, why can't you just stay where you are? Kazuki felt warm in his heart, seeing that Shisui would go to such lengths just to avenge him, but he really lacked common sense. He should see the massive gap between their strength, but he still wanted to fight him. Why fight? You know the end result won't change. You should be glad that I'm not in the mood to kill anymore. Otherwise, you won't be alive till now. Don't look down on us, Konoha Shinobi. Even if I die, I'll avenge my sensei. Should I use that? No. With his strength, I won't be able to find a good opportunity. It seems I can only use Shisui. The Mangekyo of Shisui shone brightly as a vast green skeleton enveloped Shisui. Not enough. This isn't enough. Shisui increased the output of chakra as threads began to appear on the green skeleton connecting together, and soon two bright lights shone from the sockets of Susanoo. Soon, the Susanoo of Shisui successfully transformed with two large teeth at the end of its mouth and a red tomo in the center of its chest. It revealed an aura of oppression. I can't stand this consumption too long. I need to end this fast. Blood leaked from the eyes of Shisui as he knew he wouldn't last long and needed to end this fight quickly. Kazuki had some expectations from the legendary Susanoo and wondered whether it could handle his punch. Countless green needles suddenly shot out from the Susanoo as they rushed towards Kazuki. With his observation haki, Kazuki moved around, avoiding the deadly needles, but suddenly he saw a shadow over him and looked up. The enormous fist of Susanoo moved towards Kazuki. Kazuki didn't back down as he brought his own right hand forward and punched back. Boom! The large and small fists of Susanoo and Kazuki collided as massive wind pressure was generated. Catch! An unbelievable look appeared in the eyes of Shisui as he saw some cracks appearing on the fists of Susanoo as he hurriedly jumped back, forming a distance from Kazuki. Susanoo of Uchiha clan, its reputation is well-deserved. Even if he knew it before, Kazuki was still somewhat surprised by the defense of Susanoo. Although he didn't use his haki and only used pure physical strength, his punch was still some points stronger than Tsunade. Shisui fell on one knee with one hand on his eyes as the Susanoo around him started to dim. It seems you are at your end, then let me help you. Noticing the tired Shisui, Kazuki decided to end this farce since this fight had already wasted a lot of his time. Kazuki's right hand was suddenly covered with the black matter, as the next moment he appeared in front of the Susanoo and punched on its chest. The Susanoo seemed like glass as it was broken immediately, and Shisui, just by the punch's wind pressure, was blown away. I hope you'll be more of a challenge the next time we meet. Kazuki disappeared from the place, leaving the devastated area behind with bodies lying everywhere. Just after a minute or so after Kazuki left, near Kakashi, who was lying motionless on the ground, a yellow light flashed, and a person donned in Hokage Hiyori appeared. Minato, who suddenly appeared near Kakashi, when subconsciously glanced around, was stunned. Numerous bodies were lying on the ground as pits and cracks covered the ground in a radius of hundreds of meters. Just looking at the numerous missed shinobi, even someone calm as Minato felt a chill, and he couldn't believe who could do this. This kind of sight he had only heard before when Kazuki defeated the whole Mist Village. Minato looked down as he spotted Kakashi lying in the pit. Kakashi, cried Minato as he immediately squatted down, checking the breathing of Kakashi. Thank God you're alive. Minato sighed in relief after confirming that Kakashi had just passed out. Minato immediately shuttled on the whole battlefield as he also quickly found Itachi and especially Shisui, who was full of blood. Minato had given Kakashi a kunai of his in case of trouble. He could reach them instantly. When he was processing the documents in the Hokage office, he didn't know why, but he suddenly had a bad feeling. Remembering the feeling that occurred years ago, Minato immediately disappeared from his place as he arrived at the battlefield. Minato teleported back to the village with Kakashi, Shisui, and Itachi. The rest of the Mist Shinobi was only stunned, so there was no danger to their life, and with such movements, the remaining Mist Shinobi would be here soon. So he left Harumi and others there and teleported back to the village. As Minato had expected, just after he left, some Genin and Chunin of Mist Shinobi arrived on the scene and were surprised. They soon started transporting the injured and passed out back to the village. underscore 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 underscore. Mist covered the whole road as suddenly a figure of a tall man with red hair appeared. At the road with mountains on the left and right, Kazuki walked forward step by step. Kazuki had already left Hidden Mist Village, was in deep thought as he walked forward about what to do next, as there weren't many places left for him to visit. He couldn't go back to the village. He had thought about staying at the Mist Village for a few years, but with what he did just now, it wasn't possible now. Suddenly, Kazuki stopped as he looked towards his right. As expected of the legendary Akagami Shanks. From a mist to his left, a person wearing a robe printed with dark red clouds and a spiral mask walked out as he stood a few steps away from Kazuki. "Who are you?" Kazuki inquired about the identity of the uninvited guest, though he knew it immediately when he saw him. "It really is you, Fukashi." Looking at the person in front with a spiral mask, Kazuki finally confirmed his guess. 5 years ago, during Ninetails' attack, he only saw him for a few seconds, and he, being angry, couldn't confirm his identity. From the academy days, the aura of Fukashi has changed a lot, but it was impossible to erase the unique aura different from every person. "You can call me the Savior, or the world also knows me as Uchiha Madara." Fukashi pretended in front of Kazuki as his tone was full of arrogance and pride. "Haha, time is really cruel. The legendary Uchiha Madara has to even hide his face to live." Kazuki laughed loudly as his voice echoed in the quiet mountain range as he made fun of Fukashi. Fukashi's expression under the mask turned ugly as he was fuming with anger, but he finally controlled himself from attacking the bastard in front. Nothing good would come out from making an enemy like Kazuki, especially when he learned from Zetsu what happened in the mist just now. That 1,000-meter-long slash that reached the heavens and even divided the sea was something even the Sword Demon could not even come close to. If Sword Demon had this kind of strength, Konoha would have won the war just by relying on him alone, so this was also why Fukashi never doubted that Shanks in front was Kazuki. A corpse can be fake, but strength can never be. If the world knows I'm alive, it could cause the world to plunge into another war, and it would nullify all of my efforts. Fukashi played the role of a savior really well, and Kazuki would have believed his words if he didn't know the plot. "So, why? The great Uchiha Madara is looking for me." Kazuki guessed why Fukashi was here, but he still asked, wanting to confirm. "Join me. I will create a fair world, a world without hate and war, a world where the dreams of everyone would come true." Fukashi became more and more excited as he spoke about his dreams, and his voice got louder and louder. "And how would you do that?" Kazuki was speechless, looking at the excited Fukashi as he really admired the brainwashing technique of Madara. Even Danzo paled in front of it. Fukashi immediately told his plan about collecting the tail beast to deter the great nations, but didn't tell about infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, he couldn't trust someone who he just had met. "You shouldn't refuse. The whole world is looking for you. Not only can we provide you shelter, but you can also contribute to saving this war-torn world." Kazuki thought about it, as he really had no place to go now. Bounty hunters were looking for him in the whole world, even if he wasn't afraid, but it was too annoying. And by joining Akatsuki, he could also keep an eye on them since the plot has gone beyond his recognition with his involvement, and he needed to be prepared to deal with every situation. Had it novel been at. Kazuki agreed to join Akatsuki as he left with Fukashi, and they stopped at a nearby cave since he was going to have his first meeting with the Akatsuki members. "Wear this." Fukashi handed the Akatsuki robe and the ring on which the Japanese word shu was printed. Kazuki quickly wore the Akatsuki robe and put the Akatsuki ring on the ring finger of his right hand. So, the rumors were true. Fukashi, who saw the empty left arm, confirmed the rumor that he had only one arm. "Infuse your chakra in the ring. It's time to introduce you to the other members." Kazuki did what he said, and soon he saw 7 illusory figures appearing in front of him. "What's with this sudden meeting? I was just about to catch a big fish." A figure whose green eyes could still be seen clearly spoke with some frustration. "Be quiet. Today a new member is joining us." In the center stood a fuzzy silhouette, but his purple ring-pattern eyes could be seen clearly. Hee, it's been a long time since we last had a new member. Kazuki immediately recognized this creepy laughter as he saw the snake-shaped pupils looking at him with interest. Many of you may know his name. He is the killer that the whole world is looking for, Akagami Shanks. As soon as Nagato announced the name, everyone looked towards Kazuki with shock, curiosity in their eyes. It really is him. Kakuzu had fear in his eyes, as even though 5 years passed, he still clearly remembered that deathly feeling. You are the one who killed that monster, Sword Demon. Juzo looked at Kazuki with surprise and fear in his eyes. He still remembered how hopeless he was in front of Kazuki, but the person in front could even kill that monster, so he was naturally afraid. Akagami Shanks. It seems it was worth joining Akatsuki. Orochimaru had some sadness in his eyes when he heard the name Sword Demon. It's been 5 years already, and only his name is left now. What's the point of having strength if you can't even defeat death? Kazuki didn't care for the surprise of other Akatsuki members as he was looking around, trying to see how many members in his memory had joined Akatsuki. He spotted Sasori and Kisame as well. Deidara and Haiden weren't here. It seems they haven't found them yet. Shanks, for some time, you will work alone. We are still in the early stage of our plan, so everyone supports the organization with funding. You will also do the same. Nagato had no politeness in his voice, as he was totally indifferent. To him, in front of his eyes, no one would be able to cause trouble. He was a god, and no mortal could defeat him. Kazuki just nodded, not caring for the rude attitude of Nagato. Nagato was a pitiful man himself, since he knew he was just a pawn. Soon, the meeting ended, as Kazuki left the cave, starting another long trip worldwide. Konoha Hospital. Thank God, you woke up Kakashi. Minato stood beside the bed on which Kakashi was lying, but his expression was somewhat sad. What about Itachi and Shisui? Kakashi asked as he was worried deeply for his teammates. Itachi is resting, and Shisui was injured seriously, but Lady Tsunade has treated him, so he will wake up soon. Minato assured the worried Kakashi as Tsunade and Tsukumo, who stood beside, nodded, telling Kakashi not to worry too much. How did this happen? Minato asked the most important question as he wondered who could do this. Akagami Shanks. Kakashi just uttered these 2 words as the expression on the faces of everyone became serious. Kakashi quickly explained the whole story, not hiding even a single detail. Minato, who heard about the abilities of Akagami Shanks, was surprised that many of his powers were similar to Kazuki. Swordsmanship which can even divide the sea, making others unable to fight just by a glance. It was just like Kazuki. If he hadn't seen the corpse of Kazuki with his own eyes, he would have thought this Akagami Shanks was Kazuki. But the strength of Akagami Shanks worried Minato a lot. Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui, Terumi, and Ao, all of them fighting together, could not even touch the clothes of Akagami Shanks showed how strong he was. Even he can only run away in front of such a lineup. Minato-sensei, it's not his strength that worries me. Kakashi spoke with some confusion on his face, as he still couldn't figure out the meaning of the words of Shanks. There was also some confusion as to why Akagami Shanks let them go and didn't kill any one of them. You should know that their bounty is not low, so he shouldn't have let them go if he was a bounty hunter. What's worrying you, Kakashi? Minato asked immediately as Tsunade and Tsukumo also looked at him. When I asked him what hatred does he have with Konoha, he said he never hated Konoha and that he actually sympathizes with us. And I could tell that he wasn't joking. The expression on the faces of Minato, Tsunade, and Tsukumo turned pale. They have always been wondering about what happened that day, but they couldn't get an answer. From the words of Akagami Shanks, something did happen that day that they were completely unaware of. The advisors are hiding something. Tsunade immediately said her guess, as she still remembered the panicked faces of Koharu and Mitokado that day. But we can't force them, Tsukumo said unwillingly, as it wasn't right to force the advisors of Konoha. No, I want an answer. If advisors don't tell me, even if I have to force them, I will get an answer. There was determination in the eyes of Minato, as he decided already he would go to any length to know the truth. Tsunade and Tsukumo didn't say anything more, as they knew since Minato had decided no one could stop him now. "What's the matter, Minato?" Koharu and Midokado sat on their reserved seat together and looked towards Minato, who summoned them suddenly. Tsunade, Tsukumo, Kakashi, Shikaku, Itachi, and Shisui, who had woken up already, were all present in the room. It's been 3 days since Minato brought the injured Kakashi and others back. Under the treatment of Tsunade, Kakashi and Itachi had fully recovered, and Shisui still had some bandages on his body, but he was already good enough to walk easily. You should know already that Kakashi and others met Akagami Shanks in the Hidden Mist, but during the fight, the enemy said something that points towards that day. As soon as they heard the words, "that day," a panicked expression appeared on their faces, but they quickly covered it up. They had a bad feeling since the morning. They didn't know why, but now listening to his words they knew that something was wrong after all, and this strange feeling wasn't for nothing. "What do you want from us, Minato? We don't understand what you mean." The heart of Midokado was beating fast, but he still replied to Minato with a calm expression on his old face. "What I mean is that I want to know what happened that day." The tone of Minato was a bit impatient as he tapped the table in front with his index finger, hoping to get an answer. "Didn't we say it before? We don't know anything." Koharu spoke loudly after seeing the impatient Minato, trying to remind him that they were still the advisors and he couldn't be rude to them. Minato sighed as he leaned back on his seat and closed his eyes, seemed to be thinking of something. The gaze of everyone present in the room except the advisors, who were confused as to why Minato was suddenly so fixed to know the truth, was set on Minato, as they knew he was about to make an important decision. "Itachi," said Minato as he waved his hands towards him. Itachi instantly disappeared from his place as he appeared in front of the two elders. "What are underscore? Before Midokado and Koharu could say anything, red eyes appeared in front of them. They seemed to struggle for a moment, but soon they sat motionless, looking towards Itachi with eyes that seemed to have lost their luster. "It's done." Itachi looked towards Minato, telling him that he had successfully controlled them. "Sorry for troubling you, Itachi," Minato said to Itachi, appreciating his effort as he lightly tapped the desk in front of him. Creak. The room door was pushed open as a person about the same age as Minato with long light blonde hair entered the room. "Trouble you, Inoichi," Minato said to Yamanaka Inoichi as he pointed towards the two motionless elders. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Inoichi said respectfully as he went towards both of them and put his hands on their heads. The curious eyes of everyone that were fixed on Inoichi soon saw something incredible. The calm Inoichi, who had his eyes closed, changed suddenly, as veins appeared on his forehead and the expression on his face became angrier and angrier. But as time passed, it turned into a sad one, and even a tear fell from his eyes. Had it novel been at? After wiping his tearful eyes, Inoichi stood up, undoing his jutsu on the advisors. "You!" Koharu and Midokado immediately woke up as they looked towards Inoichi like they had seen a ghost. "Shut up!" Before they could complete their words, Inoichi slapped both of them with such force that they flew away, hitting the wall far away and lying on the ground motionless. "Inoichi!" cried everyone in the room who didn't expect him to attack the elders. They were already surprised when they saw him crying, so they were caught unprepared, couldn't stop his attack. "What did you see, Inoichi?" Minato seemed to have forgotten the passed-out elders as he looked towards Inoichi, since he knew that this behavior must result from what he saw. You should know that Inoichi has always been calm, and this is the first time he has seen him like this, even crying, which made Minato even forget to check the health of the elders. "Lord Fourth, I can't say it. It's better that you all see it for yourself." The expression on the face of Inoichi was sad and filled with disappointment, as he didn't even dare to explain what he saw. Everyone's expression became even more severe, and they let go of their defenses as Inoichi casted the mind-body transmission jutsu.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.